members, they have to allow us to turn them on.
Okay, so Mr. Terranova is on. I'm sure he will
Sure.
fix that. Thank you for letting me know.
Good morning, Rebecca. This is Marula. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. So, Mr. Terranova, can you allow our panelists to turn on their audio and video, please?
I'm sure he's trying.
Yes.
They should be able to now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
That's okay. It's not a big deal. All right. There we all are. Good morning, everybody.
Hearing Officer Smith, Lisa Wilson and Tim Steigelman are still having difficulty in our office turning on their videos.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, and Attorney Libby, is Dr. Nass there with you?
She is.
Okay, so we're going to have you just orient your video screen so that we can see her as well. You might need to back it up a little bit. There you go. Okay, and Attorney Libby, I know there's an intern in the office with you. Do you want to introduce him?
Yes. Jack Andrews is going into his junior year at Bowdoin. He's working as a legal intern in the office this year. He sat in the last proceeding. He's also my grandson.
Great, thanks, and welcome, Jack. Okay, Mr. Terranova, do you want to go ahead and record, and I will put us on the record?
Recording in progress.
Okay.
It is being recorded, and we do have some remarks before the hearing starts that we have to read.
Okay, great. So, Chair Gleaton.
Okay, it is now 9:03 on July 28, 2023, and I call to order this meeting of the Board of Licensure in Medicine. My name is Dr. Marula Gleaton, and I am the current chair of the board. Before we go any further, I'm requesting that Assistant Executive Director Tim Terranova explain the circumstances under which we are holding this meeting and explain some ground rules for how we will be conducting the meeting. Mr. Terranova.
Thank you. Good morning. In accordance with the board member remote participation policy adopted by the board on January 10th, 2023, the board chair directed that the July 28th, 2023 meeting of the board be conducted through remote participation of all board members pursuant to Section 2A of that policy. The board posted notices of this virtual meeting on its website and on the legislative calendar. In addition, the board posted a copy of the agenda for today's meeting on its website. It is the board's sincere hope that all those interested in the subject matter of today's meeting have received notice of the meeting and how to observe electronically. There is no physical location where this meeting is taking place. It is taking place only virtually. I am the electronic operator and host clerk of this virtual meeting and will perform the duties of the meeting organizer, such as muting, unmuting speakers, and controlling who will be displayed visually, as directed by the board chair or hearing officer. Before turning the meeting over to the chair, I would like to go over some ground rules for this meeting. Board staff have established the Zoom meeting by allowing participation by board members and board staff only. The Zoom meeting is available for public observation only. The board meeting will be conducted with board members displayed visually and unmuted. The use of the chat function will not be used. To the extent possible, that function has been disabled for this meeting. For board members who are participating in the meeting, here are some helpful hints. All cell phones should be on mute at this time. Thank you. If the board votes on any matter, Ms. Lathrop will conduct a roll call vote as required by law. If anyone requires a bathroom break, please speak up and request a break in the meeting. We will be conducting a half-hour lunch break during the meeting, commencing at 12 p.m. The meeting will remain live during that time. However, all lines will be muted and board members should turn off their cameras. The meeting will follow, as best as possible, the agenda, which will consist of adjudicatory hearing and adjournment. I will now take a roll call of board members and then identify staff present. We need to assure that we have a quorum, so I will be conducting this roll call of the board members who are participating in the virtual meeting. When I call your name, please indicate if you are present. Marula Gleaton, MD, Chair.
Present.
Holly Fandroy, MD.
Present.
Renee Fay LeBlanc, MD.
Present.
Gregory Jameson, RPH, Public Member.
Present.
Brad Waddell, MD.
Present.
Lynn Weinstein, Public Member.
Present.
Staff members present are Executive Director Dennis Smith, Assistant Executive Director Tim Terranova, Complaint Coordinator Kelly McLaughlin, Investigative Secretary Faith McLaughlin, Administrative Assistant Maureen Lathrop. Also present are Assistant Attorney General Timothy Steigelman, Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Willis, and Assistant Attorney General Lisa Wilson. I count 6 members virtually present, which constitutes a quorum of the board. The quorum is 6. Board members, please advise if you need to leave the meeting at any time. I will now turn the meeting over to Dr. Gleaton and Hearing Officer Smith.
Thank you. I will turn the meeting over to Hearing Officer Smith because that is really the only item on our agenda is this hearing. Rebecca, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm going to call the hearing to order. Today is July 28, 2023. I do have a heat pump circulating some cool air in my office. So if any time that's noisy and you can't hear me, please let me know and I'm happy to turn it off. The Maine Board of Licensure and Medicine is assembled for the 6th day of an adjudicatory hearing in the matter of Dr. Merrill Nass, complaint numbers CR 21-191, CR 21-210, and CR 22-4. I note for the record that the following board members are present for the hearing in this matter: Dr. Marula Gleaton, Chair, Dr. Holly Fanjoy, Dr. Renee Fay LeBlanc, Mr. Gregory Jameson, Dr. Brad Waddell, and Ms. Lynn Weinstein. In addition, let the record reflect that the licensee is present and is represented by attorneys Jean Libby and Tyler Smith, although Attorney Smith does not have his video on during the hearing, which is fine. Representing board staff are Assistant Attorneys General Timothy Steigelman, Lisa Wilson, and Jennifer Willis. Because this is our 6th day of hearing, I'm going to dispense with some of the preliminary instructions and just include the information relative to where we are in the hearing today. Again, we are conducting the hearing remotely via Zoom webinar. Only hearing participants are included among those who can turn off their audio and video. If you lose your connection to the hearing at any time, please just sign back in and we will readmit you as a panelist to the hearing. Board members, please do not utilize your device to access anything other than the Zoom hearing or the hearing exhibits. Please do not use your device or other devices during the hearing to communicate with anyone. In addition to having the exhibits from the first 5 days of hearing available to you, you should have received additional licensee and licensee rebuttal exhibits in preparation for today's hearing. Those exhibits were introduced during the last day of hearing. I'm going to confirm by roll call vote that board members have the hearing exhibits and the transcripts from the first 5 days of hearing available to you. Chair Gleaton, do you have those materials available to you? Sorry, I'm going to have you on mute.
I'm sorry for that. Yes, I do.
Okay, Dr. Fanjoy, do you have those materials available?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Dr. Fay LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mr. Jameson,
Yes, I do.
Dr. Waddell,
Yes.
and Ms. Weinstein.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing Officer Smith,
Yes.
I had not promoted Tyler Smith. Should I do that?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Is Janet Wilson also in there? She's my paralegal. She's coordinating witnesses, so if you could promote her as well.
Okay, thank you. Just as a reminder to the board, and you do have the transcripts available to you, on the first day of hearing, which was October 1st, 2022, the licensee testified after being called by board staff's counsel. The second day of hearing was October 25, 2022. The licensee's testimony was completed and board staff began its examination of expert witness Dr. Thomas Courtney. On the third day of hearing, January 31st, 2023, the examination of Dr. Courtney was completed and board staff began its examination of expert witness Dr. Jeremy Faust. On the fourth day of hearing, which was March 2nd, 2023, Board staff completed its examination of Dr. Faust, and the licensee began cross-examination of Dr. Faust. And on the 5th day of hearing, the most recent day of hearing, which was May 30, 2023, the licensee completed her cross-examination of Dr. Faust and called Dr. Harvey Risch as a witness. And I understand your first witness this morning, Attorney Libby, is Nancy Mahoney.
Correct.
And is she here in the observing? Do you know?
She is. I can promote her.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Mahoney, we're ready for your testimony. If you could turn on your audio and video, please. And Mr. Turnover, I'm just confirming that all panelists now have the ability to turn on audio and video.
They do.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Mahoney.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you. My name is Rebecca Smith. I'm the hearing officer. Assembled for the hearing are the members of the Maine Board of Licensure and Medicine. Also participating in the hearing is the licensee, Dr. Nass, her counsel, Attorney Libby, and Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Willis is the Assistant Attorney General participating by video at this time, representing board staff. We appreciate you making yourself available to testify remotely. I'm going to start by swearing you in, and then I'll give you some instructions about testimony. So for swearing in, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I have 2 other questions. Since we're proceeding remotely, do you swear or affirm that you will not seek or accept any assistance while giving your testimony, including but not limited to coaching advice, suggested answers, or undisclosed notes or documents?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and one more question. Do you swear or affirm that you will let me know if anyone is in the room with you while you are testifying?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I'm going to give you some instructions about testifying. Attorney Libby has called you as a witness. He will ask you questions first. Assistant Attorney General Willis may have cross-examination for you. Board members and myself may or may not have clarifying questions, and then each counsel will have the chance to ask you any final questions. If there's an objection to a question that's been asked of you, please wait for me to make a ruling before you begin your answer. Please try to make sure that the person asking the question has completed their question before you begin your answer, so that we have only one person talking at a time on the record and that we fully understand your answers. If you don't understand a question, please ask for clarification. And if you encounter a distraction that you need to address, please just let me know, and I'm happy to give you an opportunity to address that. I understand, have been provided some of the hearing exhibits. Is that correct?
Say that again, please.
Have you been provided some of the hearing exhibits, documents?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so I only want you to refer to those if you are asked to refer to them. If you need them otherwise to refresh your recollection, let me know that before you look at them, okay?
Okay.
And also I'm going to give you instruction that at least some, if not all of the documents you received are confidential. And so you are instructed to maintain the confidentiality of those documents following the hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions about testifying?
No, I don't.
Okay. Could you start by stating and spelling your name for the record, please?
Nancy Mahoney, Nancy Mahoney.
Okay. You may begin, Attorney Libby.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Morning, Nancy.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I am good enough.
Good. How old are you, Nancy?
I am 71.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been married?
47 years.
And what's your husband's name?
Timothy Mahoney.
Do you and Timothy have any children?
Yes, we do. We have one son.
And the son's name is?
Joel Mahoney.
Are you currently employed, Nancy?
No, not at this time.
You're retired?
Yes.
Okay. How were you previously employed?
I was employed most recently as a licensed clinical professional counselor.
Okay. And did you work alone or did you work with a group?
I worked with a group.
Okay. And did you have any area of specialization with respect to your work as a counselor?
I guess you could say a specialization in corrections and in trauma.
Okay. And can you briefly tell us your educational background, Nancy?
Yes, I received an undergraduate degree at the university up in Farmington, and I received my counseling degree from Southern Maine. And that was a dual credential at graduation, both an LCPC, licensed clinical professional counselor, and a rehabilitation counselor. And then I went on, once I had received those and had received my state license to practice, I went on to receive a drug and alcohol counseling degree and also a drug and alcohol clinical supervisor's degree.
Okay. And then you worked in that field since graduation?
Yes.
What's this, the state of your current health, Nancy?
Excellent.
Okay, that's good to hear. I want to talk about Dr. Merrill Nass, who is seated next to me. You know Dr. Nass?
Yes, I do.
And I first want to talk about how you became aware of Dr. Nass. Could you tell the board how you became aware of Dr. Nass and her availability to consult with you regarding COVID-19?
I first learned about Dr. Nass through the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons. And they had a directory of physicians that would provide treatment, and she was in the state of Maine. So that's how I came to know of her and contact her.
And what attracted you to the Association of Physicians and Surgeons? I assume this is their website?
Yes, it is. Well, they are a long-standing association, as I understood it, with credentialed providers. So that was my main criteria.
Okay. Were you looking for information related to COVID-19 and consulting the website?
Yes, I was.
Were you vaccinated with the one of the COVID?
Pardon me, Attorney Libby, I spoke over you. I thought you were finished.
Were you vaccinated with one of the vaccinations that were available beginning 6 months or so after the COVID-19 pandemic began in March of 2020?
Objection. We've agreed that this is not going to be a topic that we're going to discuss in this hearing. It's not relevant.
Her vaccination status is relevant because that's why she was treating or consulting with Dr. Nass.
That hasn't been established yet.
Okay, well, I'm going to allow it as relevant to this witness's testimony. You can continue, Attorney Libby.
Are you vaccinated or unvaccinated, Nancy?
I am not vaccinated for the COVID vaccine.
And when did you make that decision?
Well, I guess I could say I made that decision in the fall around the time when I contacted Dr. Nass,
Okay.
The fall of 21.
Okay. Did you make that decision before you contacted Dr. Nass, during or after?
I made that decision before I contacted her.
Okay. And what led you to that decision, Nancy?
A number of things. I would say primarily having paid it close attention in that whole year preceding the initiation of that COVID shot, I gathered a lot of information, and it looked to me like there was risk on one side of the equation or the other, in spite of assurances otherwise. And I decided I didn't want to be at that time part of a what was essentially a clinical trial. It was in my opinion, it was, and my understanding, it was a not fully tested product that had never been used before in the category of vaccination. So I didn't at that time feel comfortable with that.
After you became aware of Dr. Nass's name on the website, why did you contact her?
Because my awareness was that this was, I guess maybe you could say, not like an ordinary flu that we've all had, that, this was something serious. And while I didn't want to participate at that time in that COVID shot, I felt like I needed whatever resources I could find. And so that's why I contacted Dr. Nass, so that she could, offer me her thoughts and so forth, and her experience on treating COVID, and then I could make a decision from there.
Now, did you communicate with Dr. Nass in person or by phone?
By telephone.
Was that communication exclusively with you and Dr. Nass, or did somebody else participate in that communication?
That was just Dr. Nass and myself.
Okay. And were you looking for medication with respect to treat a COVID-19 infection?
Yes, I was.
And before you contacted Dr. Nass, did you have any medications in mind?
Of course, I wanted to hear what she had to say. I was certainly aware of ivermectin, and I also had a prescription of hydroxychloroquine. But, at that point, ivermectin was a little more on the forefront, as I recall. And so again, I was trying to assemble not just medication resources, but an actual physician that I could contact should I become ill. That was as important to me as anything.
Now, do you recall consulting with Dr. Nass on the phone September 28th of 2021?
Yes, I recall that.
And you informed her that you were unvaccinated?
Yes, I did.
And there's a note in Dr. Nass's record of her call with you about your sister becoming very sick very fast. And my question to you is related to remdesivir and your sister. Can you tell us what you brought away from that experience?
I'm not sure about my sister in relation to remdesivir. My recollection at the time was that there were some studies that were not very promising about remdesivir. And that's why I made that decision, that it's not a drug that I would have wanted to have.
And again, did you make that decision before you consulted with Dr. Nass?
Well, I had formed some thoughts, but certainly I was calling her as the expert. If she had, something else to inform me of, I would certainly have been all ears.
When you talked to Dr. Nass on September 28th, did you talk about ivermectin and or hydroxychloroquine?
Yes. At least ivermectin. I can't really remember about hydroxychloroquine. Probably we did.
Did Dr. Nass ask you what medications you were taking at the time?
Oh, yes.
And were you taking any medication other than vitamin supplements, Nancy?
No.
Did you have any health conditions at the time you consulted with Dr. Nass?
No.
At the conclusion of your consultation with Dr. Nass, did Dr. Nass provide you a prescription?
Yes, she did.
And what was the prescription for?
It was for ivermectin.
And how was the prescription for ivermectin to be used by you?
Well, as to the best of my memory, contact her should I, feel like I'm having symptoms. I knew it was, and I remember from our discussion and otherwise that obviously it's a medication you take when you become ill with COVID.
Okay.
But I was looking to her, of course, to guide me.
All right. Now, in the consultation with Dr. Nass about ivermectin, did you have an opportunity to ask her questions about ivermectin, its risks and benefits with respect to using it as an outpatient treatment for COVID-19?
Yes.
Now, one of the allegations the board has raised against Dr. Nass involves informed consent. And informed consent has three components. The first of which I'm going to read to you and ask you whether or not Dr. Nass met that standard. The physician has disclosed and explained to the patient's satisfaction the process used to arrive at medically reasonable intervention based on reliable evidence of expected benefit and risk, free of bias.
Objection calls for a conclusion this witness is not qualified to make.
Well, she's the patient. Certainly she's qualified to make it.
She can testify to her understanding about whether this occurred or not, but not whether the standard was met.
Okay, so that's fine. With that caveat, I'm going to allow the testimony understanding it's her layperson conclusion as to her experience.
Nancy, did Dr. Nass, in your opinion, meet that standard?
Would you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Did Dr. Nass disclose and explain to you, to your satisfaction, the process used to arrive at medically reasonable intervention based on reliable evidence of expected risk and benefit, free of bias?
I was satisfied with an understanding of risk and benefit, if that's the crux of what you're asking.
Okay. And the second component is the patient was given an ample opportunity to ask questions about the process and recommended interventions to the extent the patient wishes, all questions having been answered to the patient's satisfaction.
Objection. I would renew the same objection.
Did Dr. Nass afford you that opportunity?
Okay, so that can be a standing objection, and I'm just giving the instruction that the witness should testify as to her layperson understanding of her experience and a recognition that she's not an expert on these standards. So you can answer the question, Ms. Mahoney. If you need it repeated, please just let us know.
Mr. Libby, please repeat that question.
Sure. Did Dr. Nass give you ample opportunity to ask questions about the process and recommended interventions to the extent the patient wishes, and all questions having been answered to the patient's satisfaction?
Yes.
During your September 28th consultation with Dr. Nass, were you satisfied with the information she provided you?
Yes,
Did you find it both trustworthy and reliable in your own belief?
I certainly did.
Did you find her responsive to your questions?
I found her to be knowledgeable and professional, and she certainly answered any questions or concerns that I had at that time. I wouldn't have gone forward otherwise.
So that was in September 28th to be exact. Now, did you eventually develop symptoms consistent with COVID-19, Nancy?
I did.
And when was that?
That was in very early December. I'd have to look at a calendar to give you a day.
Okay. Did you contact Dr. Nass?
At my request, my husband contacted Dr. Nass.
And why did your husband contact Dr. Nass?
Well, first because I asked him to, because I had a splitting headache and I didn't feel like being on the phone to anybody.
Okay. Did you ever request your son, Joel, to contact Dr. Nass?
I did.
Did Joel have authority from you to communicate to Dr. Nass with respect to the COVID symptoms that you were experiencing?
He certainly did.
And I assume the same is true with your husband. He had authority from you to make those communications.
Absolutely.
Now, when did you become aware that the Board of Registration in Medicine had subpoenaed your personal medical records from Dr. Nass and your hospital records from Penn Bay?
I became aware that they had subpoenaed her after I got out of the hospital. And let's see, when did I know that they got my records? I didn't know they got my records until quite a long time after that. I can't remember when, maybe a year later or something.
Okay. Have you ever been contacted by a representative of the Board of Licensure in Medicine about the subpoena issued for your medical records?
No.
Has anyone at the Board of Registration ever communicated with you about the consultation with Dr. Nass?
No.
Has anybody from the Board of Medical Registration ever communicated with you with respect to your hospitalization and eventual release from Penn Bay Medical Center after your COVID diagnosis?
No.
Do you, Nancy, as Dr. Nass's patient, have any complaint, any dissatisfaction with Dr. Nass?
I don't have a complaint with Dr. Nass.
Now, we've talked about remdesivir and your conclusion that you did not want it to be administered to you. I want to talk about how you were ended up being admitted to Penn Bay. Now, were you or your son in communication with Dr. Nass after you developed the illness, COVID symptoms?
Yes.
And just to go back a minute, after Dr. after Dr. Nass provided you the prescription, this was September 28th, did she inform you that she was going to be out of the country?
At the time that we talked, she informed me she was going to be out of the country and told me how to contact her if I needed to contact her.
So she gave you her personal cell phone to contact her?
No, she gave me a procedure to follow via email.
Okay.
I don't recall that she gave me her phone number, but I certainly recall she gave me email instructions.
Okay. So when you were talking, when your son was talking to Dr. Nass over the phone, do you recall during your illness that you were sick and then began feeling much better?
Yes, I recall that.
Now, this is Board Exhibit 9. It is a note on your chart by Dr. Nass. It says 12/17, just beginning to turn a corner, day 11, doesn't need additional RX. Now, does that refresh your recollection about the date?
Yes, absolutely, it does.
Now, can you describe how you started feeling better at that time when that information was communicated to Dr. Nass?
Well, I guess maybe the best description would be whatever nausea or headaches or dizziness, whatever I was experiencing for the last number of days was very much lifting. And I remember, I guess I must have spoken with her. I can't remember because my son was also communicating by phone and by text with her on my behalf throughout that illness. But I remember communicating to her that I was feeling much better. And I remember she advised me how many days I should then still continue to quarantine.
Now, did that change after that communication through Joel to Dr. Nass? Did your condition change?
It certainly did.
And tell the board what happened.
I became I wasn't any longer on the upswing. I was on the downswing. It's hard for me to recognize what was going on, but in hindsight, I would say obviously my oxygen level was going down.
And did that happen very suddenly?
Well, that was a Friday that I was communicating with Dr. Nass, and it was, Sunday morning when we realized it was time to do something different. And so I'd say that's pretty sudden.
Dr. Nass has a note in her file dated December 19th, 2021, that says, go into Penn Bay ER. Did Dr. Nass make that recommendation to you?
Yes, she did. We were certainly on the phone with her, and it was a Sunday, I remember. I was a little surprised at her availability. She was with family, and anyway, she was kind of guiding us along here to, just get ourselves to the hospital.
Now, was your husband sick with COVID at this time?
He was.
Was your son Joel sick with COVID at this time?
He was.
And had they also consulted with Dr. Nass?
Yes, I'm speaking for my husband. I'm sure I don't recall specifically, again, because our son was doing a lot of the communicating. So whether my husband called her or not, I don't recall that, but we were in, continued communication with her.
Who took you to Penn Bay ER?
Our son.
Who went with you?
My husband and my son.
Were you admitted at that time?
Yes, I was.
Was your husband admitted at that time?
No.
What kind of symptoms was your husband experiencing?
As bad.
Objection, relevance.
Well, it is relevant because the accusations against Dr. Nass of not timely referring patients for hospital treatment when the practice at the time was unless people were turning blue, the hospital would turn them away. In this case, Nancy's husband was turned away because he wasn't deemed sick enough.
So I'm going to uphold the objection. I think we're going a little astray from the facts related to this particular patient. So if we could focus on her experience, I think that's more relevant.
Did your husband go home with Joel that day?
Yes, he did.
Was he later admitted to the hospital?
Yes.
Objection.
Yeah, I just sustained an objection to this line of questions. So could you move on to another step, Attorney Libby?
So when you went into the hospital at Penn Bay, did you give the treating physicians instructions with respect to remdesivir?
No, they weren't saying anything about remdesivir in the ER.
What about in the hospital? Did they offer you remdesivir?
They said I was too late for remdesivir, which was a good relief to me.
And why was it a big relief to you, Nancy?
Because I didn't want it. And I knew from reports out in the public domain that people were not wanting it, but being forced to take it. And I was not looking forward to having any fight like that. So I was very glad I was beyond the treatment window.
Do you, as the patient, Nancy, have any concerns that Dr. Nass delayed in referring you to the Penn Bay emergency room?
Absolutely not. My son had already tried to get admitted and he was turned away. He wasn't, as we say, blue enough. So, you know, I had to get very sick. And I recall hearing my husband say, if we don't do something, I'm going to die. And that was a very startling kind of wake up call because I realized in hindsight, when your oxygen is so low, you know, you're kind of out in orbit a little bit. So
Okay.
that jolted me back to awareness. And then the minute we realized we needed to take some steps on that Sunday, Dr. Nass was readily available and advising our son, who was the chief communicator, on, you know, just getting the process going.
Now, did Dr. Nass charge you for the consultation with her on September 28th?
Yes, she did.
How much?
I want to say $60, but I'm not absolutely sure.
Did she charge you or bill you for her time responding to texts from Joel, talking with you on the phone, and advising you to admit yourself at Penn Bay ER?
Her agreement with me at the time of obtaining her services was that the initial fee covered any follow-up that was needed should I get sick. So no, she didn't bill me further.
Now, when you got to the hospital, were you treated by a physician by the name of Dr. Martindale?
Yes, I was.
And did she communicate with you about being treated with horse paste?
She used that language at every opportunity she had.
What did you think of that? I mean, was this ivermectin horse paste?
Objection, relevance.
I don't see how it can't be relevant.
Well, how is it relevant?
Well, it's relevant to show the immense bias in the institutional hospital system that a patient who's receiving an appropriate dosage of ivermectin, one of the safest drugs in the world, would associate it with horse.
When you make your response, the editorial argument is not super helpful, but I'm going to allow this line of questions, but I like to get through it quickly because I'm not sure it's particularly relevant. But I think you've asked a question about it, and once we get the answer, let's move on.
You can answer
the question. Ms. Mahoney, do you need the question repeated?
I do need the question repeated.
Did Dr. Martindale repeatedly refer to ivermectin as horse paste?
Yes, and in my notes as well.
And how did that make you feel?
Objection. Hearing Officer Smith, I believe you just said this was the final question in this line of questioning, as it is not relevant.
No, she didn't.
I'd like to finish this up and move to a more relevant line. So go ahead and ask this question and then move to another line, please.
How did that make you feel?
What, having it referred to as horse paste?
Yeah.
Probably if I would have felt a little bit better, because I obviously wasn't feeling too good, I probably would have whinnied. It was terribly insulting.
Okay.
But I took it on the chin.
Okay. Now, were you eventually discharged?
Yes, I was.
You went to the ER December 19th. Am I correct that you were discharged December 25th?
I was.
And what was your condition when you were discharged?
I walked out of there without oxygen and I went home.
And was your recovery after discharge slow or relatively easy?
Well, one of my sisters hollered at me a few days later because I was out stacking firewood. So I guess I was doing pretty good.
Now, when did you learn of the board's disciplinary action against Dr. Nass?
After I got home, my son told me.
Okay. And were you aware that part of that disciplinary process related to allegations with respect to her consultation with you and being sent her advice to send you to the Penn Bay ER?
I don't recall having any specific information. I mean, obviously I was involved because they subpoenaed my records.
Now, to this day, Nancy, do you have any concern, complaint, or dissatisfaction with the information or advice provided by Dr. Nass?
Say that again. Do I have any complaint about?
Do you have any concern, dissatisfaction, or complaint regarding the advice that was provided by Dr. Nass?
No, I don't.
How would you describe the care that she provided you?
Well, I would say it was almost kind of like an old-fashioned kind of doctor that I remember when I was a kid and the doctor used to come to the house. Her availability was pretty surprising. My son would text her in the night and she'd get back to him, and I don't recall ever having any report from my son that he had trouble getting through to her. And even on Sunday, for crying out loud, when she's with her family, she's advising us.
Nancy, thank you for your time. Just a few questions. Have you and I ever met in person?
No, not in person.
Have you and I communicated over the phone on several occasions?
Yeah, yes.
And I think the most recent occasion was last week.
No, it was this past Monday.
Okay, this past Monday. And during the communication with me, did we discuss your recollections of treatment and consultation with Dr. Nass?
Of course.
Thank you. No further questions.
Assistant Attorney General Willis, I assume you're doing cross-examination if there is any?
Yes, Hearing Officer Smith. Ms. Mahoney, good morning. Thank you for participating in this proceeding. When you spoke to Attorney Libby, what instructions did he give you about testifying?
He said he would ask short questions and I should give short answers.
Anything further?
Not that I recall.
And did you review any documents or exhibits with Attorney Libby in advance of providing your testimony today?
I don't know that we reviewed them together. Certainly, I have several exhibits here, which were sent to me by Mr. Libby's office.
And which exhibits are those?
9, 16, and 17.
And were you also sent a PDF of board staff exhibits?
I was sent yesterday a very large PDF, 2,000 pages or something. I'm not sure what's in it. I didn't look at it.
And do you have access to that PDF?
If you give me a minute, I would.
If we need to look at that PDF, I will give you a moment to do that.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And did you do anything on your own to prepare for your testimony today?
I just thought about, what's been, everything about related to this whole hearing today.
And did you review any particular materials to prepare for your testimony today?
I didn't have any materials to review of the exhibits I mentioned.
Okay. And
never mind. That's okay.
no, pardon me. I didn't want to interrupt you. I thought you were finished. Is there something you want to add?
No, just to say the exhibits wasn't really what was on my mind, but Mr. Libby had asked me to refresh my memory. So obviously I did that.
And you did that by referring to exhibits 16, 17, and number 9. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you talk to Dr. Nass at all about giving testimony today?
No, I did not.
And referring to the September 28th telephone call, you indicated that was just you and Dr. Nass on that call. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And Dr. Nass has testified in this proceeding that she was your COVID doctor. Was that your understanding?
That's why I contacted her, was on account of COVID.
And what did that mean to you that she was your COVID doctor?
It meant that if I had COVID, she would be available to me for consultation.
And prior to September 2021, had you had any illnesses or medical conditions?
You mean in my whole lifetime?
Yes.
Let's see, I had carpal tunnel surgery, decade and a half ago or something. You really want me to tell medical stuff? There's a lot of people watching this.
Grounds of relevance. The evidence is that she was healthy at the time. She doesn't need to disclose her entire medical history.
And that was not the question, Attorney Libby. And what I'd like to do, I would like you now to look at that PDF that you've been given, and Hearing Officer Smith, if we need a moment to do that, I would request that
the subject of a lot of back and forth prior to hearing, would they hope that witnesses would have been informed that they need to have the exhibits available to them during testimony? So, Ms. Mahoney. Okay, great. Go ahead with your question, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Yes, if you could turn specifically to Exhibit 17. Do you know how to navigate in the PDF?
Oh, I have a paper copy.
Okay.
If it's complete. Oh,
That-
no, it's
that's-
not. That's
yeah.
not complete. Let me pull that up.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, just give me a minute here.
And for everyone's reference, this is going to be Exhibit 17, PDF page 125, board staff exhibit printed page 124.
Page 124.
In the PDF copy, you might find it easier to refer to PDF page 125 if you're looking at the PDF page numbers.
Exhibit 17.
Yes.
Mine only says 102 pages.
And could you look at the PDF, please? Our concern is that the paper copy is not identical to the PDF copy. If you could look at the PDF copy, that would be
Yes, I am.
preferable.
I am looking at the PDF. It's telling me I only have 102 pages. Page 100 is my last page.
Madam Hearing Officer, may we have a break to address this?
Well, I thought you just said, Ms. Mahoney, you were sent a PDF that was 2,000 pages, which is what we're probably operating in.
Oh, I thought you were on Exhibit 617.
No, I had,
Clarify where you are, please, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
yes, if you could please, Mrs. Mahoney, look at the PDF that you were sent. It is a 2,500 plus page PDF. And within that PDF, there is a full copy of Exhibit 17. And if you could look in the PDF version at
Okay.
Exhibit 17, please.
Got it. And so what page in this bigger document?
We should be at PDF page 125. If you're looking in the lower right-hand corner for the printed page, there will be a board staff exhibit page 124.
Okay, my page numbers are cut off on my PDF, but it, up in the upper left corner, it shows a page number. I don't know if that's helpful to you. I'm somewhere close, I think.
And does that PDF, are you at PDF page 125 there in your upper right-hand corner?
Yes.
And do you see on that page a section called past medical history?
History as not on that page.
It's on page 124.
Oh, 124.
PDF 124. Thank you.
Demographics. Current problem list.
There should be a section called past medical history.
So I think, yeah, you're just skipping it for some reason. 123 is what you're on, Ms. Mahoney, and you want 124. You want the next page.
Current problems, current medications, vitals, history, past medical history. Okay, I got it.
And without reading that aloud, would you just look at that list of 7 conditions, review that, and could you confirm to the best of your recollection whether this was an accurate reflection of your medical history at the time that you were admitted in December of 2021?
I would say yes, with the exception of one of those diagnoses. I don't know what it means, so it's not ringing a bell for me, but that's okay. Everything is kind of a ways back historically.
Okay, thank you for confirming. And you called Dr. Nass in September, spoke to her in a phone call, just the two of you, and you indicated that you spoke about ivermectin. Before you called Dr. Nass, what was your understanding about, what did you know about ivermectin?
What I recall now, a year and a half later, is that it was being used to treat COVID with a fair amount of success. I guess that's probably generally what I'd say.
And so your understanding prior to speaking to Dr. Nass was that you thought it would help you with a COVID infection.
Well, yes.
And what did you learn specifically from Dr. Nass about the risks of taking ivermectin?
I don't recall any specific risks I can't recall anything specific like that, except with the caveat that, no medication is 100% effective.
And is that your caveat, or was that Dr. Nass's caveat?
It's certainly my caveat. I can't remember if she would have said exactly like that.
And what did you learn from Dr. Nass about the benefits of ivermectin to you?
Well, that it would take care of the virus.
And did your conversation with Dr. Nass boost your confidence in taking ivermectin for COVID?
Yes, especially because I knew she'd be available for consultation.
And how did Dr. Nass boost your confidence about taking ivermectin for COVID?
Well, I mean, that she was a board certified physician who presumably, like every other physician, does their homework. And I guess I'm not really understanding your question.
I'm just asking, what did Dr. Nass say to you about the efficacy of ivermectin that boosted your confidence in it?
I know she had experience using it, and at that time in the early fall, I remember her indicating she was having success with it. I can't remember anything specific beyond that.
And after speaking with Dr. Nass, did you have any concerns about taking ivermectin to treat COVID?
No.
And in your mind, based on your conversation with Dr. Nass, were there any risks to you specifically as a patient for taking ivermectin to treat COVID instead of other treatment options?
Would you say that again?
Absolutely. Based on your conversation with Dr. Nass, did you understand that there were any risks specific to you in taking ivermectin for COVID instead of taking other treatment options?
Well, I'm going to object to the form of the question. What other treatment options? There weren't any.
Hold on, Ms. Mahoney, did you understand the question?
I'm going to need to have her out, say it again.
Okay. Go ahead, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Let's see. Okay. Did you understand that ivermectin was the best treatment option for you for treating COVID-19 after your conversation with Dr. Nass?
I wasn't calling her about other treatments. So I guess to say it was the best, that doesn't add up for me. I guess you just have to ask me again.
Did you discuss any other treatment options with Dr. Nass on your September 28th, 2021 phone call with her?
I can't remember. I mean, it's possible that we talked about hydroxychloroquine, but I don't recall specifically.
Okay, so your recollection of the telephone call is that you spoke only about ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Is that correct?
Objection. That's not what the witness testified. You're misstating the testimony.
Okay, well, she can answer. The question is yes or no. So she can answer yes or no. Was that what they discussed? Do you need the question repeated, Ms. Mahoney?
Yes, I do.
I'm asking if you're testifying that your phone call on September 28th with Dr. Nass in 2021 just discussed the treatment options of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin.
The big treatment that was out there for the world was this COVID shot. And I obviously didn't want that. That's why I called her. So what else was there to talk about?
So if you could just answer yes or no, please, Mrs. Mahoney. Did you discuss other treatment options besides ivermectin and potentially hydroxychloroquine with Dr. Nass during your September 28th, 2021 phone call?
Objection. The witness answered the question.
She hasn't answered the question. So
She has answered the question. She just doesn't like the answer.
Attorney Libby, you're out of line. The witness has not answered the question clearly. I do not understand her answer, so I'm asking her to answer the question.
No, I understood her answer.
Okay, and that's not your call to make. So please remain in your role as advocate. And Assistant Attorney General Willis, could you repeat the question one more time?
Yes. I am asking you, Mrs. Mahoney, if your testimony is that you discussed only the treatment options ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine for a potential COVID infection with Dr. Nass on the September 28th telephone call.
Put it in context, the big treatment that was being available and pushed was this COVID shot. And I wasn't interested, so we didn't talk about that.
Okay, so yes or no, are the only treatments that you discussed during this 9/28 telephone call were the only treatments you discussed ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine?
As far as I can recall, there weren't any other treatments.
And had you, do you recall specifically discussing with Dr. Nass hydroxychloroquine as a treatment option?
I can't say that I specifically recall that, but I certainly was relying on her to, advise me if there was, ivermectin was what I was originally calling about. And obviously, like I said to Mr. Libby, I was calling with an open mind. If she knew something better or whatever, she would tell me.
And when you did eventually end this phone call in September, had Dr. Nass asked you at any time during that September 28th telephone call for your permission to speak with anyone else in your family about your health care?
I don't recall that. I certainly put my husband on the phone, so.
So your husband also participated in the September 28th telephone call?
No, that's not what I said. I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
talking about further communications.
Okay, I misunderstood. You're referring to the later telephone call that you asked him to make in December. Is that correct?
Yes, all later communications, both my son and my husband were given my permission, and I asked them to talk to her.
And did you give that permission directly to your son? Who did you, when you said you gave permission, who did you tell he had permission?
Of course, I told him he could talk to Dr. Nass.
And did you tell Dr. Nass directly that she could speak to your son?
I hope I'm not out of line right now, but I'm getting a little bit irritated because my medical records that your board had got leaked to the newspaper.
Okay, so Ms. Mahoney, that's not the question, and I understand your frustration, but we're going to try to stick to question and answer during this part of the proceeding. The question is, did you tell Dr. Nass directly that she could speak to your son in December?
Did I hand him the phone? I can't remember that. Yes, he had my permission. I can't remember if I told her specifically he had my permission. We were all in the house together.
And did you tell Dr. Nass directly that she had your permission to speak to your husband?
Yes.
And when did you tell her directly that she could speak to your husband about your healthcare issues?
When he and I were in the room together when I had the headache and he called her originally.
Thank you. When you did get sick in December of 2021, what were your initial symptoms that made you think that you were ill?
Oh, gosh. You're asking me to remember a long time ago. Headache for sure. Just feeling flu-like, I guess, maybe sore throat. I can't remember.
And when you did get sick initially in December of 2021, did you take ivermectin as discussed with Dr. Nass?
Yes.
And did you initiate that treatment prior to a call to Dr. Nass?
No.
So you waited until you spoke to Dr. Nass or your husband spoke to Dr. Nass in December before taking the ivermectin, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you take hydroxychloroquine during December?
No.
No. And how did you determine that you had COVID-19?
Well, it was Dr. Nass that advised me to go ahead and take the ivermectin. If you recall, in the early part of December, COVID was practically on every doorstep in America, certainly in Maine.
And did you at any time prior to your hospitalization, take a test to determine whether you had COVID-19 instead of some other illness?
No.
I'm going to now refer to text messages that I believe your son made on your behalf. On the afternoon of December 15th, your son communicated to Dr. Nass, quote, "We are all suffering a lot." Do you recall what your symptoms were at that time?
Oh, I guess I'd say, we were checking our oxygen levels. I don't recall that being any big red flag and communicating that information to Dr. Nass. I was feeling nauseous, loss of appetite, headache. Can't remember if I had aches and pains. It definitely was like a supercharged flu for sure, but I couldn't tell you specifically.
And your son indicated at that time that you had a lot of bronchial phlegm. Were you coughing a lot at this time?
I don't recall that.
And do you recall whether your lungs were feeling congested at this time?
I don't recall that.
Were you having any trouble breathing?
I don't recall having any trouble. I went for a long walk on Tuesday, the day before, so I guess I have to say no.
And did you experience any shortness of breath at this time?
Tiredness, so whether that was breathing, I couldn't tell you. I don't recall feeling like I was having breathing problems. That would have alarmed me.
And then I'd like to jump now to the Friday of December 17th. Around 5 p.m., your son reported, quote, "My parents aren't doing very well," end quote. Was that accurate for you at that time?
When was that? Friday night?
Yes.
Well, I don't recall. I mean, I was doing well on Friday, and that's when, like I said, Dr. Nass told me how long to quarantine, and I was turning a corner, so I don't know.
And was that your conclusion that you were turning a corner?
On Friday, I was turning a corner.
And was that conveyed to Dr. Nass on your behalf?
I don't know if it was. My son might have been on the phone with her, and I came in the room and told her. I really can't remember. I just remember her telling me how to quarantine.
And you spoke directly to her when she told you about quarantining.
I'm going to have to say yes, because I don't remember I don't remember texting her. But again, you're asking almost 2 years ago.
And so I just want to clarify, I don't think I've heard clearly whether you yourself spoke to Dr. Nass on the telephone at any time during your at-home phase of the COVID illness. You just said you didn't text her. Did you speak to her on the phone at any time during your at-home phase of your COVID-19 illness?
Yes.
But you don't recall exactly when those calls occurred. Is that right?
Well, except I remember her telling me about quarantining. So that had to be on that Friday. As I said, we were in the house together, my son and my husband and myself. And sometimes my son would be on the phone with her when I was not yet in the room, because obviously he was calling about himself or his father, not just me. So there would be times I'd walk in the room and he was on the phone with her. So, then I would join in.
And to be clear, you were able to communicate for yourself during this entire period of time.
Objection in the form of the question, what period of time?
Pardon me, I was referring to a prior question. So during the at-home phase of your December COVID-19 illness, were you able at all times to communicate for yourself?
Well, like I said, when was in contact with her. I had a splitting headache. I could have called her, but my husband kindly offered, so I'm not going to turn that offer down. Yes, I could have talked to her.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, did Dr. Nass ever ask to speak to you directly?
I don't remember. I couldn't answer that question.
And throughout the at-home period of your COVID illness, were you able to care for yourself throughout that period?
Say that one more time, please.
Certainly. During the at-home phase of your COVID-19 illness, were you able to care for yourself at all times?
Yes.
Were you receiving any care from anyone else?
No.
Dr. Nass's notes indicate that on December 19th, the day you ultimately went to the hospital, that you had a dry cough at that time. Do you recall that?
I do know my hospital notes say barking cough, so I guess I must have had a barking cough.
And
I don't
you
recall.
You don't recall. And do you recall how long the cough had been going on?
I don't. I guess it wasn't bothersome enough for me to pay attention to.
And Dr. Nass's notes also indicate that you had a painful knot in your stomach 24/7. How long had that been going on?
Well, I wasn't eating very much, so in hindsight, it was giving me a stomach ache not to eat. So that had been going on a few days.
And I believe the note indicates that it had been going on for that you had been having a poor appetite for 2 weeks. Do you recall that as well?
I think that's probably accurate.
And Dr. Nass's notes from December 19th indicate that you were feeling weak and dizzy. How long had you been feeling weak?
Oh, again, let's see. I mean, on that Tuesday, I went for a 1 or 2 mile walk. So I guess probably that last weekend was when I was feeling weak.
And how long had you been feeling dizzy?
I don't particularly recall feeling dizzy. I think probably I was taking quite a nosedive there right at right before hospitalization.
And that's your recollection that you had a dramatic worsening? And roughly when do you think that happened?
Sometime that probably Saturday would have been my guess, or I don't know, Friday night. I couldn't tell you. Saturday for sure. And I would have remembered if I was dizzy because I would have been concerned about navigating the stairs.
And at any time during the at-home phase of your COVID-19 illness, had you had any bouts of difficulty breathing?
I don't recall having trouble breathing.
Had you had any bouts of feeling short of breath during the at-home period?
You know, I can't really say specifically, but maybe that weekend going up the stairs might have been difficult. Probably that was difficult on that weekend.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had been monitoring oxygen saturation. How were you doing that?
With a finger clip, whatever you call it.
And do you recall what your oxygen saturation levels had been before you went into the hospital?
I don't recall.
And to your knowledge, had Dr. Nass requested or received regular information about your oxygen saturation levels?
I recall that my son would be reporting that information to her.
And to your knowledge, what oxygen saturation levels would be worrisome?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
One of the other notations in your hospital record is that you were a former smoker. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the hospital record further indicates that the day of your admission that you had an episode when you stood up where your oxygen level dipped down to 80 or 83%. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you remember what that felt like?
Oh, well, you want to immediately sit down. That's what it felt like.
And had you experienced a similar feeling at home at any time when you had tried standing up or walking up the stairs?
No.
Had you noted any oxygen saturation levels in the 80s on your finger monitor at home?
Seems to me they were all 90 something or another.
Did you ever discuss monoclonal antibodies as a potential treatment with Dr. Nass?
I don't recall that.
And when you were speaking to Dr. Nass over the phone, did Dr. Nass ever explain to you any differences between being treated over the phone versus being seen in person?
Say that question again.
When you were talking to Dr. Nass on the phone, did Dr. Nass explain to you any differences between being treated over the phone versus being seen in person?
I don't recall that.
Did Dr. Nass ask for your agreement to being treated over the phone versus in person?
Say that again.
Did Dr. Nass ask for your agreement to being treated over the phone versus being treated in person?
She was a long ways away from me and I wouldn't have wanted to go to her office, so I wouldn't have gone to her office. I don't know if we talked about that or not, but I wouldn't have done it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mahoney. That's all I have for this witness.
Okay, do board members have any questions for Ms. Mahoney? Okay, Dr. Fay LeBlanc.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to thank you for coming today to talk with us. So my question is just about if you have primary care, like do you have a primary care doctor that you see regularly, or do you just seek care episodically when you don't feel well?
I had a nurse practitioner in Belfast as my person before COVID. It served me very well to only seek medical care when I feel like I need it. In fact, when I go to the doctor for anything, they're always gets their clipboard out and, well, okay, what meds are you on? And I'm like, I'm not on any medications. And they're always like, whoa, at your age? So it's worked well for me.
Okay, so things like preventative care, you don't regularly go for like annual physicals or well checks, things like that.
I'm not sure how that's relevant to this particular reason that we're meeting.
So Ms. Mahoney, unless there's an objection to a question, you should go ahead and answer it. I didn't hear an objection to the question. So the question is, do you regularly seek well care?
I do object on relevance grounds. What difference does that make?
Okay, so I can understand why there might be relevance to the board member asking this question, so I'm going to allow it. So Ms. Mahoney, did you seek well care prior to having COVID as a general rule?
I sought care when I felt like I needed it.
And did you have a good relationship with that nurse practitioner? Like, was that nurse practitioner aware of your consultation with Dr. Nass, or was that practitioner aware when you were sick?
No, she wasn't aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, any redirect Attorney Libby?
Yes. Nancy, Attorney Willis asked you a number of specific questions about your symptoms. Do you recall that?
Was that the first questioner?
It was Assistant Attorney General Willis, the lady who just questioned you.
Say the question again, please.
Sure.
The names don't come up on the screen. I'm sorry, so I don't know who I'm talking to.
All right, fair point. When you were being asked questions by the questioner before board member Renee Fay LeBlanc, that was the Assistant Attorney General. Do you recall she was asking you about specific questions about your symptoms at the time you became ill in December of 2021?
Yes, I recall that.
And do you recall that she asked you specific symptoms about what your oxygen level was because of the oxygen pulse oximeter that she had in her finger? Do you recall that?
I recall that.
And my question, Nancy, is if a board staff member had contacted you when they subpoenaed your records, would your memory have been a lot fresher than it is almost 2 years later?
Objection, relevance.
Well,
Go ahead.
relevance to show.
I'm going to allow it. You can go ahead and answer, Ms. Mahoney.
My memory would have been a whole lot better almost 2 years ago.
Right. And you would have been able to recall more specifics, which have now faded with the lapse of passage of time, correct?
It's almost 2 years ago since I talked to Dr. Nass on the phone, let alone the whole COVID situation. So obviously, yes, my memory would have been much better. A lot of water's gone under the bridge since then.
A lot of water. So you looked at the hospital record, which contains your history. Now, you reported to Dr. Nass, and Dr. Nass concluded that you were relatively healthy when you consulted September 28th,
Objection.
2021, correct?
Objection. Attorney Libby is asking a question that calls for information the witness does not directly have.
Witness doesn't know if she was healthy?
She doesn't know what Dr. Nass concluded. You asked her what Dr. Nass concluded.
Okay, so
That was part of the question.
reframe it, please?
Sorry.
Can you reframe the question, please?
Nancy, were you healthy at the time you consulted with Dr. Nass?
Yes.
And is there anything in the history that the Assistant Attorney General had you look at that would alter your description of being healthy at the time you consulted with Dr. Nass?
Is there anything in my, say that again?
Sure. You remember the history that you looked at in your Penn Bay medical record while being questioned by the Assistant Attorney General?
Yes.
And my question is, was there anything in that history that would contradict your statement to your belief that you were relatively healthy when you consulted with Dr. Nass?
No, there's no contradiction in that.
Okay. Now, the Assistant Attorney General brought up the text messages from your son, which are marked as Exhibit 16. And I want to bring to your attention Sunday, December 19th. That was the day you went to Penn Bay ER, correct?
Correct.
And your son asked, Merrill, do you think it would make sense for you to call Penn Bay and make sure they don't put my mom on remdesivir? Otherwise, I was thinking about driving over there to tell them, but I don't know if I have legal authority.
Objection, relevance.
Was your son aware of your aversion to remdesivir?
So is there still an objection to the question now that it's completed?
Could you please repeat the question, Attorney Libby? I was waiting for a ruling on the first objection.
The question was your son aware of your aversion to remdesivir?
Yes, same objection, relevance.
Response?
These are already in evidence, Judge. How can we make a relevance objection to a piece of evidence that has already been admitted?
So as I understand it, she's objecting to the question, not to the document that's already in evidence. So can you speak to the relevance of the question?
She's already testified at length of her aversion to remdesivir, and apparently her son knew of that aversion because he wanted to tell the hospital.
Okay, so.
And my question is a simple one. Was her son aware of her aversion to remdesivir?
You can answer that, Ms. Mahoney.
Mr. Libby, ask me that question, please.
Sure. Was your son Joel aware of that you didn't want to be administered the medication remdesivir?
Yes, he was aware of that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any recross?
No recross.
Okay, Ms. Mahoney, thank you so much for being here as a witness. You are excused. You may observe the proceeding as a attendee to the Zoom webinar, or you may leave, but we are done with your testimony. Thank you. We're going to take a recess. And while we do that, board staff can admit as a panelist the next witness, who is going to be Mike Balos. Is that correct?
Right. I just want to make the hearing officer aware that I had intended to start Mr. Balos at 9:45. I had asked the attorney generals to provide me information about whether they were crossing and the length of their cross. This cross was longer than my direct examination. So if we're going to finish this today, then we're going to need to be focused. And I'm objecting to continually being blindsided by the Attorney General's office, who won't communicate with me as I have them to tell them the time of my expected direct examination.
Okay, so this has all been thoroughly aired by email communication prior to the hearing, so I'm not going to say any more about it. They've given you their best estimate of cross-examination.
They haven't given me any estimate. That's the problem.
Attorney Libby, you're out of line again, and I'm going to move on and indicate that we're going to take a break, and the next witness is Mr. Balos, and board staff may admit him as a panelist during the 10-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, we're waiting for one board member and then we can resume. Okay, we have everyone back and we have Mr. Balos who has joined us. Good morning, Mr. Balos.
Good morning.
Am I saying that correctly?
Yes,
Okay, great. My name is Rebecca Smith. I'm the hearing officer presiding over the hearing. You can also see identified by their video tiles board members. Also joining us is our court reporter, the Assistant Attorney General representing board staff, Jennifer Willis, Dr. Nass, and her counsel, Attorney Libby. Did you tune into the hearing just prior to now?
yeah, we just got everything going to make sure everything was working just a few minutes ago.
Okay, and so you did not observe any portion of the hearing this morning, correct?
No, we didn't, heard none of it, no.
Okay, so I'm going to start by swearing you in and then I'll give you some instructions about testifying. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes,
Okay, and I have two other questions. Do you swear or affirm that you will not seek or accept any assistance while giving your testimony, including but not limited to coaching advice, suggested answers, or undisclosed notes or documents?
yes,
And do you swear or affirm that you will let me know if anyone is in the room with you while you are testifying?
yes,
Okay, thank you. We're done with the swearing in. I'll give you some instructions about testifying. Attorney Libby has called you as a witness. He will ask you questions first. Assistant Attorney General Willis may have cross-examination for you. Board members may have clarifying questions, and then each attorney has a chance for final follow-up questions. If there's an objection to a question that's been asked of you, please wait for me to make a ruling and I will let you know if you can answer the question. If you don't understand a question, please ask for clarification. Please try to make sure the person asking the question has completed their question before you begin your answer, so we have only one person talking at a time on the record. If you encounter a distraction in the location you're in, please let me know, and I'm happy to give you a moment to address that. If you need a break for any reason, just let me know. And if you get removed from the hearing for a technical reason, just sign back in and we will readmit you as a panelist. You should have been provided some hearing exhibits. Do you have documents that were provided to you by Attorney Libby?
I do. I have those on a separate computer to my left, just a little bit here.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you not to utilize them to answer questions unless you're asked to refer to them.
Right,
Okay. And I also want to instruct you that some of the documents you received are confidential and ask you to maintain the confidentiality of those documents. You can
Sure.
destroy them or delete them once we're done with the hearing. Okay?
yes,
Do you have any questions about testifying?
no.
Okay, could you start by stating and spelling your name for the record, please?
My name is Michael Balos, Michaelbalos.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Libby, you may begin.
Hearing Officer Smith, could I ask a quick question? Could Mr. Bayless just confirm that no one is in the room with him at this time?
Right. As part of the swearing in, I indicated he would let me know that, but we can clarify that for the record. So Mr. Bayless, is anyone in the room with you?
No, no one is in the room. My wife is in the house with our dog, but she is in another part of the house.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Mike.
Good morning.
I want to ask you some questions about your background. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
And your wife's name?
Angela.
And when did you become a resident of Maine?
Most recently, we moved back to Maine in about 3.5 years ago, first part of 2020.
Okay. And where had you and your wife been before you returned to Maine?
We had lived the previous about 13.5 years in the state of Alaska.
Okay. And how are you employed, Mike?
I am pastor at Main Street Baptist Church here in Brunswick.
Okay. And your work in Alaska, was you also working as a pastor?
Yes, sir. We started a church and I stayed there and pastored during the time while I was there.
Okay. So did you specifically come to Maine to assume your duties as pastor of the church?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you and your wife came to Maine from Alaska, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time that you came to Maine, which was, according to your testimony, early 2020, where did you establish your residence? What town?
We lived in Brunswick on what is known as the formal naval base there. We rented an apartment there on the base.
Okay. And have you since moved from that apartment?
Yes, we moved once while we were at the base. We moved to another location on the base because they're selling those units. And so we had to relocate once. And then we have purchased a house in Lisbon Falls here, and we've been living here for about 4 months.
Okay. Now, when you were in Maine, and I'm talking at a time the pandemic first struck in March of 2020. After the pandemic struck, were you vaccinated or not?
No.
And why weren't you vaccinated?
On a personal level, I was just uncomfortable with the new technology of the vaccines and just felt like it would be better to not go that route if there were other alternatives.
Okay. Now, had you made that decision before you had any communication with Dr. Nass?
Yes.
And when you came to Maine, did you have any medications with you, specifically ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine?
Not before we got to Maine. I don't remember that.
Okay. Did you obtain either of those medications after you came to Maine?
Yes.
I'm talking about before you obtained any prescriptions from Dr. Nass. Did you obtain ivermectin?
Yes.
Can you explain to the board where you obtained that?
As we considered alternatives to the vaccine, I located a website by the frontline physicians, the FLCCC website, and began to look for physicians that could prescribe alternative medicines. And we were able to find a physician through that website. And we did get ivermectin prescription through that.
Okay. And can you explain why you were looking for the ivermectin prescription?
Well, I wanted to take it prophylactically. So as a preventative to try to steer away from getting the COVID-19.
And what was the source? What state provided you the ivermectin?
As I recall, the physician was in Texas.
Okay. Now, did you take that medication prophylactically?
I did. I did. And later, just to add this, as new information was being given out on the website at the FLCCC, I was probably taking about half as much as I should have taken for my weight and for those type things. I didn't realize they had updated their information. So I was on what would have been considered a pretty low dose for my person.
If you recall, what was that dose?
Oh, goodness. I think it was about 24 milligrams twice a week. Okay. I believe that's correct.
So what led you to Dr. Nass?
We had come to the conclusion that we would we would be better served, or we would like to find a doctor more local in case if there were any problems or issues. So we once again searched the site, the FLCCC site, looking to see if we could find a doctor in Maine that was in keeping with what we believe to be the best way to deal with COVID.
And is that how you came upon Dr. Nass?
Yes.
And did you contact Dr. Nass?
Yes.
And how did you contact her?
Well, my wife and I were both in this process, and I'm sure it was by phone was the initial contact.
And when you say the initial contact was by phone, were both you and your wife on the phone?
I do not remember as far as the initial contact. I do know later when we were being talked to about, our medical conditions and history, our medical histories and things like that, we did do the telemed type visit.
Telemedicine, telehealth. So when Dr. Nass took your history, your wife, whose name is Angela, was also on the phone.
Yes, yeah, we were together during that time.
Okay. And did your wife have the same concerns as you did with respect to a future COVID infection?
Objection. Calls for information the witness does not necessarily have.
Mr. Bayless, are you able to answer the question?
Restate the question if you don't mind, Mr. Libby.
Was your wife looking for the same information with respect to alternative treatments as you were?
Yes, we were both
Okay.
pursuing that.
I'm gonna allow that question.
So when Dr. Nass took your histories, this was a telehealth or telemedicine visit?
Yes.
Is that what you and your wife wanted?
Yes, we were content with that.
And in taking your history, did Dr. Nass ask you for all of the medications that you were on?
Yes.
Did Dr. Nass ask you about other health-related conditions?
Yes.
And did she do the same with your wife, Angela?
Yes.
Now, did your wife, Angela, have your authority to communicate with Dr. Nass about your health and your health condition?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the telehealth meeting with Dr. Nass, were you provided a prescription?
Yes.
What was that prescription?
The initial prescription was for ivermectin. It was prescribed in such a manner that it would be taken at the onset of any symptoms of COVID. Once you took a COVID test and had COVID, then it was to be used that way.
Okay. And were those Dr. Nass's instruction to you?
Yes.
Did you know or recognize that as a patient, you would be considered high risk, Mike?
Yes, based on my weight and based on the fact that I have diabetes and high blood pressure.
Okay. Now, you, according to Board Exhibit 21, your initial consultation with Dr. Nass was September 2nd, 2021?
Yes, am I allowed to look at those? I mean, I assume that if that's what it says, that's correct.
I don't think there's any dispute. That's what the medical record says. Did your wife obtain a similar prescription? If you know.
Yes, she did.
Okay. So after September 2nd, 2021, let me go back. When you were looking for a physician, were you looking for a physician with hospital privileges?
I think our primary motivation was to find a physician in Maine that could prescribe the medicines that we were looking for.
Okay.
Primarily at that time, ivermectin.
Okay. So you had been taking ivermectin prophylactically. Did that continue after September 2nd, 2021?
Yes. Yes.
So, and that ivermectin was sourced from the physician in Texas, correct?
Yes. And as I said, it was probably about a half of a dose compared to what the adjustments had been made with the FLCCC, but I did not realize they had made that adjustment.
Now, one of the issues that the board has raised with respect to Dr. Nass's consultation with you is whether or not you were provided appropriate informed consent with respect to the medications that were prescribed. And under the standards followed by the board, it's a two-part. So first part is the physician has disclosed and explained to patient satisfaction the process used to arrive at medically reasonable intervention based on reliable evidence of expected benefit and risk free of bias. In your estimation, did Dr. Nass meet that standard with you?
Yes.
The second part of the informed consent is that the patient is given ample opportunity to ask questions about the process and recommended interventions to the extent the patient wishes, all questions having been answered to the patient's satisfaction. Were you given that opportunity, Mike?
Yes.
Now, you had been aware of ivermectin, obviously, because you were taking it. And Dr. Nass prescribed you ivermectin to take upon the first sign of symptoms.
A larger dose, yes.
Okay. And what were her instructions to you with respect to either experiencing symptoms or contacting her when you experience symptoms?
Well, I know the medicine itself on the instructions at the onset of symptoms, you would begin a daily regimen of what was a higher dosage than what I was taking of the medicine, and that ran several days.
And did you eventually come down with COVID-19 symptoms?
Yes.
And when was that?
The date, I don't remember exactly. That probably would be a better question for my wife. She kept up with the dates and things. And just to be totally transparent, once I began to experience symptoms and in the early part of a hospital stay that I know will be discussed, my memory was pretty sketchy. And I don't know if that's because of the COVID or because my oxygen levels were low or the fever that I was experiencing, but there'll be times that I'll have to just be transparent and say, I don't remember.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you remember, did you or Angela contact Dr. Nass when you started experiencing symptoms?
Yes, Angela did.
Okay. And did Dr. Nass, through Angela, make any recommendations for additional prescriptions?
Yes, there were some other medicines that were discussed, yes.
And was one of those hydroxychloroquine?
Yes.
Were you familiar with that medication in your general search for alternative medicines?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you recall that Dr. Nass prescribed when you started experiencing symptoms?
As far as I do know that she did prescribe the hydroxychloroquine. I know also that she had mentioned like a Z-Pack and some possible steroid. I want to say, I think it was like prednisone. I don't remember exactly, but I think it was something along those lines.
Okay. Now, did you have any test to determine whether you had COVID?
We did a home test, yes.
Okay. And the home test was positive?
Yes.
And what were the symptoms that you were first experiencing after the positive home test?
Just almost flu-like symptoms, just not feeling good and very lethargic. And so that was what encouraged us, to go ahead and test to check and see.
Now, did you ultimately receive a prescription for hydroxychloroquine from Dr. Nass after you tested positive for COVID?
Yes.
Did you take that prescription of hydroxychloroquine? In other words, did you use any of the pills?
I did not get to. I was able to do the ivermectin. I was able to do some of the antibiotic prescription, but because I ended up in the hospital, I was not able to take the hydroxychloroquine.
Now, have you become aware that Dr. Nass's prescription for hydroxychloroquine to you was questioned by a pharmacist? And she told the pharmacist it was being prescribed for Lyme disease?
I have become aware of that, yes.
Okay. And did you become aware of that through communications between Dr. Nass and Angela?
Yes.
From your perspective, Mike, what is your response to Dr. Nass saying Lyme disease to get you the hydroxychloroquine?
Well, I mean, my perspective is I'm grateful for a physician that was willing to do what she felt like was in the best interest of her patient in order to try to get the patient the help that they needed. There were so many things about COVID that were still being learned, and much of what was being done didn't seem to be helpful. But these medicines, seemingly, if depending on the physicians that you researched and tried to learn from, there were positive results, which gave me confidence in her. And as I said, I was very grateful. I've been told that I should not have survived the experience on the ventilator, and I attribute being here today to Dr. Nass and the good work of the people at Mid-Coast Hospital and a lot of prayer.
Were you aware, Mike, that the Board of Registration in Medicine subpoenaed your medical records from Dr. Nass and from the hospital?
I was never notified of anything like that, no.
Have you ever been contacted by a representative of the Board of Licensure of Medicine?
No.
Did anyone ever ask you about your treatment experience with Dr. Nass or your consultation experience with Dr. Nass?
No one from the board, no.
So I'm asking you to tell the board about your experience with Dr. Nass.
Our encounter with her was very positive. She is a very caring physician, and I felt like was motivated by trying to do what she felt like was honestly in the best interest of us as patients. And we were very comfortable with the direction that she gave us and what she was willing to provide. That's what we went seeking for when we researched this. And so we as clients, patients, we've been very pleased with what she provided and was able to do for us.
And is that still true today?
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't do anything differently.
Now, you, according to Dr. Nass's records, she was contacted December 11th, where she put in play the efforts to get you the prescription of hydroxychloroquine. What were the conditions? You've said that you had flu-like symptoms. Did those symptoms affect your breathing?
Yes.
Okay. And when did they start affecting your breathing?
Really, a few days in the onset of COVID, we had the oximeter, the little meter to check on your finger to check your oxygen level, and my levels were moving downward over time.
Okay. And was this information being conveyed to Dr. Nass by your wife, Angela?
Objection, foundation.
Okay, can you establish foundation, Attorney Libby?
Are you aware through communications with your wife that she was communicating with Dr. Nass?
Yes.
Was she doing that with your consent?
Yes.
Now, at some point during your symptoms, did Dr. Nass tell you that she wanted to get a chest x-ray?
Yes. Now, let me be very clear on this. By that point in time, my memory is pretty sketchy, but I do know that Angela had informed me that that was her instruction, that I needed to get a chest x-ray.
And what did you do to get that chest x-ray?
Ended up over at Mid-Coast Hospital.
In the emergency room?
Yes.
And what happened at the emergency room?
Well, I assume they did the x-ray, and then obviously I was admitted to the hospital. I do not even remember that at all.
Okay. So you went to the hospital, and Dr. Nass had written some prescriptions, but before she submitted them, she wanted the chest x-ray. Is that your recollection?
I don't have a strong, clear recollection on that and the timing, just to be honest.
Okay. So that would be Angela who would have those memories.
She would probably be better able to answer that.
Now, after you came down with symptoms, Mike, were you reluctant to go to the hospital?
Very much so. I was trying to do everything I could do to stay out of the hospital.
Why were you reluctant to go to the hospital?
Based on what I had seen and read about and learned, the chances of coming out of the hospital if you went in severe enough and ended up in the ICU on a ventilator, your chances of coming off of that were really pretty small.
So I want to talk a little bit about remdesivir.
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware of that drug?
I was.
Used to treat inpatient COVID patients before you went to the hospital?
Yes, I was aware of it.
And were you concerned about being administered that drug?
Very much so. What I was able to learn about remdesivir is that it potentially could cause kidney issues. Both of my parents, when they passed away, had dealt with renal failure. And I was very much concerned about that being a course of treatment that I did not want. And actually, we wrote out papers before I went in, and I did sign saying I did not want remdesivir as a treatment.
So you went to the emergency room with a note signed by you instructing the hospital not to administer remdesivir?
Yes.
Your attitudes or beliefs with respect to remdesivir, were they ever discussed with Dr. Nass, to your recollection?
I don't recall.
You don't recall whether or not you discussed them with her?
Correct.
Okay. So you went in the hospital. Were you administered remdesivir?
Yes, eventually they did give, my understanding, they did give me remdesivir.
Now, one of the allegations the board has made against Dr. Nass is that because she prescribed you ivermectin and or hydroxychloroquine that you didn't take, it delayed your admission to the hospital and created risk for you. Is that your feeling?
Not at all. Not at all. My hesitance to go to the hospital had nothing to do with Dr. Nass or any recommendation from her at that point. As a matter of fact, to go get the x-ray was her suggestion. You know, so going to the hospital ended up being something that was really motivated from her perspective.
And what was your personal attitude, Mike, as you were sick and becoming sicker about the hospital?
Once again, I'm grateful for the hospital and the treatment that I received as far as just general care. As far as attitudes or thoughts about that on the early end, you know, especially before I got sick and in the early part of my sickness, I did not want to go to the hospital if there was anything that could be done to avoid that. past that point, I can't tell you much about attitude while I was there, because the early part of my hospital stay, I don't even have much recollection at all.
Okay. Eventually, you were discharged from the hospital?
Yes.
And during your hospital stay, you were mechanically intubated? Ventilated?
Yes, that's what I'm told.
Do you recall how the ventilation ended?
Only what I have been told.
It's contained in your medical records that you pulled the ventilation out of your mouth.
Yeah, I don't remember doing that, but I can, if my hands were loose and I was conscious enough to realize I had a tube down my throat, I think most folks would probably feel that desire to get that out of their throat.
How was your recovery after you were discharged, Mike?
I did well. I came home. I was weak. I was extremely weak. But over time, I was able to build up my strength. I did have some home health that helped me for a few weeks with some exercises and things to try to regain strength.
Now, in some of the email exchanges with Angela, she indicates that the first sign of illness was December 6th.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'd like to be heard on this topic, please.
Okay.
Before this goes any further, my understanding from the question that Attorney Libby is referring to emails that we have just been notified about. We had an exhibit submission deadline for licensee exhibits.
There are no emails. It was a misreference to text messages, which are already in evidence.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead with the question.
The first signs of illness, according to the text messages, was December 6th. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Now, did Angela also start having symptoms of COVID?
Yes, she did.
And is it your recollection that you both self-tested on December 10th?
Well, I know we both self-tested. I couldn't give you the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Now, before you went to the hospital, Mike, did you discuss with Angela monoclonal antibodies as a treatment for COVID?
We had talked about that earlier on, yes.
And had you made any decision about monoclonal antibodies?
I know Angela had made efforts to get that treatment for me, but by the time in the progression of COVID, by the time I was actually able to go to get that, we were really past the window where they would have been effective.
And in your mind, Mike, does Dr. Nass bear any responsibility for that?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Pardon me. Relevance.
Okay. Response, Attorney Libby.
Well, one of the allegations here is that the delay in traditional medications resulted in risk to Mike with respect to the delayed hospitalization. And I'm simply asking him whether, in his view, Dr. Nass has any responsibility for that decision.
Or the decision to what? Can you just clarify?
The decision on monoclonal antibodies being too late to administer.
Okay.
And again, that's outside of this witness's area of knowledge.
So I'm going to allow him to consider based on his layperson's knowledge of his own condition. Do you need the question repeated, Mr. Balos?
Yes, please.
There was a discussion December 15th in the text exchanges between Dr. Nass and Angela. And the question was, what about monoclonal antibodies? Do you recall that in those text messages, one of those text messages, Dr. Nass said it was too late?
Yes, I do remember that.
And my question is, with respect to monoclonal antibodies and it being too late, in your mind as the patient, does Dr. Nass bear any responsibility for that?
No, that decision I would have been very comfortable with, simply because in my research with the FLCCC, as they were dealing with COVID, they found that certain treatments were effective at certain points during the sickness, but once you got to a specific point, they might not be as effective. So I trusted her judgment on that. I mean, we were comfortable that that decision was in my best interest.
Have you had any long-term impacts from your COVID infection, Mike?
Nothing that I could say is debilitating. No, I feel like I've gotten well.
Okay. You're still pastoring at the church?
Yes.
Okay. And did Dr. Nass charge you for her services?
I assume there were fees. Angela generally takes care of our bills and things of that nature, so I'm assuming that there were.
Okay. So if a person was looking for alternate care for COVID-19, would you refer that person to Dr. Nass?
Wholeheartedly.
In terms of Dr. Nass's accessibility for communicating with you or Angela, how would you describe that?
She was very responsive, especially going through the process. I know there was quite an exchange of texts and different communications to try to make sure she was on top of what I was dealing with at the time. And as best I understand, she's always been very responsive to that.
Good. Thank you, Mike. The Assistant Attorney General may have some questions for you.
Attorney General Wallace, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Hearing Officer Smith. Good morning, Mr. Bayless. I'm Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Willis. Thank you for participating in this hearing. Did you speak to Attorney Libby or Attorney Smith about the testimony that you're giving today?
Attorney Libby, yes.
And what instructions did Attorney Libby give you about testifying?
Basically to be concise, to be honest, and try to give my answers as clear as I can remember. And if there was something that I did not remember, to be forthright about that.
And were you provided anything other than exhibits by Attorney Libby related to your testimony?
No, nothing else necessarily, no.
And did you do anything on your own to prepare for the testimony you're giving today?
No, not really, not special.
And did you speak to Dr. Nass about giving testimony today?
No, don't remember speaking to her about this.
And I'm going to start with the September telephone call that you had with Dr. Nass. Dr. Nass testified that she was your COVID doctor. Was that also your understanding?
That was why we contacted her. Yes, it was issues of COVID.
And what did you understand her acting as your COVID doctor to mean?
That she was open to exploring and working with alternatives to dealing with COVID rather than the vaccines.
And you've talked a little bit with Attorney Libby already about the ivermectin prescription that you received in September. I'd just like to ask you some additional questions about that. What did you learn from Dr. Nass specifically about taking ivermectin to treat COVID-19?
Well, that particularly in order to take it, once there was an onset of COVID, the instructions then were very different from the dosage that you would take if you were just taking it as a preventative, and that instead of taking it once or twice a week, you would end up taking it daily for a series of days in the early part of COVID.
And did you discuss at all the efficacy of ivermectin as a treatment for COVID-19?
Yeah, we did, and felt like it was a safe drug.
And what did you learn from Dr. Nass specifically about the effectiveness of ivermectin as a treatment for COVID-19?
That there are people that had been taking it that had positive results.
And did speaking with Dr. Nass boost your confidence in taking ivermectin as a treatment for COVID-19?
I wouldn't say it boosted it because I was pretty much already convinced.
And did you discuss during that phone call the fact that you were taking ivermectin prophylactically already?
Honestly, I don't remember if we discussed that or not.
Okay, but you did continue after this conversation to take ivermectin prophylactically. I believe you testified. Is that correct?
Yes.
And after speaking with Dr. Nass, did you have any concerns at all about taking ivermectin for COVID-19?
No.
Did you understand that there might be any risks to you of taking ivermectin?
There are risks with any drug. So whether it's an aspirin or any other drug, there's always a side effect. Most of the prescriptions I take right now have warnings that come along with them or a list of side effects.
Right. And I'm asking, did you specifically discuss any potential risks with Dr. Nass of you as a patient taking ivermectin?
I don't recall discussing risks per se.
Did you discuss any other treatment options for an active case of COVID-19 with Dr. Nass prior to your December illness?
I want to be careful not to answer. I don't remember discussing those. I was personally aware of medicines like hydroxychloroquine and certain antibiotics and things. I was aware of those prior to any discussions with Dr. Nass.
So you don't recall whether you discussed any other treatment options with Dr. Nass, is that correct?
I don't recall if we did early on, yeah.
And after your phone call with Dr. Nass in September, did you understand the plan for treatment if you got COVID to be that you would start taking the dose that she had prescribed of ivermectin?
Yes, to take the dose and then to contact her.
And to contact her. Were there any other parts of the plan that you understood?
Well, but I mean, other than further instructions would come if that was the case, if I came down with COVID.
And based on your discussions with Dr. Nass, how did you understand being high risk would affect you as a patient if you did get COVID-19?
well, high risk in the sense that I think, severe sickness, death was highly possible for those that had diabetes or for those that were overweight or had high blood pressure, that just the risk factor was a lot higher.
And did Dr. Nass explain to you any relationship between being high risk and potentially taking ivermectin as a treatment method for COVID-19?
I'm sure that we probably did discuss that. I don't remember specifically.
Now I'd like to talk with you about when you actually did get COVID-19 in December. You indicated that you did take a home test. Do you recall when specifically you took that home test?
Not as far as the date. I was probably 2 or 3 days into symptoms when I took the test.
And did you have a primary care physician at this time?
Yes, yes, I do have a primary care physician.
And did you discuss your COVID-19 illness at all with your primary care physician?
No.
Did you have any other healthcare providers at this time in December of 2021?
Several other healthcare providers for different issues. I have an endocrinologist. I have Dr. Welsh, I know, was involved in my care while I was at the hospital. She's a pulmonologist, and so she was involved in that process as well.
And did any of your other healthcare providers besides Dr. Nass prescribe medications to you?
I'm not sure if Dr. Welsh did or not, to be honest. I know she was involved in a lot of the decisions and things concerning my care, but I really don't recall, to be honest.
And the existing medications that you identified you were taking to Dr. Nass, were those prescribed by multiple prescribers or by a single prescriber?
Multiple doctors, yeah. Different specialists, like a cardiologist or endocrinologist.
Thank you. Attorney Libby has already asked you about the text messages that your wife exchanged with Dr. Nass. And you indicated that you had already been sick for several days at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And was that roughly, to your recollection, when you took the test, was prior to calling Dr. Nass?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we would not have called unless it had been confirmed that it was.
Okay. Thank you. And later that day, your wife had a telephone call with Dr. Nass. Is that correct?
I don't remember.
Were you on any telephone calls with Dr. Nass during December when you were ill, before you went into the hospital?
I truly don't remember. I know my wife did most of the connecting with the doctor.
And you indicated that your memory is a little fuzzy. So to the best of your recollection, were you able to communicate with others during your at-home phase of the COVID-19 illness?
I mean, according to my wife, I was communicating with her. We have talked about that time frame just to try to jog my memory on just not anything necessarily to do with this, but just in general. And so, yeah, I was pretty foggy on a lot of things, but she would still tell me, well, you, for instance, when we went to the hospital, when she took me over to the hospital, she said we were talking about it and all that, but there is a lot of that I don't recall. But she said, well, in our discussions, you seem pretty lucid. So it's difficult to say, but I'm trying to be just as transparent as I can on this.
And do you recall any episodes of confusion?
During my hospital stay, yes.
Prior to your hospital stay, do you recall any episodes of confusion?
They probably were there. I do not recall them.
And between the September 2021 call with Dr. Nass and then the reach out in December of 2021 when you had COVID, had any of your existing medical conditions changed?
I don't believe so.
And had you developed any new medical conditions between September 2021 and December of 2021?
I don't believe so.
And had any of your medications changed?
That's possible. Sometimes a doctor will change the dosage on a prescription, or they will try a new medicine. I don't know exactly on the timing. I know with my diabetes, I've been on different medications over time.
And to your knowledge, did you or your wife have a discussion with Dr. Nass about the risks to you of taking a hydroxychloroquine or a Z-Pak once you were ill with COVID?
That she would have probably had that discussion with my wife.
And did you understand that there were any specific risks to you related to those medications?
As I said, I assume any medicine that I take that there's always a chance of a side effect or a risk. That's just an assumption that I take because of any kinds of medicines. So I understand that to be the case.
And do you have any direct understanding that Dr. Nass communicated any risks related to those medications to you or your wife?
I'll have to let my wife answer that one.
And you had indicated that you had done some research on hydroxychloroquine as a potential treatment for you, and that it was prescribed for you by Dr. Nass in December. Did you understand, did you learn anything, or to your knowledge, did your wife learn anything new about hydroxychloroquine from speaking with Dr. Nass when she prescribed it?
I don't know that I learned anything new.
And to your knowledge, were there any other treatment options discussed on that December 11th telephone call besides hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin?
I don't know.
And to your knowledge, once you had COVID-19, did Dr. Nass advise you or your wife about when specifically you might need to see a doctor in person during your illness?
Once again, and I'm really not trying to be evasive, I'm just trying to be honest. I don't remember. That would have been a conversation she probably would have had with my wife, because they did the majority of the communicating once I got sick.
Understood. And your answer to this question may be just the same, and that's fine. If you don't recall, you don't recall. To your knowledge, did Dr. Nass give any specific directions about what COVID symptoms you might experience that would require immediate in-person care?
This is an assumption on my part, but I assume based on my oxygen levels and my difficulty breathing, which is part of why she encouraged me to get the lung x-ray. So I'm assuming, yes, there had to be that discussion and encouragement to seek medical attention outside of what she was able to do as far as getting an x-ray.
So, Mr. Balos, I appreciate your working hard to answer the question. If you're speculating and you don't really know, it's best if you can just say, I'm not sure, or I don't remember.
Well,
Okay.
I simply am saying I don't know that I would have gone for a lung x-ray had it not been for her encouragement to do that.
And did you discuss with Dr. Nass specifically your concerns about being hospitalized?
I'm sure we did that, because that was high on my list of not wanting to be hospitalized.
And what did Dr. Nass say to you about that?
I don't recall.
And at the time that you got COVID-19 in December of 2021, you were taking a medication called diltiazem. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
And what were you taking that for?
I think that is one that has been prescribed that deals with some of my high blood pressure and things like that.
And you don't need to say a name. Did you have a specialist who prescribed that for you?
Yeah, that would have been prescribed by another physician, yes.
And to your knowledge, did Dr. Nass ask for the prescribing doctor's name and contact information related to that prescription?
Objection, relevance.
It's relevant to whether appropriate patient care was delivered in this case, which involves counts 1, 2, and 4.
There's no testimony, there's no evidence in this case that Dr. Nass was required to consult with anyone.
Okay, so she's simply asking whether she did or didn't. So, and to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Bayless, you can answer the question. Do you need the question repeated?
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't have any knowledge of that.
And when you spoke with Dr. Nass, did you give Dr. Nass permission directly to speak to your wife about your health care?
Yes.
And she asked you for permission and you gave it?
Well, since we had our initial interview together, I think it was understood that my wife and I were knowledgeable of each other's healthcare needs, and that we were able to speak on behalf of one another.
But you weren't specifically asked to give that permission, is that correct?
I don't remember that. I won't say yes or no because I really don't remember.
You indicated that you had been using a finger monitor, I believe, to monitor your oxygen levels while you were at home. And the records of the text messages from your wife indicate that on the evening of December 14th, your oxygen saturation fell to 88 or 89%. Was that the first time that had happened?
I don't know. I mean, that was something that Angela was monitoring. And so I'm just not sure. I was not keeping up in my mind with those levels. But I'm assuming because she contacted Dr. Nass that was getting more negative.
And were you having difficulty breathing at this time?
Yes.
Were you having difficulty taking a deep breath?
I assume so, but I don't know per se.
And were you able to get up and walk around on your own at this time?
Yes.
And did you have any episodes of confusion at this time?
Yes.
And the day after that, the text from your wife indicates that you were considering doing monoclonal antibodies. Specifically said, Mike is considering doing monoclonal antibodies. Why were you considering that option at that time?
Well, I had read some information on it, and I'd also had some acquaintances that had taken that treatment, and it had been very helpful for them.
And had you discussed monoclonal antibodies at any time with Dr. Nass prior to that text?
I don't recall that.
And your wife also asked Dr. Nass roughly at the same time about treatment with fluoxetine or fluoxamine. Why was that being considered at that time, if you know?
I think those were just other medicines that I had seen on the FLCCC website that were treatments that had been tried.
And had you previously discussed those options with Dr. Nass?
I don't remember if we talked about those particular medicines or not.
And your wife also asked Dr. Nass by text about anti-androgen therapies. Why were you considering those at that time?
Once again, if there were any medicines that had come up in conversation, it would have been simply because I had read about them and just wanted to learn more.
And had you, to your knowledge, previously discussed that option with Dr. Nass?
I don't recall.
On December 15th, around 7:30 p.m., your wife called Dr. Nass indicating that your oxygen saturation was again below 90% and that you had a fever, coughing, sweats, chills, and a poor appetite. Were you aware that your wife was calling Dr. Nass at this time?
I wasn't very aware of anything at that point.
I mean, I'm going to object. I mean, the man is deathly sick. He's already testified that his memory is compromised by his illness, which is why his wife is communicating with Dr. Nass. I don't know why we're wasting time that is very valuable today with these questions.
Assistant Attorney General Willis.
I'm simply trying to establish what the patient himself knew and what his symptoms were at this time. We don't have a lot of record information about that, and I'm trying to get the information from the patient.
Okay, you can go ahead.
And did you, it sounds like you were not aware of the call, so did you participate in any way in the call?
I don't recall.
And were you able to even follow verbal communication at this time? This was the night before you went to the hospital.
According to my wife, she said we had conversations and she felt like, that I was in my right mind.
And to your knowledge, did Dr. Nass ask to speak with you at this time?
I don't recall.
You talked briefly with Attorney Libby about being told to get a chest X-ray. To your knowledge, how urgently did you need to get a chest X-ray when that information was conveyed?
Objection. How's he going to know that?
I asked to his knowledge. If he has no knowledge about it, he can certainly say that.
You can answer the question, Mr. Balos.
I'm assuming because it was recommended that the doctor felt like it was very important. But in my own recollection of that, I don't remember.
And the recommendation to get a chest X-ray was conveyed on the evening of December 15th, but you did not, in fact, go to the hospital until the next day. Why didn't you go to the hospital the night of the 15th?
I don't know that as well. I know that if my wife and I were discussing it, I probably would have been dragging my feet about the option of going into the hospital.
And if Dr. Nass had told you or your wife directly on the night of December 15th that you needed to go immediately to the emergency department at the hospital, would you have done that?
Yes, I'm sure we would have.
And then why did you ultimately go to the hospital on December 16th?
Well, the recommendation of the chest X-ray was the primary motivator.
And when you spoke with Dr. Nass, did Dr. Nass explain to you any differences between being treated for COVID-19 over the telephone versus being seen in person?
No, I don't know that we discussed that. There was so much telemed going on, even with regular physicians out in our community. That was becoming more or less the standard at the moment.
So did you understand from talking to Dr. Nass whether there would be any differences between being treated for COVID-19 solely over the phone versus in person?
Well, I want to object to the question. The evidence is that physicians were advising people not to come to their office if they were infected, both so that other people wouldn't be infected and so that healthcare workers weren't being infected. And the witness has already answered the question that it was pretty much the standard at the time. So I don't understand the relevance of any of this.
Okay, so relevance, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Yes, it's relevant to whether the patient had the full information to give informed consent to being treated via telehealth.
Okay, so I'm going to allow the question. Do you need it repeated, Mr. Balos?
No, we knew we were being treated by telehealth and we were satisfied that that was probably good care.
And did you understand specifically that there were any differences between being treated via telehealth versus being seen in person?
Well, I'm going to object to the foundation. What are the differences of being treated by telehealth? There's
Well,
nothing
she's
in
just
the record to
She's
establish.
asking if he's aware of any differences. We haven't got to what those differences might be. So, Mr. Bates, you can answer the question.
If I were comparing telehealth to an in-person visit, and under normal circumstances, it's logical to say that an in-person visit would always be better. At the time, those were not always an option.
And did you specifically discuss that with Dr. Nass?
We didn't feel the need to discuss it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bayless.
Thank you.
Okay, board members have any questions for Mr. Bayless? Dr. Waddell?
Thank you. Just to thank you for being here. Quick question. You mentioned that you have multiple physicians involved in your care, endocrinologist and cardiologist, I believe, are two that were mentioned. Do you think it's in your best interest for those physicians to communicate with each other on your behalf? For example, if the endocrinologist is changing a medication that might impact your blood pressure, would you want him to communicate that to the cardiologist or vice versa?
My understanding, because of the medical groups that most of my physicians are in, most of my medical treatment is within their computer system. So maybe I'm making a wrong assumption, but my hope would be because you're with a group that they are keeping up with their patients' health care.
Well, but would you expect that, for example, if a physician knew they weren't in that group, or going back in time in your own care before we had computer health records, would you believe that it's appropriate, presence or absence of computer records, presence or absence of specific groups? Would you believe it's appropriate for physicians to use whatever means available to communicate with each other when they knowingly share a patient?
Would that be optimal? Certainly. I assume that is why whenever you visit your physician, whatever physician you're visiting, they want a list of your medications and those type things, so that if they do make other prescriptions, I'm assuming that they have the knowledge that if there's going to be a bad interaction, that they would notify you, or I would be hopeful that my pharmacist would catch something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Want to say?
Again, also, thank you for being here. I'm Lynn Weinstein, and I'm one of the public members on the board. My question to you was, when you first spoke with Dr. Nass and with your multiple other providers that you mentioned, did you go over a medication list with Dr. Nass prior to being advised what dosage of ivermectin to take? Had you discussed any of the medications that you were currently on with her?
Yes, she requested a listing of all my medicines and dosages and things of that nature.
And you had also mentioned that you did not inform your other providers of that you had what you called a COVID doctor. Is that correct?
I did not go to any of my other physicians to discuss the issues of COVID. Actually, no, I want to recant on that a bit. My primary care physician at the time, or early on, before I got COVID, she and I had a discussion about treatment of COVID and those kind of things. She was not open to any other treatment other than the vaccines.
And has she since learned of your treatment and your hospital, your hospital stay? Is that still the primary care physician that you see now?
No, I actually changed primary care physicians, and that was part of the motivation for the change.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any redirect?
Mike, you stated that you changed your primary care physician because she wasn't open to ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine and was vaccination oriented. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance.
But wait a minute. The board just opened this area of inquiry.
He answered the question. He volunteered the information, but whether the new or old primary care physician had a position one way or the other is not relevant to the charges in the notice of hearing.
It's already in the testimony.
Okay,
A board member asked it.
Attorney Libby, I'm going to go ahead and allow the question. Go ahead. Why don't you repeat the question for Mr. Balos?
You changed primary care physicians. When did you change, Mike, if you recall?
I couldn't give you the specific date, Gene, but early on in COVID, one of my regular visits to my primary care physician, we began to have that discussion of potential treatment if something were to come up. And at that point, every physician that you saw was talking to you about getting the vaccine, making sure you had your shots, and we discussed the potential alternatives, and that was my primary care physician, and she just did not want to pursue any other option, and I was just pretty uncomfortable with it. So it was part of the reason in making a change. I don't know that my new primary care physician, I don't know what his position is on the issue, but we were already well into the pandemic and dealing with, I had found Dr. Nass and others that were willing to treat me in the way that I was comfortable with.
Dr. Nass's medical record of that telehealth visit is September 2nd, 2021. And my question is whether you recall if you had a primary care physician at the time you consulted with Dr. Nass.
I think I had already established with my new provider, but I could not swear that.
There were a number of questions about communicating with your other physicians by Dr. Waddell. Did you ever request Dr. Nass to communicate with any of your other physicians?
No, I will say that I do believe that Angela had a discussion with Dr. Nass or Dr. Welch, the pulmonologist that was involved while I was in the hospital. And I do think she talked to them about the fact that they could communicate with one another, and she would prefer if they would do that.
So Dr. Welch was one of your providers while you were in the hospital?
Yes.
And the medical record establishes that Dr. Nass did consult with Dr. Welch with respect to any questions or concerns that she had?
As best I understand, yes.
Now, you didn't request Dr. Nass to communicate with your other providers. When she was reviewing your list of medications, do you recall if she expressed any concern about any of the medications?
I don't recall there being any concern.
Okay. Did you expect her to communicate with any of your other physicians?
No.
No. Why not?
Generally speaking, I haven't seen that to be something that physicians tend to do, at least not to my knowledge. If they do it, as I said, I assume it's those that are in a group that perhaps see your medical chart in their computer.
Good, Mike. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any board member Weinstein, we are done with board questions. Did you have another question you want to ask, which will reopen, redirect, and recross? Okay. Assistant Attorney General Willis, any recross?
No recross.
Okay, so Mr. Balos, thank you for your time. You are excused as a witness. You may observe the rest of the hearing. Oh, actually, yes, you may. As an attendee, but we will remove you as a panelist. I am assuming this is the time that the board would like to take a lunch break rather than starting with another witness. Okay, and how long would the board like for a lunch break?
You all feel about a half an hour? I'm seeing everybody say yes. That's it.
Okay, so we'll be back at 12:35. And is there, just so I know now, is there an ending time the board, we're not going to finish today, so is there an ending time the board would like me to aim for this afternoon?
Not more than 5 o'clock.
Okay, all right, thank you. We'll be back from lunch break at 12:35.
Just, I may have to shuffle witnesses because of babysitters and job obligations, and I'm going to make that determination in the next 30 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. So when we come back, we'll ask who your next witness is. Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So Marilla with the
Okay, we're just waiting for one board member. While we're waiting for our other board member, do you want to let us know who the next witness is, Attorney Libby?
Angela Bayless.
Okay, and so, Mr. Terranova, you can promote Ms. Balos to a panelist, please. Hey, good afternoon, Ms. Balos. Can you hear me okay? Ms. Balos, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. My name is Rebecca Smith. I'm the hearing officer presiding over the hearing. I just want to confirm for the record that you have not been observing the hearing.
I have not.
Okay, and you were out of the room when your husband was testifying?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to swear you in as a witness. First, let me just explain that you can see on the video tiles the members of the Board of Licensure in Medicine, our court reporter, Ms. Alley, Dr. Nass and her counsel, Attorney Libby, as well as Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Willis. So for the swearing in, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Okay, and I have two additional questions. Do you swear or affirm that you will not seek or accept any assistance while giving your testimony, including but not limited to coaching advice, suggested answers, or undisclosed notes or documents?
Yes.
And do you swear or affirm that you'll let me know if anyone is in the room with you while you're testifying?
Yes.
Okay, we're all set with the swearing in. I do want to have you confirm, because your husband was a witness, that he is out of the room at this time.
He's actually out of the house. So
okay. Okay, so some instructions about testifying. Attorney Libby has called you as a witness. He will ask you questions first. Assistant Attorney General Willis may have cross-examination for you. Board members may have clarifying questions, and then each counsel will have a chance to ask you any final questions. If there's an objection to a question that's been asked of you, please wait for me to make a ruling and I will let you know if you can answer the question. If you don't understand the question, please ask for clarification. You don't need to speculate. If you don't know an answer, it's perfectly fine to say that you don't know or you don't recall. Try to make sure the person who's asking the question has completed their question so that we have a clear understanding of your answer and we have only one person talking at a time on the record. You should have been provided some documents by Attorney Libby. Do you have those available to you?
I do.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you not to refer to them unless you are directed to them, and also to remind you that those documents are confidential, or at least some of them, and so if you could destroy them at the conclusion of this process and treat them as confidential, that would be appreciated.
We will.
Any questions about testifying?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, could you start by stating and spelling your name for the record, please?
Angela K. Bayless, ANGELA KAY BALOS, as in Sam.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Libby, you may begin.
Thank you. Angela, I need to ask you some background questions first. You are the wife of Michael.
Yes, I am.
And how long have you and Michael been married?
Since 1993, so
30 years.
And can you briefly tell us about your educational background, Angela?
I am I'm an elementary education major. I taught for a couple of years, and now I'm actually in I started to say I was in the healthcare field, but I have a new job now. So
what's your new job?
I work for the supervisor of shipbuilding here in Bath, Maine. So it's a new experience for me.
Okay. Building the big ships, huh?
That's right. Support services.
And did you get some time off from work to testify today?
I did. Yes.
Now, Mike is the pastor of the Brunswick Baptist Church?
It's Main Street Baptist Church, but yes, he is pastor. Mm-hmm.
Main Street Baptist Church. Do you share in any of those duties with Mike at the church?
Not in an official role other than pastor's wife, but I definitely share a lot of the responsibilities. I teach Sunday school classes. I lead a program called Celebrate Recovery, and just support to him as pastor. So.
Now, you and Mike came from Alaska to Maine?
That's correct, yeah.
And when you arrived in Maine, was Mike already taking a prescription of ivermectin, or did that happen shortly thereafter, arriving in Maine?
It would have happened after, because we traveled from Alaska to Maine in March of 2021, just at the onset of COVID. Okay. And so it was shortly thereafter we started researching options, connected with a doctor who could prescribe ivermectin, and he was on a prophylactic dose.
And what about yourself?
I attempted ivermectin, and I was one of the rare ones that was having difficulty with it. And they were trying to narrow down why, if it was an excipient, if it was something within the medicine that I could not tolerate.
So I assume that you abandoned taking ivermectin prophylactically?
Yes.
And was Mike taking the medicine prophylactically after it was received from the doctor in Texas?
Yes, he was.
Now, being new to Maine, were both of you looking for somebody to consult with respect to COVID?
Yes, we were, with respect to COVID, and just a general practitioner getting established with someone, but specifically someone who would be able to advise us with COVID.
Now, are you familiar with the Frontline Critical Care Consortium?
I am. My husband was much more so.
Okay. Have you looked at that website?
Yes, I have.
And are you vaccinated or unvaccinated, Angela?
I'm unvaccinated.
And was that decision made prior to communicating with Dr. Nass?
Yes, it was.
Now, when you were just moved to Maine, what were you looking for with respect to somebody who could provide you assistance with COVID?
As I said, my husband was much more familiar with FLCCC website and some of their research. And because he was so much more versed than I, we had talked extensively on options, and we both had an idea in mind of what direction we would like to go. And we were looking for someone who was willing to look at alternatives besides just being vaccinated. especially with regards to the fact that I still had a remote job in Alaska and I was having to travel, and I knew I would be traveling, and I wanted to look at alternatives.
And were you looking for a local physician who had hospital privileges?
Yes, sir, we were. That was a couple of criteria. Yes, we wanted to have someone who could, if we had to be hospitalized with COVID, we wanted someone who would look at alternatives and have those hospital privileges.
Now, do you know how you or your husband came to know about Dr. Nass?
Through the FLCCC website, they had a listing of providers. That is actually how we located the first doctor in Texas. We also started getting information that some of those connections out of state were closing down. They were not going to be able to do the telehealth visits, or they were not going to be able to do prescriptions, things like that. So we wanted someone local. And her name was on the site. I believe, if I recall, 2 or 3 others that we contacted at the time. And Dr. Nass seems to be, number one, she contacted us back, and it seemed to be the most viable option.
Okay. Were you the one that initially contacted Dr. Nass?
Yes, as far as I can recall, I think we were in the car. I made the call or the contact to her initially, and she returned our call and contacted us.
Now, are you a patient of Dr. Nass as well?
Yes.
Okay.
We had a combined telehealth call.
All right. So the first note from Dr. Nass was dated September 2nd, 2021. Did you participate in that telehealth call?
Yes, I did.
So it was you and Mike, you're both on speakerphone?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of the call, Angela?
As I said, she had reached out. We set up the telehealth visit, and we wanted to ask questions of her. As I said, hospital privileges, to ask what her leaning was. She directed us to the information that she had available on her website. She talked about the fact that she did not have hospital privileges where we were. We understood that fully, but we still felt like we would be getting greater support from someone within the state than someone long distance. And so we continued with the conversation. And from there, she began to ask us questions about our health history. She took us one at a time. I can't remember who went first, but she talked about health history, current medications, and our desires, what we hoped to attain from that call.
Okay. Did Dr. Nass during this call answer any questions that you and Mike had with respect to the medications, either ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine?
Yes. She handled each one of us separately. Mike wanted to pursue options with medications because he understood his comorbidity factors, if you will. So he asked about ivermectin. He was very willing to explore options. She compared the ivermectin option with the medications he had currently and kind of gave him some directives there. Briefly mentioned hydroxychloroquine as being a second alternative, but only when he contracted COVID. And in fact, if I can clarify that, ivermectin, the prescription that she provided, was only for him to use when he contracted COVID. She gave him a higher dose, shorter day span for when he contracted COVID, and that hydroxychloroquine could be an option for him. And then for myself, I already explained to her my inability to take ivermectin. So I was looking for options, and she reiterated hydroxychloroquine could be a potential prescription that I could take when I contracted COVID.
So in your view, did Dr. Nass provide both you and Mike enough information to obtain informed consent to treat with ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine if needed?
Objection, calls for a conclusion outside this witness's expertise.
Well, I'm just going to have her answer to the best of her knowledge as the lay patient and the other patient.
Sorry, Rebecca, could you repeat what you said? Am I to answer that?
Yes. Do you need the question repeated?
No, I have the question. Yes, to my understanding, based on our research and the information she provided to our questions, I feel like they were answered to our satisfaction.
Okay. And how did that initial telehealth communication end?
It ended with the fact that she was going to prescribe, send a prescription to us that we would be able to send to the connection that we already had in New York at VitaHealth. And then she let us know later on, how much that telehealth visit would be.
Okay. And what was the cost of that?
$120.
And that was 60 for you and 60 for Mike? If you recall.
Well, I'd have to go back to my text. I can't remember if that was total or if that was each, but I think that was total because I asked her how much were the telehealth visits and she said $120. So that's how the answer was.
Now, eventually you and Mike both came down with COVID symptoms. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in December of 2021?
That's correct.
Now, let me know if you recall the dates, Angela.
I do.
Do you recall when Mike first came down with symptoms?
I do. It was December 6th.
And did you come down with symptoms December 6th or was it later?
Several days later.
Okay. Did Mike test for COVID at home?
Not immediately because there had been some people he was around. He didn't know if he was exhibiting cold symptoms or just general sinus issues that he has. So it was minimal at first.
Okay. And then he tested?
That's after I got sick. Started exhibiting symptoms on the 9th. And on the 10th, the next day, I tested because I thought this is too coincidental. I tested and then he had tested the same day on the 10th. We were both positive.
And on the 10th, if you recall, you may not, Angela, do you recall what kind of symptoms Mike was presenting?
I do, and if you would permit me to just look at my notes I wrote down from my texting, I can tell you exactly what symptoms. So on the 10th.
Okay, so hold on, before you look at them, I need to get that question answered.
Yes.
So any objection to that, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
Yes, these notes haven't been shared with us and we would like the opportunity to review them.
Yeah, so I think what I'd like you to do is put your notes aside and you can just, whatever you can recollect is fine. And if you can't recollect, it's perfectly fine to say that, okay?
Okay, certainly. The parts that I do recall, he was having, as I said, general cold symptoms / sinus symptoms, which would have been nose irritation, sleeplessness, tired, achy. That's what I recall at that point. And
what were your symptoms at that time? We're talking about December 10th.
December 10th. So, but December 10th, mine were just very, very minor. Minor cold symptoms is what I would say. Just a little stuffiness, that kind of thing.
Now, did you contact Dr. Nass?
Believe the 11th is when we contacted her.
Okay, why did you contact Dr. Nass?
Because we contracted COVID, and that, as of the last conversation we had, that would have been our plan of action, is to call her and move forward.
Okay. Now, you exchanged text messages with Dr. Nass during Mike's illness. Is that correct?
Multiple times, yes.
Did you have Michael's consent to communicate with Dr. Nass about his health conditions?
Throughout the course of texting?
Yes.
Yes. It started from our telehealth visit and it carried throughout that I was the one who was doing the communication.
Now, do you have board exhibit 2021 available to you, Angela?
I do. Am I able to look at my computer screen next to me to pull that? Okay. We have it on our computer. So you said which one, 21?
21.
Okay. I'm going right there now. Okay.
And at the bottom of the exhibit page, I'm going to ask you to go to page 0234 at the very bottom.
At the bottom of the exhibit itself?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in very small writing. At the top of the page is the date Saturday, December 11th, 11:58 a.m.
Okay, I'm going to get there. Just a moment. I had a screen pop up that I didn't mean to. I am at the very bottom, and you said exhibit 0242?
0234.
34. I'm sorry about that. I'll get in the hang of this. I am there.
And is at the top of that page, is there the date Saturday, December 11th, 11:58 a.m.?
Yes, there is.
You recognize that as a text message exchange between you and Dr. Nass?
Yes, I do.
Are the dialogue boxes that have a black background, are those communications from Dr. Nass?
The black background?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
And the white background, are those communications with you?
Yes.
On December 11th, did Dr. Nass let you know that the pharmacy had called her back about the prescription and she told them Lyme disease?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And what prescription was she talking about?
Hydroxychloroquine.
Okay. And when she told you that, did that make any sense to you, Angela?
Yes, it did, because we had been clearly communicating. And
okay. Do you know, did you have knowledge at the time of why the pharmacy was asking why the prescription was being made?
Do you mind repeating that question? I want to make sure I understood then.
Sure, it may have been a poor question. At the time, December 11th, were you aware why the pharmacy was questioning Dr. Nass's prescription of hydroxychloroquine and wanting to know what it was being prescribed or what condition it was being prescribed for?
Objection, foundation, cause for speculation.
Doesn't it? Are you aware? She either was or wasn't.
And Ms. Bayless, you can answer that question.
Okay. Yes, I was aware of that specific incidents and aware in general of how pharmacies were responding at that time.
So then on December 11th at 3:09 p.m., you respond, we picked up the medication. And what was the medication you picked up?
We picked up two at that time. We picked up hydroxychloroquine and a Z-Pak.
And on Saturday, December 11th at 6:19 p.m., did Dr. Nass inform you that she wrote a letter to the Board of Medicine regarding the call she received from the pharmacy?
Yes,
And in her text, does Dr. Nass refer to it as life-saving medicine to the patient?
yes, she does.
So that's on December 11th. Did Mike ever take the hydroxychloroquine?
No, he did not.
Okay. And how do you know that, Angela?
We went back in later and counted the tablets in the bottle and clarified that.
So do you recall the number of tablets in the prescription?
To my knowledge, I think it was 40, but I could be wrong.
Okay. And did you go back and count 40?
Yes.
Do you know why Mike didn't take the hydroxychloroquine?
I do, or at least I can speculate why.
Objection.
Sorry.
I don't want you to speculate.
Okay.
No, because of what of a communication between the two of you, you can tell us, but you can't guess, Angela.
Okay. So I can relay the incident that happened in our kitchen. We picked up the medications. We were both standing there. I had some difficulty taking the Z-Pak. I was having some nausea, and I told him I am not taking any hydroxychloroquine right now until I get through the symptoms of what I'm dealing with. And he opted at that point in time not to start the hydroxychloroquine when I said that.
Okay.
That's what took place.
And do you know whether that was December 11th or a later date?
That would have been the day we picked up the prescription, which is the 11th, and it would have been the evening of that. I had one tablet of the Z-Pak.
Okay. So the next text message in Exhibit 21 is dated December 15th at 2:48 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it says Mike is considering doing monoclonal antibodies. He has an appointment tomorrow at 11. Do you see any reason he shouldn't? And Dr. Nass responded, hard to say, it's experimental, and if you are injured by them, there is no recourse. But if he needs them, he should get them. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Then also on December 15th, you asked the question about fluvoxamine and fluoxetine.
Yes.
Or anti-androgen therapies. Can you explain to the board why you're asking about those particular treatments or medications?
Well, they were the next line of defense listed out on the FLCCC website. We had been following that closely, and Mike's condition was worsening by that point, and I wanted to explore options.
Okay. And in response to that inquiry, did Dr. Nass say, I think it's time for a conversation? However, I have 4 more patients booked for conversations today. How sick is he?
Yes, she did.
And did you provide the information below that about his oxygen level and so forth?
I did. I had been providing that all along.
And if you could go to the next page, which would be 0236. Does Dr. Nass text how many days since his first symptom?
Yes.
And you respond, first symptom last Tuesday, 9 counting Tuesday?
That's correct.
Now, In the next dialog box with the black background, does Dr. Nass respond to your inquiries about fluoxamine and anti-androgens?
Yes, she does.
And does she say near the bottom of the first dialogue, I would not do monoclonal antibodies because it's too late. They work to kill the virus, but by day 10, there won't be any virus left.
Yes.
And did she answer your questions about fluvoxamine and anti-androgens?
Up above that, yes, she does.
Now, did you have a prior or after telephone conference with Dr. Nass, if you recall, about these alternatives?
I reached out to her via text, and I cannot recall if we had a phone call. We might have, but this is her response back via text.
Okay. Now, if you go to the next page of Exhibit 210237.
I'm there.
Do you see the dialog box with the black background?
Yes.
I cannot remember your name, town, and date of birth. I do remember lying to the pharmacy. Please send me that information. Texting doesn't provide me names. When you received that, Angela, how did you feel about that communication from Dr. Nass?
Well, I put it in correlation to the text up above where she says, it's time for a conversation. She says, I have 4 more patients that she's dealing with, and she just needed greater clarity on where to send medications and who she's dealing with.
Okay. And you provided that in response, correct?
I did.
Now, on the 16th is when Mike was admitted to the hospital?
That's correct.
What led to Mike's admission at the hospital on the 16th, Angela?
All of these texts that we've been talking about were part of a conversation that I started with her. He, as I said, the morning of the 16th, he was scheduled for an 11 a.m. monoclonal antibodies appointment at 11 or 11:30. And he got up, got ready to go to that, but was very winded. As you saw in the text there, his O2, his oxygen level was down. He was not breathing well, was not doing well. And I knew it was time to do something. And that's why I reached out to her to ask about if he should proceed with monoclonal antibodies, or if not, were there other alternatives in her view on the fluvoxamine and the fluoxetine. And when I received her answer from that, I was looking for alternatives, and that's where it proceeded. She proceeded to say she would prescribe those medications, but it was time for chest x-ray, and she advised that we go to the emergency room to get that done because I could not get that done at an urgent care or any other place without a doctor's order.
Okay. So when did you go to the hospital, Angela?
That morning, shortly after these texts, I took him to the emergency room.
And I see a note, a phone call note in Dr. Nass's records. Mike Bayless, 12/15/21, 7:30 p.m. Day 9, spoken with wife Angela. Temperature 102.9, O2 level 89%. Took Z-Pak, finished today. Sputum still colored, sweats and chills. Ordered prednisone taper. Aldectin and Avodart, but hold off until you get a chest x-ray. You recall that?
Right. And that was the vague remembrance of having a phone conversation before the next day of actually taking him. So
Phone conversation with Dr. Nass?
that's correct.
Okay. So what happened when you went to the hospital the next morning?
So we pulled up in the parking lot. We talked about all the things that he wanted to make sure were covered. We took time to write out a letter of his wishes and intents and give a description of where he'd been, because at that point in time, I was still COVID positive and would not have been able to go into the hospital waiting room with him anyway. So I wrote out a two-sided note, handwritten, just stating his current circumstances as far as him being day 10 or day 9 of the illness, what his vitals were at that time. And then I wrote out on the back of the note his wishes. He had 2 or 3 wishes. He did not want remdesivir. He did not want to be held overnight in the hospital unless it was to be given IV fluids or steroids or something else. I can't remember without referencing the note. And then he signed it and I signed it and I put my contact information and I requested that the doctors be in contact with Dr. Nass as well to keep her apprised.
Now, did the hospital admit Mike that morning?
Later on, they did. Immediately, he was not admitted.
Did you talk to him on the phone between the time he entered the emergency room and his admission?
Between that time, no. I did not talk to him until after he was admitted.
Okay, and was that by phone?
Yes.
Was that the 16th?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your conversation?
He was, I think he was a bit disappointed that he was having to be kept, but understood that it was hopefully a temporary situation in order for him at that point in time to receive fluids, to have lab work done. I even have a video from him stating he hoped that this was a very short stay and he was be released soon.
Did he have a reluctance of going into the hospital?
Absolutely. He did not want to go to the hospital. That morning he agreed to. I can clarify that. But up till that point, that is why we sought out Dr. Nass. That's why we sought out alternatives, because our understanding and grasp of getting COVID was that once you went into the hospital, you were relegated to a regime that we didn't really want to participate in. And so he was very reluctant to go to the hospital and only went because he knew he needed a chest x-ray and he knew that he was beyond a point of being able to stay at home.
So did you continue to communicate daily with Mike while he was in the hospital?
Yes, I did. Even when he was in ICU and incapacitated.
And how did you do that? He was on ventilation for a period of time.
He did. He went on the ventilator on the 19th, and the nurse's station would take an iPad into his room, and my son and I would talk to him via iPad.
Okay. Was he able to respond or just move his head and so forth?
Oh, there was a point in time he was not, from the 19th to the 25th, he was not able to respond. He woke up on the 25th.
Okay. And how did the ventilation come out? How was it removed?
He removed it himself.
And when was he discharged, if you recall?
Let's see. He extubated on the 30th, and I want to say this, without looking at my notes, I think it was like the 2nd or 3rd or something. I'm not sure.
Did he say anything about being pressured to take remdesivir?
Every day. It started from the moment he walked into the door of the emergency room. That was the first conversation with the doctor, because I did not talk to him until he was admitted. But the doctor said, well, we really would like to put him on remdesivir. And I said, as the note stated, my husband was very against going on remdesivir because of his kidneys. He wanted to protect his kidneys, and evidence had been there that that was not a good move. And so the doctor, respecting that, he was very, very helpful. That admitting physician respected that. And he said, well, we'll hold off on that because his labs look good at this point in time. But every day that I talked to Mike, he said that someone would come into the room, whether it was a nurse or a doctor or someone, stating that you really should consider going on remdesivir. And he kept saying no.
Is it your understanding he eventually was administered remdesivir?
Yes, I learned of that.
Objection. There's this line of questioning doesn't have any demonstrated relevance. I've let it go for a little while, but this is not relevant to the charges in the notice of hearing.
Attorney Libby?
It's not relevant that he was administered remdesivir, that he instructed the hospital not to administer to him?
The hospital is not
Hold on.
part of this proceeding.
Hold on. Attorney Libby, it's your role to tell me what the relevance is. So could you focus on that?
Well, it's twofold. It's already in evidence because Mr. Bayless testified to that effect.
Yeah.
And this simply confirms that testimony.
Yeah, that still doesn't really tell me the relevance. I mean, it's already in record evidence. It's fine, but it doesn't really confirm its relevance.
Well, that's the reason he didn't want to be hospitalized, because he didn't want to be administered this drug. And
Okay.
they administered him the drug, the very drug that he instructed the hospital not to use.
Okay, again, and how is that relevant to the allegations against Dr. Nass?
Well, I would think with all of the allegations against Dr. Nass, it would be highly relevant that this man did not provide informed consent for the administration of this drug that he described in writing he did not want to be administered.
Yeah, but that's by another agent. It's not by Dr. Nass, so it's not relevant to the allegations against.
Well, that other agent hasn't been charged. I mean, I guess
Understood, and that's
I don't understand the charging decision, but here we are.
Okay, well, it's not relevant to this proceeding, and also it's already been testified to. So can we move on to another line of questions?
What happened on Mike's discharge, Angela?
Objection. This has already been testified to. This is repetitive testimony.
Okay, well, this is from her perspective, and he had some gaps in his memory, so I'm going to let this line continue.
I mean, from the moment we picked him up, or from the, I'm not sure where we're.
Right after his discharge, where did he go?
He came home.
And how did he do?
He actually did very well.
Okay. And did he have any further treatment for COVID, to your knowledge, after his discharge?
He stayed on ivermectin for a long time thereafter.
Okay. And was that the ivermectin that he obtained from Texas?
That's right, and future prescriptions.
Okay. Now, were you aware that his medical records were subpoenaed?
Not until you informed me that they were.
Okay. Has anyone from the Board of Registration of Medicine contacted you about the events of September and December 2021 involving Dr. Nass?
No.
And was I the first one to ask you questions about your care provided by Dr. Nass?
Yes.
And how would you rate Dr. Nass's care?
I think Dr. Nass was attentive. I think she was responsive. I think she was respectful of our desires. I think she was accessible. I have absolutely no complaints with the care that we receive with Dr. Nass.
Thank you, Angela. You're a witness.
Hearing Officer Smith, I have no cross-examination.
Okay, any questions from board members? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Bados, you are concluded with your testimony. Thank you for joining us. You may observe the hearing if you wish as a non-observer. We are going to remove you as a panelist. Thank you again for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
Attorney Libby.
Sarah Bishop, please.
Okay. So was she in the attendee group watching the hearing, or do you need to call her? I'm a little confused because people weren't supposed to sign on until it was their turn to testify.
Well, Janet should be getting her
Doing it right now. Okay, perfect.
to sign on.
Great.
Yes, she is. She is just logging on now, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Wilson. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Bishop, thank you for joining us. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Rebecca Smith. I'm the hearing officer presiding over the hearing. Also present by video conference are the members of the Board of Licensure in Medicine who are participating in this hearing, our court reporter, Ms. Alley, Dr. Nass and her counsel, Attorney Libby, and Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Willis, who's representing board staff. I'm going to start by swearing you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
And I have two additional questions for you. Do you swear or affirm that you will not seek or accept any assistance while giving your testimony, including but not limited to coaching advice, suggested answers, or undisclosed notes or documents?
Yes.
And do you swear or affirm you'll let me know if anyone is in the room with you while you are testifying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We're done with the swearing in. I'm going to give you some instructions about testifying. Attorney Libby has called you as a witness. He will ask you questions first. Assistant Attorney General Willis may have cross-examination for you, and board members may have additional questions. Both counsel will then have a chance to ask you any final clarifying questions. If there's an objection to a question that's been asked of you, please wait for me to make a ruling, and I will let you know whether you can answer the question. If you don't understand the question, please ask for clarification. If you don't know an answer to a question, please just indicate that. You don't need to speculate. Please try to make sure you let the person asking the question complete their question before you begin your answer, so we have a complete understanding of your answer on the record. If you need a break for any reason, just let me know. And if you get removed from the hearing for a technical reason, just sign back in. I believe you were provided some documents by Attorney Libby. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you have access to those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you not to look at them unless you're directed to them. And I'm also going to remind you that some of those documents are confidential and you should destroy them or delete them at the conclusion of the proceeding. Do you have any questions about that?
No.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to start by stating and spelling your name for the record, please.
Sarah Bishop, SARAH BISHOP.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Libby, you may begin.
Thank you. Afternoon, Sarah.
Afternoon.
Where are you?
I am at my church in Ellsworth, Maine.
Okay. And why are you at your church?
Because I have 4 children at home running wild and the house is not quiet, and it would be very hard to do this with them around.
Okay. Fair reason. I want to talk a little bit about your background, sir. Are you married?
Yes, I am married.
And you have 4 children. Can you give us the ages from oldest to youngest?
Yes, my oldest, Jenna, she is 12 years old. My son, Bradley, is 8. Then my daughter, Aubrey, just turned 3. And I have a 19-month-old little girl, Adeline.
Okay. And are you a full-time mother and homemaker?
Yes, I am.
Have you been employed outside the home before you had your last child?
Yes, I was previously employed with a judicial branch here in Ellsworth as a court clerk and was there almost 5 years before retiring to stay home with my children.
Okay, thank you. Now, in September, specifically September 19th, 2021, did you take a PCR test for COVID?
Yes, I did.
What was the results of that test?
The result was positive, and I received that call Monday the 20th.
Okay. Monday, September 20th?
Yes, that's correct.
So what did you do after you received the call that you were positive?
I received the call in the evening at 9 p.m. So the only thing I did that night was notify my boss at the time. And it wasn't until the next day that we began the search for a doctor who would be able to help with treatment of COVID.
Now, are you vaccinated, Sarah?
No, sir.
Is your husband vaccinated?
No, sir.
And were those decisions you made before you even spoke with Dr. Nass?
Yes, long before.
Long before. So you were pregnant at this time, I believe 6 months pregnant?
Yes.
Did you have a doctor or midwife assisting you?
I did have multiple midwives. It wasn't just one.
Okay. So this was a midwife practice?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you contact the midwife practice after you received notice of a positive COVID test?
I did on Tuesday morning.
And what happened?
I was not able to speak with my midwife. She was not available. So I spoke with a nurse who was on the phone. And that nurse advised me that there is no medication that they can give me to help alleviate any kind of symptoms. She said I can simply take Tylenol, and that if I were to have trouble breathing, that I would need to go to the ER. And that was all the advice that they can give me.
So what did you do after you were given that advice by the nurse at the midwife location?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure.
The screen just glitched.
Yeah, sometimes it freezes. And if it does, simply ask me to repeat the question. What did you do after the call with the nurse at the midwife agency?
After I got off the phone with her, my husband and I began looking at the FLCCC Alliance website, and we sought out a doctor who would be able to see me via teleconference or over the phone audio call to get help with treating COVID before it got more severe. Where I was pregnant, we were worried about that.
So is that how you came across Dr. Nass's name?
Yes, it is.
And did you contact Dr. Nass?
Yes, my husband called her on my behalf. I was very sick on the couch, and then he put her on speakerphone and we talked with her together.
So that was your husband and yourself, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did your husband have your consent to contact Dr. Nass about your COVID condition?
Yes, he did.
So tell us about the phone call, Sarah.
So my husband explained that I was pregnant and that I was sick and I had tested positive for COVID. And Dr. Nass had got my basic information at that point to set up an actual appointment, and it was that afternoon. So then it was just the waiting game until the appointment time.
Okay. And was that appointment in person or over the phone?
Over the phone.
Okay. And who participated in that call?
In that call, my husband answered the phone, put it on speakerphone, and then laid the phone on my chest while I was laying down. And then it was just directly me with Dr. Nass.
Okay. And was your husband able to hear the communication back and forth?
Yes, he was.
So did you tell Dr. Nass that you were 6 months pregnant?
Yes, I did.
Did she ask about any medications that you were using?
Yes, she asked me my height and my weight first. And then she asked me if I had any medications or prescriptions that I was currently on. I did inform Dr. Nass that I took Montelukast. I was taking a prenatal vitamin and the emergency packet supplements that you can get from Walmart. And she asked me if the Montelukast was prescribed. And I said it was not. And she asked me, why was I taking the Montelukast if it's not prescribed to me? And I said, my husband takes it for his asthma and it really helps his lungs. And so he thought it would be something that can help me with the way that my lungs were starting to feel.
And what did Dr. Nass advise?
She advised me to immediately stop taking the Montelukast. 1, because it's not my prescription, and 2, because it was not safe for pregnant women.
And did you follow those directions?
Yes.
And did Dr. Nass provide you a prescription?
Yes, she did.
And what was that for?
She prescribed me hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin to treat my COVID symptoms.
The hydroxychloroquine that she prescribed to you, I want to ask you a couple specific questions related to informed consent, Sarah. Did Dr. Nass disclose and explain to you, to your satisfaction, the process used to arrive at medically reasonable intervention based on reliable evidence of expected benefit risk, free of bias?
Yes.
And did Dr. Nass give you ample opportunity to ask questions about the process, the recommended interventions, to the extent you wished, all questions having been answered to your satisfaction?
Yes, she did.
Did Dr. Nass prescribe you hydroxychloroquine? When did you get the prescription?
Tuesday evening.
So the same day?
Yes, the same day. She called it in. My husband drove to Ellsworth and went through the drive-through, picked it up.
And when did you start taking it?
Tuesday evening when he got home.
And tell us how you felt Wednesday.
When I woke up Wednesday, I felt significantly better. At that point, it just felt like a lighter sinus infection, but the symptoms had improved at least 50%.
Okay. So you were feeling better. Did you have any further communication with the midwife agency?
So this is Wednesday now, and midwife Renata, she called after having been informed by her nurse Tuesday. She had called me Wednesday to check in on me, and she wanted to get me set up for a monoclonal antibody infusion.
And did you speak to Renata over the phone?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that conversation.
So Renata had said that she wanted to set me up for the monoclonal antibody infusion where I was pregnant and high risk. And I said, okay, that sounds good. I said, I am taking hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin, and it's helped me significantly already. And I told her that because I wasn't sure if it would make a difference if I would need the monoclonal antibody infusion then, since I was already improving. And then at that point, she was very stunned, very shocked, and taken back that I was taking this medication, and said it's not approved. and that I needed to stop taking it. And she was rather distraught. And I said, it's making me feel better. So, and it's safe for pregnancy, so I'm going to continue taking it. And at that point, she said, well, I would still like to set up the monoclonal antibody infusion as a precaution.
And what ultimately happened, Sarah?
A nurse from Blue Hill Hospital called me later on that afternoon to set up the monoclonal antibody infusion for Thursday. And it was Thursday morning, and I went and had that infusion.
And how were you feeling Thursday morning when you had the infusion?
During the infusion, I actually got very nauseous and very sick. My body grew very cold. I grew very tired. The nurses ended up keeping me a little bit longer just to monitor me to make sure I wasn't having an allergic reaction to it. Ultimately, they decided I was not, but that this was just side effects of the medication. So my husband drove me home, and I got significantly worse throughout the day. My husband was very, very worried because I couldn't even sit up straight. I was so tired and my body was so cold, and I was just in so much pain that I physically could not sit up. I had to lay down, and my husband was very concerned.
How long did that situation last, Sarah?
It lasted all of Thursday into Thursday evening. At one point, my husband asked me to move to the couch just to try to sit up. He was worried if I laid down for too long, I would start to develop pneumonia. And so I was on the couch, and I sort of remember just laying back down on the couch and falling asleep. And at one point in the middle of the night, he helped move me to the bed, but I slept for hours and hours.
And how were you on Friday?
Friday morning, I woke up feeling much better. It felt like all that had passed. And I joked with my husband and I said, I feel like a new woman.
Okay. Now, in your own mind, Sarah, do you consider the hydroxychloroquine to have contributed to the reduction in your symptoms?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay. Now, after Friday, did you continue to improve back to your normal state?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were 6 months pregnant. Eventually, did you give birth to a child?
Yes, I did.
Were there any complications in the delivery?
No.
Was your daughter, is it your fourth one is a daughter?
Yes.
Was she normal in all respects?
Yes, she was.
Is she still normal in all respects?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Now, you and I have spoken over the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I provided you with your medical record as prepared by Dr. Nass, correct?
Yes.
And were you aware that the board had subpoenaed not only Dr. Nass's records, but your entire delivery records at the hospital?
I was not aware.
How did you become aware of that?
I became aware when you informed me that they had subpoenaed the records.
Has anyone from the Board of Licensure in Medicine contacted you to talk to you about your prescription or telehealth visit with Dr. Nass?
No, they have not.
Was the first one to contact you about that me?
It was actually Dr. Nass's previous attorney, and we just had one phone call, but then the next person was you. Yes.
Okay. And that's right. Dr. Nass did have a previous attorney. And you still haven't talked to anyone from the Board of Licensure of Medicine, have you?
No, I have not.
Good. Your witness.
Cross-examination, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mrs. Bishop. I'm Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Willis. Before you consulted Dr. Nass, did you know anything about hydroxychloroquine as a treatment for COVID-19?
My husband is very knowledgeable about it, and he was the one who actually informed me on it being a potential treatment for COVID.
And did you think that hydroxychloroquine would be a beneficial treatment to take for COVID-19 prior to talking to Dr. Nass? And when you spoke with Dr. Nass, did that make you more or less confident in hydroxychloroquine as a treatment for COVID-19?
More confident.
And how did Dr. Nass make you more confident?
I guess because she's a doctor and I trusted her medical opinion that she would be giving me something that would help alleviate symptoms. And because she is licensed, that she would know that information.
And Attorney Libby asked you some questions that he identified as being related to informed consent. And one part of that question was whether you were informed about the process related to Dr. Nass forming a medical conclusion. What medical conclusion did Dr. Nass share with you during your telephone call in September?
I would say her conclusion was that because I was pregnant and high risk, that she was willing to help me and help alleviate symptoms and actually prescribe me something where other medical people would not do that.
And what did Dr. Nass tell you specifically about the process that she used to reach that medical conclusion?
I do not recall.
Do you recall having a discussion about that at all?
I do not recall at this moment.
And did you and Dr. Nass discuss any other treatment options besides hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin?
She had talked to me about the monoclonal antibody infusion and that could be of some help to me as well as a precaution to alleviate symptoms. However, she said my midwife would be setting that up once I get into contact with them.
So Dr. Nass, you and Dr. Nass spoke about the monoclonal antibodies, and she indicated that your midwife would contact you about that.
That she could be the one to set that up.
Okay, so did Dr. Nass suggest that you should reach out to your midwife if you wanted to set that up?
I had told her that I had already contacted the office and that the nurse said that they would be calling me.
Okay, and did you discuss any particular risks and benefits to you as a patient of taking monoclonal antibodies during this discussion?
Not that I recall with Dr. Nass.
And during this phone call with Dr. Nass, when you were actually speaking with her, did she ask you about any of your vital signs during that call?
Yes, my husband, we do have a blood pressure cuff at home, and my husband had been taking those, and that seemed normal. I did not have a pulse oximeter, so I could not tell her what my O2 stat was.
Okay, if I could just, we'll take them one at a time. I'll go back to the blood pressure. So your husband took your blood pressure, and was that conveyed to Dr. Nass, what your actual blood pressure was at that time?
Not the actual number. He just said that it was good.
Okay. And then you said you did not have a pulse oximeter, so you didn't have that oxygen saturation number. Did you discuss any other particular vital signs, heart rate, temperature, anything like that?
Not that I recall. I'm sorry. Yes, temperature. I do remember saying that I had been battling a fever, sort of off and on, but that's as much as I can recall for that.
Okay, and do you recall whether your actual temperature was conveyed to Dr. Nass?
I don't recall. So long ago.
And did Dr. Nass ask you whether you were experiencing shortness of breath?
Yes, she did.
And did she ask you whether you were having any difficulty breathing?
Yes, and I was not having either of those.
And did she ask about the assessment that you received? I think your testimony was 2 days prior to this when you were at urgent care to get the PCR test.
From what I recall, but it wasn't much of any kind of care. I mean, they came in, did the swab and left and said that a nurse would be calling me with the result.
Okay, so just to clarify, when you went in to get that PCR test, that was all you were being seen for? You just walked in, and what did you say to them when you walked in?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did. I had to call them. They wouldn't let anybody just walk in. A
Okay.
nurse came out and was cap and gown and all the whole get up. And then she took my blood pressure, temperature, left the room. Doctor came in and swabbed me and then just asked me if I had shortness of breath and what you had just said if Dr. Nass had asked me. And then that was it. It was a very short, I'm trying to think of the word for it, but they would not give me any sort of, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
But,
I understand your answer, I think. Did you discuss specifically any of the results that had been obtained when you got the PCR test, when you were seen, or when you spoke to Dr. Nass 2 days later?
I told her that I had the positive PCR test from the walk-in clinic.
And Dr. Nass has testified that she was your COVID doctor. Was that your understanding of the relationship as well?
Yes.
And as your COVID doctor, what symptoms did Dr. Nass tell you were important to monitor during your illness?
The difficulty breathing and high heart rate. I'm trying to recall. It was a lot more detailed. And I remember feeling that she cared and that it was very reassuring that I can contact her at any point if I was having any of these and to go to the ER if I was having trouble breathing. But from my recollection, any trouble breathing was the biggest one.
And regarding your medical history, during your phone call with Dr. Nass, did you discuss your medical history? Did she ask you to list, for example, prior medical issues that you'd experienced?
Not that I recall.
And did she ask you about existing medical conditions?
Yes, and I don't have any. At the time I was pregnant and they consider that a medical condition.
And did she ask you anything about your most recent prenatal care visit?
From my memory, I believe she did. There was nothing really to report about it other than everything was good with the baby and myself.
And during your phone conversation, did Dr. Nass describe to you any differences between consulting over the telephone and being seen in person for a COVID illness?
Not that I recall.
And did Dr. Nass ask for your agreement to be treated solely over the telephone as opposed to being seen in person?
Yes, she did.
And you provided that agreement, is that correct?
Yes, verbal consent.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Board members have any questions for Ms. Bishop? Any redirect, Attorney Libby? No?
I have no further questions. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, Ms. Bishop, thank you for being here. You are excused as a witness. You may observe the proceeding if you wish as an attendee, but we're going to remove you as a panelist. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And Dr. Nass, Attorney Libby, we are moving to Dr. Merrick.
We are.
Okay. And he should already be on, is my understanding. Actually, it's probably a good time for a break. Yeah, board members, would you like a break? Okay, yeah, so let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock and we'll have Dr. Merrick start at that time. Okay, we're just waiting for a couple more board members.
There.
Okay, we have everyone back, and we also have our next witness, Dr. Merrick. Good afternoon, Dr. Merrick.
Hey,
How are you?
good yourself?
Good. I'm going to start by, so first let me ask, have you been observing some of the proceeding?
Some of it. I logged on because I wasn't sure what was happening, so I did see some of it.
Okay.
I just logged on again now.
Okay, perfect. Have you seen my instructions to any witness in the swearing in process?
I think so, so I know the business.
Okay. Okay, great. So I'll start with the swearing in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
And also, do you swear or affirm that you will not seek or accept any assistance while giving your testimony, including but not limited to coaching advice, suggested answers, or undisclosed notes or documents?
I do.
And do you swear or affirm you will let me know if anyone is in the room with you while you are testifying?
Sure, I'm alone.
Okay, so because you heard the instructions, I will dispense with those. I will ask you to start by stating and spelling your name for the record.
Paul Merrick, M-A-R-I-K.
Okay, Attorney Libby, you may begin.
Thank you. Dr. Merrick, thank you for taking the time. Where are you presently located?
Norfolk, Virginia.
And how long have you been in the Virginia area?
16 years.
Were you originally from South Africa?
That's correct.
And when did you move from South Africa to the States?
It was probably, I first went to Canada in 1992, and then I came to the US in 1994.
Okay. And are you a United States citizen?
That's correct.
How long have you been in the medical field?
Yeah, so since 1980. So I suppose that's 40 something years.
43 to be exact. I want to review, before I start asking you questions about your report, some of your curriculum vitae, which I've marked as Exhibit 152A, Licensee Exhibit 152A. Do you have that available to you?
I could open it up on my computer.
Go ahead. Take the time to do that now, Dr. Merrick.
Okay, it's open.
Thank you. The version that I'm looking at is January 2nd, 2022.
Yeah, so it's probably a little bit outdated. The one I'm looking at is 8th of July, 2023.
Okay.
I presume the basics are the same.
Right, and I obtained this from you prior or shortly after you issued your report, Licensee Exhibit 152C, which is dated September 1st, 2022.
That's correct.
So I wanted to ask you on the very first page, it says professional title, founding member of the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance, co-chief medical officer. Can you explain what that organization is and what your affiliation with the organization is?
Yeah, so it started off as a grassroots organization in March of 2020. So if you recall at that time, the standard of care for hospitalized patients was supportive care alone. And this was for the protocols established by the NIH, the CDC, and WHO. And we knew at that time the hospital mortality, particularly the hospital mortality was about 25%. If you landed up on a ventilator, the mortality was 80%. So it seemed absurd to us that you would have patients who were at such risk of dying and you would have no intervention. So what we did is we put together a group of critical care experts and we put together a protocol for the treatment of the hospitalized patient, which was known as Math Plus. At that time, The recommendation was not to use corticosteroids, which we disagreed with. We thought corticosteroids were the cornerstone of treatment. It just so happened that 6 or 7 months later, the Solidarity trial was published, which is clearly established steroids as standard of care. So that's really how we started. Our initial, we had no idea what was coming and what was coming down the pike. Our original motivation was to develop a protocol for the hospitalized patient. Subsequently, all the elements that we have included in the protocol have been supported by the highest level of scientific evidence. We then developed protocols for the management of acute COVID and long COVID. And then more recently, I've developed an interest in repurposed drugs. So I've developed a monograph called Cancer Care, which is a monograph looking at metabolic therapy and repurposed drugs for the treatment of cancer. So that's a brief encapsulation of, how we started and what we've been doing.
Are you still affiliated with the Alliance today?
That's correct.
Still working with them to develop protocols for treatment of both COVID and long COVID and short COVID?
That's correct.
Now, I want to go through your certifications. They begin on page 2. Am I correct that you have certification by the South African Medical and Dental Council as a general practitioner, a specialty certification in internal medicine, and a subspecialty certification in critical care medicine?
That's correct.
Do you hold a certification in internal medicine from the British Medical Council?
That's correct.
Do you hold a certification in internal medicine with a subspecialty in critical care medicine from the Canadian Medical Council?
That's correct.
Do you hold a certification from the American Board of Internal Medicine in internal medicine and critical care medicine?
That's correct.
Do you hold a certification by the American Board of Physicians and Nutrition Specialists in the field of physician nutrition specialist?
That's correct.
And do you hold certification as a neo-critical care specialist from the United Council for Neurological Subspecialties?
That's correct.
Now, you began your medical education in South Africa?
That's correct.
And I'm looking at those qualifications, and I just would ask you, what is an MBBC small h?
Yes, it's a Master of Medicine and Master of Surgery. It's the British equivalent. So instead of in the US, it's a 4-year degree, postgraduate degree. In the UK and the British colonies, it's medicine is a 6-year master's degree. So that's what I did. It's a 6-year degree. And then after that, you have to do a compulsory year as a rotating intern, which I did.
And then you have a diploma in alternative medicine from Bantridge Forest School in Sussex, England.
That's correct.
You have a degree in aviation medicine from South African Defense Force.
That's correct.
You have a Master's of Medicine from the University of Witwatersrand.
That's correct.
You also have, is this an honors degree in pharmacology?
Yeah, it was a Bachelor of Science with honors in pharmacology.
You have a diploma in tropical medicine and hygiene.
That's correct.
You have an FCP, SA, from the College of Medicine in South Africa. What is that?
Hello, the College of Medicine. So you get registered as a specialist in internal medicine.
Okay. You have a diploma in anesthesia from the College of Medicine of South Africa.
That's correct.
And you have an FRCPC from the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada. What is that?
Yeah, so that's similar to the FCPSA. So I did my fellowship in Canada, my critical care fellowship in Canada. So I was then appointed as a fellow of the Canadian Medical and Surgical Council.
Now, on page 3 of your CV, under publications, you list 782 as listed by Google Scholar. What are those publications?
Yeah, so those are peer-reviewed publications. So if you do a Google Scholar search or a Medline search, that's the number of publications which has my name cited to it.
And how many times have those 782 publications been cited by others?
53,809 at last counting.
53,000. Now, on the one the version of your CV that I'm looking at, it says citation/paper 44. What is that?
That's the number of citations per paper. So if you divide 782 by the number of citations, the average is 44 citations per paper.
And can you explain the citation metrics, which is just below that, which contains a world ranking?
Yeah, so there's something called the H index, which is used to grade the scholarly activity of scientists. It's the most widely used index, the H index. Most Nobel laureates have an H index of about 40 to 50. As you can see, my H index is 111.
Translate that 111 for us.
Yeah, so I'm in the top 0.01% of published scholars in the area of medicine.
That's quite a select group, Dr. Murray.
Yep.
We have looked at your academic degrees. I want to look at page 6, which is licensure and certification. There are too many to review individually, but they begin in 1983 and they go through 2018. The most recent was the ABIM board certification in critical care medicine.
That's correct.
And you were recertified in 2018. The certification expires December 31, 2029. So your career has been as a man of science, always asking questions and always seeking answers.
Yeah, one could say that, yes.
I'm looking at your teaching portfolio, which begins on page 8. You began teaching in 1992 as the coordinator of residential critical care teaching program in the Detroit Receiving Hospital and Wayne State University.
That's correct.
In 1994 through 98, you were a lecturer in internal medicine program, in the emergency medicine program, and a cardiology fellow program at the University of Massachusetts Medical School.
That's correct.
In the same period, you were an ACLS lecturer at St. Vincent Hospital.
That's correct.
What is ACLS?
Advanced Cardiac Life Support. It's this, we teach people to do CPR, basically.
In 2001 to 2004, you were on the teaching faculty at the University of Pittsburgh.
That's correct.
And also the University of Pittsburgh School of Nursing Acute Care Nurse Practitioner Program.
That's correct.
2004, 2009, you were the co-fellowship director of Pulmonary and Critical Care Fellowship, Division of Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia.
That's correct.
So as opposed to including researching, you've had a life of teaching. You've had a life of teaching as well.
Yes, that's true. Yes, I'm an academic clinician.
On page 10, there's a list of awards, honors, and citations.
Madam Hearing Officer, I've tried to be patient, but I'm going to have to object. This is unduly repetitious. The witness's CV is admitted without objection. It's 90 pages long. If we're going to talk about every other page, we'll be here for a week.
Yeah,
We're going to talk about enough pages to establish Dr. Merrick's qualifications. As you can see, he's abundantly qualified.
So Attorney Libby, this is a document that's in evidence. I can ask board members if they've had a chance to review it, but I don't want to go through it line by line. We don't have time.
Well, we're not going to go through it line by line, but we're going to go through it sufficiently so that the board understands Dr. Merrick's qualifications.
So actually, I get to make those decisions. You don't. And I'm telling you that we've spent a significant amount of time on his resume already, and I would like you to summarize whatever additional questions you have regarding his resume.
Dr. Merrick, I'm looking at page 13. Have you been an editorial board member for the American Journal of Critical Care?
That's correct.
The Internet Journal of Emergency and Intensive Care Medicine?
So Attorney Libby, I'm going to give you 3 more minutes on his resume, and then we're going to move to different.
Well, I mean, you can certainly control the type of questioning, but I'm trying to establish my doctor expert credentials that are pivotal to understanding his testimony.
Yeah, and they're already in the record in document.
Well, in the record doesn't mean that the board is going to read them or understand them.
Okay, I'm asking you not to interrupt me, and I'm telling you that that document is in the record, and we're not going to go through it line by line. You have 3 minutes to highlight whatever you would like to highlight from his resume.
Well, I was doing that. So, Dr. Merrick, you were an editorial board member of the American Journal of Hospital and Palliative Care.
That's correct. Yes, I was on the board of multiple journals.
Yes, you were. And you were a reviewer for multiple journals. We're looking at page 15. Among those journals you were a reviewer for was the Journal of the American Medical Association.
That's correct.
Lancet.
That's correct.
Lancet Respiratory Disease.
That's correct.
Lancet Infectious Disease.
That's correct.
Nature, one of the premier science publications in the world.
That's correct.
The New England Journal of Medicine.
That's correct.
Now, have you done of late, I mean, there are 462 publications. I think you've published several books and chapters in books, 85 chapters according to your CV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'm looking at page 89. This is a list of 392 publications. And I want to ask you about number 380, the eye mask protocol, the prevention and early treatment of COVID-19 and the role of vitamin C. That was a webinar in December 23rd, 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What are the iMask protocols, sir?
Yeah, so the name has changed somewhat, but this was for the acute treatment of COVID-19.
Number 381, COVID-19, a clinician's perspective, a review of the MATH, capital M-A-T-H, plus and iMask protocols. What is the MATH plus protocol?
Yeah, so the MATH plus was the hospital protocol. So that was our original protocol for the hospitalized patient. And the iMask was the largely outpatient management of COVID-19.
Okay. Number 384, ivermectin for the treatment of COVID-19, a brief review, Northwest Anesthesia Conference, March 20th, 2021.
That's correct.
And in April 10th in Malaysia, you did corticosteroids and ivermectin for the treatment of COVID-19.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the treatment of COVID with ivermectin?
Yes.
Now, you prepared a report that I've marked Exhibit 52C. The report is dated September 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Did you charge any fees or compensation for the preparation of that report, Dr. Merritt?
Yes, I did. The exact fee I can't remember, but I did, and I did submit a bill.
Okay. Now this ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, what are they?
Yeah, so they're probably best known as repurposed drugs. So a repurposed drug is a drug which is FDA approved, but not used for the licensing indication. The bottom line is between 40% to 50% of drugs used in the hospital are off-label, and up to 60% of drugs used in pediatrics are off-label. So the use of an off-label drug is, up until COVID, was really very common and standard of care. Unfortunately, with COVID, the use of repurposed or off-label drugs for reasons that are unclear became an issue. So basically, a drug is approved by the FDA for a specific indication. It's quite legal and the FDA approves its use for other indications at the discretion of the clinician. That's an off-label drug. So hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin are basically being repurposed. Ivermectin is primarily an antiparasitic drug, but it has activity against a whole range of RNA viruses. It's an anti-inflammatory drug, and it has activity against cancer. Hydroxychloroquine is mainly used in patients with autoimmune disease, rheumatoid arthritis. It's also an anti-malarial drug. So it again it was shown to have activity against coronaviruses. Fauci's group showed this in, I think, 2014. It was shown with SARS and MERS. So it's an example of a repurposed drug.
Is ivermectin safe for use as an antiviral with COVID?
So what I can say, it's probably one of the safest medications on this planet. So over 4 billion doses have been dispensed, mainly in Africa and South America, for the use of parasitic diseases. And so probably the best source of information is the WHO itself. The WHO runs a pharmacovigilance database called...
I'm going to object to the rest of this answer. It's not responsive to the question.
It is in response to the question.
Can you repeat the question, Attorney Libby?
I asked him to describe ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. And he's,
the question was whether or not they were safe. The answer is yes, and there was an explanation as to why, and now there's further discussion about the why.
well, you can certainly explain why they're safe.
Okay, I'm gonna allow the answer to continue.
So the bottom line is the ivermectin has been used for almost 30 years, and the safety is recorded in the WHO's own safety database. And if you actually look at ivermectin, it's probably the safest medication that's listed by the WHO. In terms of 30 years, they list 16 deaths. And if you actually analyze those deaths, they were actually due to the parasite and not ivermectin. So it is simply one of the safest medications on this planet.
And what about the safety of hydroxychloroquine?
Yeah, so hydroxychloroquine is a little bit different. It's dose dependent. If it's used in a prescribed dose, or the recognized dose is 200 to 400 a day, it's exceedingly safe. The problem is if it's used in a higher dose, then it has adverse events, particularly cardiac events. So one of the studies that was done in COVID was they used a highly toxic dose of hydroxychloroquine. As I said, the dose is 200 to 400. So what they do in these studies is by design, they design them to fail. This study used 2,400 milligrams, and there were many deaths due to cardiac events, but this was an expected event. So if it's used within the dosing range, which is 200 to 400, it's exceedingly safe. The only adverse event is after 10 years of use, it can cause damage to the retina. So after 10 years, one has to, undergo ophthalmological examination.
You used the term designed to fail. What did you mean by that?
Yeah. So there are nefarious forces at play that do not want hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin to be accepted as a reasonable.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This is a line of testimony that you've already excluded by your evidentiary order earlier in this case.
Okay, can you elaborate, please?
Sure. Let me pull up the order. I'm hearing the witness talk about nefarious forces that'll prevent the medication. Your order of February 14, 2023 makes this irrelevant and unduly repetitious testimony along this line regarding governmental efforts to suppress or limit the availability of those drugs, such as those provided by the licensee to patients 1, 2, and 3.
I'm sorry. You read that way too fast for me. Could you please repeat that again? Thank you.
I'll try.
Thank you.
So, Madam Hearing Officer, I'm referring to your February 14, 2023 order on motion in limine to exclude testimony, where the licensee argues the testimony of Dr. Merrick regarding governmental efforts to suppress or limit the availability of drugs, such as those prescribed by the licensee to patients 1, 2, and 3 is relevant. End of that quote. That was licensee's argument. It's relevant. End of the paragraph. I'm skipping ahead. Although Dr. Merrick's testimony will be allowed, it will be limited in scope to the availability of medications that the licensee prescribed. Irrelevant or unduly repetitious testimony along this line will be excluded. Okay. And the nefarious forces that purportedly are preventing those medications are exactly the sort of governmental efforts that you've already ruled are not admissible.
Okay, Attorney Libby.
By your order, you ruled that the availability of the medications was relevant and admissible.
Okay,
and that's what Dr. Merrick's comment is addressed to, the availability of the medications.
Yeah, so that is the line that was left open in the order. So you can go ahead with questions related to that line with a note that irrelevant or repetitious evidence we're going to move through.
So
maybe if I can cite one study for you, which was published in New England Journal of Medicine, which tested hydroxychloroquine. The dose was 2,400 milligrams. As I said, that's a toxic dose. The normal dose is 200 to 400. The investigators who designed the study knew that going into it. And in fact, the Attorney General in Brazil has charged the investigators of the study with homicide.
That was the New England Journal of Medicine published.
That's correct.
So with respect to the availability of these two drugs, and let's start first with ivermectin, was the availability of ivermectin to be prescribed off-label to patients affected by COVID restricted after March of 2020?
So what happened is the FDA went on a campaign to discredit ivermectin, and they then sent out letters of concern to both medical boards and pharmacy boards, advising that ivermectin was not safe or effective. Based on that action, I'm currently suing the FDA, and the proceedings are ongoing because that was out of their jurisdiction and what's out of their domain and was blatantly false. So unfortunately, after this campaign by the FDA, the use of ivermectin became somewhat limited, and pharmacists basically became practicing physicians and decided when it was and wasn't appropriate to prescribe a repurposed drug, which is completely a novel concept.
I'm here, and I also going to have to object to the last part of that answer, purporting to tell the board members about where pharmacy practice ends and medical practice begins as outside the witness's expertise and designation.
No, it doesn't.
Well, it's certainly not outside his expertise. He's talking about the availability of ivermectin. We know in this state that the Board of Pharmacy and the Board of Licensure in Medicine issued a joint statement that resulted in the inavailability of these medications to treat people with COVID. And that's exactly what Dr. Merrick.
I'm going to allow it as relevant to the area that's been identified as relevant.
Dr. Merrick, in your experience since COVID, is ivermectin an effective antiviral medication when administered on an outpatient basis to people who are just starting to experience symptoms?
Absolutely, and without question. There's both in vitro data, clinical data, randomized controlled data, epidemiological data. So unquestionably. In fact, ivermectin is, after penicillin, considered by the WHO to be the second most important drug ever developed.
Same question with respect to hydroxychloroquine. Is it effective in treating COVID-19 if administered early on an outpatient basis when symptoms arise?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think early is the qualifying term. Ivermectin does work later in the course, but hydroxychloroquine only works early. So it's really important that it's given as an outpatient basis early on.
Is there any scientific basis that you're aware of to restrict these two licensed medications from off-label use by physicians in Maine or the United States?
No, I mean,
Objection calls for a legal conclusion outside the scope of the witness's designation.
Okay, I'm going to allow it as the question was framed on in his experience as a medical provider.
So, as a clinician, I prescribe drugs all the time off-label. In fact, it's the standard of care. Amiodarone, which is a drug that I used in the ICU every day, is used off-label. Amoxicillin for the treatment of your kid's otitis is used off-label. So there's nothing peculiar about ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. We were doing what the FDA allows and encourages, the off-label use of an FDA approved at the clinician's own judgment.
In this case against Dr. Nass, Dr. Merrick, the disciplinary allegations allege that the FDA has not approved ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine for the treatment of COVID-19. The question is, what does that mean for the practitioner in the field?
It's of no significance because, as I said, you can use amoxicillin for otitis, although it's not FDA approved. As long as it's an FDA approved drug and it's used at the discretion of the treating physician, it is of no relevance at all.
Dr. Merrick, I want to direct your attention to your report, which is Exhibit 152C. Am I correct that Exhibit 152A through N have been admitted, Madam Hearing Officer? Or do I need to move those into admission?
I'm going to ask, it'll take me a minute to look through our massive list of exhibits to figure that out. If it was not objected to when it was previously submitted, then it's been admitted, but. You want to give me the number one more time?
It's 152A through 152A, C, F, H, and N.
Why don't you proceed and I'll take a minute to look through our list of exhibits.
I'm looking at 152C, Dr. Merrick, which is your report. Did I ask you to review the telemedicine visits Dr. Nass had with 3 patients, patients 1, patient 2, and patient 3?
That's correct.
Did I provide you Dr. Nass's records from those telemedicine visits?
That's correct.
Did I provide you text messages that were exchanged in the care of patients 1 and 2?
That's correct.
Did I provide you the hospital records for patients 1 and 2?
That's correct.
And did I ask you to review those with respect to the care or consultations Dr. Nass provided to these 3 patients?
That's correct.
And did you record the facts as you found them and your conclusions in Licensee Exhibit 152C?
That's correct.
So those are admitted.
Thank you. Now, these were telemedicine visits. What kind of visits was FLAC, the organization you founded, promoting or using to treat COVID-19 patients?
Yeah, well, normally one does an in-person visit, but with COVID, there were normally enormous restraints and limitations of in-person visits with COVID-19, just because of the transmissibility of the disease and the risk to healthcare workers. And in fact, it's a clinical diagnosis. What people don't realize is COVID-19 is a clinical diagnosis. So it's quite adequate to do a telemedicine visit and then to provide patients with the information they need to follow a reasonable course. And so it became the standard of care with COVID-19 is to do telemedicine visits.
So when you say COVID-19 is a clinical diagnosis, can you explain what you mean, Dr. Merrick?
Yes. So people think you need to do a PCR. That's false, because the PCR has both false positive and false negative results. The false negatives can be up to 40%. The false negative positives can be, again, 40%. So that doing a PCR test is not the way you diagnose it. The PCR test is used for epidemiological data to track the disease. But when you have a patient in front of you, you take clinical history, and that's how you make a diagnosis. That's the way William Osler did it in the 1900s, and that's the way we do it now. We take a history from the patient, and based on the patient's history, you make a differential diagnosis which would include SARS-CoV-2 or influenza. It just so happened that during SARS-CoV-2, the incidence of influenza went down dramatically. So it wasn't a confounding issue like it may be now. So in those days, it was a clinical diagnosis. Patients present with a flu-like illness with typical symptoms. Often they have changes in taste and smell, which may be specific, but it's a clinical diagnosis.
Thank you. Now, in paragraph 3 on page 1 of your report, you write, it appears that the board has a significant misunderstanding on the course of events of all 3 patients, and that the time course indicated for these patients was not correct. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so the first 2 patients were actually what-if visits or preemptive visits. These weren't, when Dr. Nass did her first consultation, both the patients had indicated that they wanted to have a supply of ivermectin and or hydroxychloroquine as a what's-if kit, which is something that's widely advocated. So don't wait till you get COVID. Have a what's-if kit at home so that if you develop signs and symptoms of COVID, then you can treat yourself preemptively right up front. And that's what the consults were. So they asked about a physical examination and all kinds of other stuff which were somewhat irrelevant. Firstly, you can't do a physical examination by telemedicine. It's an impossibility. I don't know how that's at all possible. And so most of the comments were completely irrelevant and off base.
Most of the comments, you're referring to the allegations the board made with respect to Dr. Nass's consults and care.
That's correct.
So these preemptive prescriptions, in both cases, patient 1 and 2, they were ivermectin. In the time of the pandemic, 2020, 2021, into 2022, were these preemptive prescriptions widely used?
Yes, so both prophylactically. So there are many healthcare institutions, particularly in South America, that used ivermectin prophylactically in their healthcare workers. So it was used both prophylactically and then it was used preemptively in people who got sick. This was a recognized standard of care.
Did the organization that you're with, FLAC, did they develop a protocol for a what's if kit?
Absolutely, yes.
And what was that what's if kit?
Yeah, so basically we recommended that people, stock up in their medicine closet a few pharmaceutical agents which could help them if they should get SARS-CoV-2. So the first one was a iodine nasal spray. So iodine nasal spray is probably the most effective way of killing SARS-CoV-2. The data shows within 10 seconds it kills the virus. And so there are commercially available Providon iodine nose sprays. And so we recommended people buy the nose spray. We also recommended that they stock up on zinc because zinc's a really important element for the immune system. We recommended vitamin D because vitamin D is really important for the immune system. And we also recommended they stock up on ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. So it wasn't just ivermectin, it was a number of interventions that have been shown scientifically and proven to be effective in limiting the course of SARS-CoV-2.
Has that been the experience of the physicians using the what-if kits through FLAC?
Absolutely. So it's our experience of that of patients. So, we hear anecdotes from patients, and obviously they are anecdotes. In that they tell us they get SARS-CoV-2, they have a what-if kit, and within 24 hours they feel better. So the advantage is that you have the entire kit at home, and that you started early, because early is really important. It prevents spread of the disease. It prevents progression of the disease.
Now, Dr. Merritt, did you have an opportunity to see any of the testimony of patients 1, 2, and 3 today?
Yeah, I did see pieces of it.
Okay. Can you just tell me what pieces you saw?
Yeah, so I think, I think the piece that I watched, I think the first 2, the third one I didn't watch, was that basically the patients were really satisfied with the care Dr. Nass gave.
Objection. The testimony is unduly repetitive. The witness is being asked to summarize testimony the board's already heard.
I didn't ask you to summarize testimony.
I'm going to allow it his impression of the testimony related to the issues for hearing.
I mean, basically, the first 2 witnesses that I heard basically reiterated what my report, and both of them were delighted with the care Dr. Nass provided. She's a kind, caring, sympathetic, responsive human being, and she should be applauded. And I think that's what they did.
So I'm looking at page 2 of your September 1st, 2022 report regarding patient 1. Did you review the chronology of Dr. Nass's consultation and text messages with respect to patient 1?
Yes, I did.
And patient 1 was identified today as Nancy Mahoney. Can you tell, the board charges that Dr. Nass didn't do an appropriate physical examination of patient 1. Is a physical examination possible in a telehealth visit?
No.
Is a physical examination necessary when the purpose of the telehealth visit is to acquire medication to treat upon the first sign of symptoms?
Yeah, as I said previously, I mean, COVID's a clinical diagnosis made on history. So you just take a history from the patient, and that provides adequate data to make the diagnosis of COVID. There are no tests or physical exam that is specifically helpful in confirming the diagnosis.
Now, one of the charges the board levels is that Dr. Nass communicated in patient 1's case with her son, Joel, about her healthcare condition. Did you hear her testify that her son was an authorized representative?
Yeah, so I must tell you, having practiced medicine for 40 years, I find that claim astonishing. Astonishing.
Why?
Astonishing. Because the family is the most important link to the patient. And so we always, I mean, as part of the care, we get history from the patient. They tell us about the patient's wishes, desires, what kind of person the patient is. So communication with the patient's family is a critical part. You know, we're not practicing veterinary medicine here. This is medicine, and speaking with the patient's family is an integral part of medicine. It's never been challenged, and it's what doctors do every single day, you know, up until maybe COVID, is the families provide essential historical data, very useful data about what the patient's wishes, likes, desires, and the kind of care they want. So to say that she spoke without their consent is an absurdity.
In your review of Dr. Nass's notes when she prescribed ivermectin, did she have enough information from the patient to make that preemptive prescription with respect to patient 1?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, ivermectin is one of the safest medications on this planet. There are almost no contraindications. There is one genetic aberration that you find in collie dogs and some kind of other dogs, but it's really irrelevant in humans. So, you know, just a general history is fine. In terms of hydroxychloroquine, you know, obviously there are issues with conduction defects, and that's why I think in the second patient, she was concerned about the diltiazem and recommended the dose be reduced. But she had adequate historical data.
And in your review on page 3, admission notes from patient 1. You wrote, I think this is the treating physician, Dr. Martindale, reported that she had admitted patient 1 onto her hospitalist service on December 19, 21. Patient complained of dyspnea, cough, and fatigue for 2 weeks. She reported that the patient informed her that Dr. Nass diagnosed the patient, quote, over the phone with COVID-19, with COVID on December 7, 2021, and prescribed 5 days of ivermectin with a horse deworming medication that is not indicated for humans. The board claims the doctor expressed concern that patient 1 did not have the benefits of real diagnostic tests or the benefit of outpatient COVID medication, such as monoclonal antibodies. Now, in paragraph 3, you refer to these assertions as blatantly false. Why?
Yeah, they are blatantly false. So as I said, we've said COVID's a clinical diagnosis. It's made by an astute clinician. There are no special tests that you require. The notion that it's a horse dewormer is offensive. It's offensive to the billions of patients. Let me say that again. Billions of patients on this planet that have successfully been treated for parasitic diseases with ivermectin. So to claim it's a horse dewormer is a fabrication perpetuated by the FDA and is completely and utterly false and offensive.
There is also a reference in your report. This is the third line from the bottom. The assertion that the patient did not have the benefit of monoclonal antibodies is similarly false. Why is that?
So, so there's so much misinformation. You've got to follow the science, the true science. So if you actually look at the studies of monoclonal antibodies, they only worked with the alpha, beta, and delta variant, not with Omicron because of the genetic changes. Secondly, if you actually have a look at the data, it has to be given within the first 3 days, of symptom onset. And then what does it do? It reduces the risk of hospitalization by a few percentage points. That's the impact of monoclonal antibodies. So people must start talking the truth. That's the impact of monoclonal antibodies. They do not work with Omicron because of the genetic changes. It's directed against a different antigenic epitope. And if you actually have a look at the studies, it has to be given within 3 days of symptom onset. And then the benefit is a minuscule, small percentage reduction in the risk of hospitalization. No difference in symptomatology or in mortality. So the whole monoclonal antibody thing is completely erroneous.
Let's talk about patient 2, which is the next page of your report, who received a preemptive prescription September 2nd, 2021, also of ivermectin. Did you hear Mr. Bayless' testimony?
I heard part of it, yes.
Okay. Now, you've seen Dr. Nass's note of that date, which classifies him high risk.
That's correct.
And you saw that in Dr. Nass's notes, there were a host of prescriptions that Mr. Bayless was taking for a variety of conditions.
That's correct.
Which Dr. Nass listed in her telehealth visit with Mr. Bayless, correct?
That's correct.
So she also took his weight and other information about his medical history. Do you concur that Mr. Balos was a high-risk patient?
Yeah, so we know this, we knew it then and we know it now, that the biggest risk factor is obesity. So obesity is an enormously important risk factor, and probably because there are ACE2 receptors on adipose tissue. On top of that, he was a type 2 diabetic, he had hypertension, which again increased his risk. So he would be classified as a high-risk patient.
So with respect to these other prescriptions, when Dr. Nass prescribed ivermectin as a preemptive strategy if he developed symptoms, there is a suggestion through the questions today, I'm not sure if you heard, that she had an obligation to check with each of his specialists.
Yeah, that doesn't happen in the real world. I can tell you, it does not happen. Although it would be theoretically nice that the doctor spent his whole day contacting other physicians to...
Objective form, this is non-responsive. Attorney Libby hadn't gotten to a question yet.
It was a question and it is responsive.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow him to continue.
Yeah, so it's just unrealistic. That doesn't happen in the real world. It would be nice if physicians could do that. They just simply don't have the time or the resources. So what they do is they refer to the patient's medical record, or they get historical information from the patient. Unless there's a specific reason, there may be a specific reason that a physician would contact another physician. But out of the norm, the standard practice, that never happens.
Given the prescription of ivermectin and Mr. Balos's medications, which he disclosed to Dr. Nass, were there any possible interactions or risks to Mr. Balos with the existing medications?
Absolutely not. So there are actually no real drug interactions. Well, sorry, let me correct that. If the patient was on immunosuppressive drugs with transplant, so if he was a transplant patient who was taking tacrolimus or cyclosporin, there is an interaction with ivermectin. That's the only known interaction. And since he was not a transplant patient on those drugs, it becomes completely irrelevant. And so ivermectin becomes a very safe choice just because they're, as I said, the only known drug interaction are with transplant drugs.
Mr. Balos took the ivermectin, which was prescribed to him when he came down with the symptoms. Did you hear that portion of his testimony?
Yes.
And his wife, Angela, had communications with Dr. Nass. Is that normal and accepted under circumstances such as these?
Absolutely. Happens every single day in every hospital, in every outpatient setting across the United States and across the world.
And did you hear Mr. Balos' testimony about remdesivir?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear he and his wife testify that he went to the hospital with written instructions not to be administered remdesivir?
That's correct.
One of the claims by the board is that Dr. Nass's prescription of ivermectin contributed to the delay in Mr. Balos going to the hospital. You've reviewed the medical records and you've heard his testimony. Is there any basis for that allegation?
Absolutely not. And basically, the NIH themselves said there's no effective treatment You basically stay at home until you breathe, until you go blue and you can't breathe, and then you go to hospital. That's the official, that was the official stance of the National Institute of Health and their guidelines. Is no effective treatment. You stay at home until you go blue and can't breathe, then you go to the emergency room.
Now, are you aware that when Mr. Balos, or Angela, his wife, contacted Dr. Nass, and he actually had COVID, that Dr. Nass attempted to obtain hydroxychloroquine prescription for him?
Yes.
And did you see in the text messages that Dr. Nass told Angela that she told the pharmacist she was prescribing it for Lyme?
Yes, that's correct. As I said before, up until COVID, when you wrote a prescription, you did not need an ICD-9 code, so that you would write a prescription and the pharmacy would dispense it. But for whatever reasons, it changed in 2020. And so pharmacists started refusing to give hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin if it was for COVID, but they would give it for another diagnosis. So I can understand Dr. Nass had her patient's interest at heart. So she was doing what she had to do to secure the ivermectin for her patient.
Now, Dr. Nass got the hydroxychloroquine for Mr. Balos. And do you consider her response to the pharmacist that it was for Lyme disease a lie?
Objection outside the witness's scope, designation, and expertise.
Attorney Libby.
Let me rephrase the question. Was there justification for what Dr. Nass told the pharmacist?
Yeah, she bent the truth to do what she needed to do for
And
her.
I'm going to object. That's still outside the scope of this witness's expert designation.
So I'm going to allow his answer. You can continue, Dr. Mayer.
Yeah, as I said, she had to do what she had to do to get the medication for her patient. I think any concerned or caring or diligent physician would have done the same.
Isn't the American Medical Association Code of Ethics require a physician to do whatever they can to get life-saving treatment for their patient?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, there was a lot of discussion with other experts called by the board about whether or not Dr. Nass's prescription of ivermectin and the hydroxychloroquine was not taken, delayed Mr. Balos's admission to the hospital. Do you see any facts in the documents and the testimony you reviewed to support that?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balos's testimony that he dragged his feet about going to the hospital?
Yeah, so people had a fear because of the high mortality.
Objection, non-responsive. The question was whether the witness heard the testimony, and
yes.
Now the witness is going far beyond that question.
Yes.
And the witness testified about his fear of going to the hospital, didn't he? Patient two?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, you can continue.
And Dr. Nass is not responsible for that fear, is she?
No.
And patient three, Dr. Merrick, this was the lady who was 6 months pregnant?
That's correct.
And Dr. Nass prescribed her hydroxychloroquine?
That's correct.
Is hydroxychloroquine safe for pregnant women?
It's actually approved by the WHO for use in pregnancy.
That's the World Health Organization?
That's correct.
You didn't hear Mrs. Bishop's testimony, did you?
No.
No. She described that right after taking the hydroxychloroquine, she started feeling better. Is that common or representative about people who take hydroxychloroquine early
Yes.
Explain that to me. Physiologically.
Yeah, so obviously there's no treatment that benefits from a delay in therapy. You know, if you have pneumonia, you want to be treated with antibiotics early. The same thing happens with viral infections. If you have an effective therapy, the earlier you treat the patient, the more favorable the outcome. So that's why we have a what-if preemptive kit, so that people can have these drugs at home and start treatment early. We know that the longer you delay, the greater the viral replication, the greater the chance of the virus going to the lungs. So that early treatment is absolutely critical.
With Ms. Bishop, you note in paragraph 2 under patient 3, the board alleges again the progress note contains no evidence of recorded patient history, no record of a physical exam, no, quote, medical decision-making, close quote, no patient-informed consent, no coordination of care, and no recommended follow-up. And you characterize these allegations as false and unfounded. Why?
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, it's a clinical diagnosis. And so you don't need special tests. You don't need to examine the patient. It's based on history. So she did exactly what she should have done. And I'm sure if the situation arose again, what she would do again. And so there's no other course of action. And so she took a history, she made a diagnosis, she had a differential, she treated her appropriately. That's just the way it is.
One of the allegations the board makes against Dr. Nass is that she failed to consult with the midwife before prescribing hydroxychloroquine. Do you have an opinion on that, Dr. Merrick?
Hold on a second, let me silence my phone. Sorry, I silenced my phone. Yeah, no, as I said before, she had no obligation to contact the midwife, particularly since the midwife was so hostile towards her. I mean, she treated the patient appropriately. You know, you can't expect her to call all her patients primary care providers and specialists. That's just not the way medicine works in the real world. So no, she did the right thing. It was up the patient's obligation, if she wanted to tell the midwife.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that last response, Dr. Merrick.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, if the patient wanted to communicate that information to the midwife or the obstetrician, that's fine. The patient's entitled to do that. But the physician's under no obligation to contact every one of the patient's providers to indicate the care provided. As I said, you know, otherwise the physician would be on the phone the whole day just contacting different physicians. So that's an unfounded allegation.
Now, with respect to Dr. Nass's consultation and prescriptions and follow-up text messages with the family for patients 1, 2, and 3, did she meet the standard of care?
Oh my goodness, she went above the standard of care. I mean, most physicians don't like the intrusion of giving their cell phone and being texted. So she went over and above what you would expect. So she needs to be complimented and commended.
You write in your report that all 3 telemedicine consults were performed according to the highest level of medical care. Is that your opinion?
Yeah, and you know, even with the retrospectoscope, and obviously it's easy to be clever after the fact. You know, even after the fact, there's nothing different that I would do or any other reasonable physician would have done. So I think she performed according to the highest level of care.
Also, you write, to suggest that there was no documentation of physical examination, no decision-making, and no informed consent is preposterous and reflects an extreme lack of understanding of the practice of medicine as well as telemedicine. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to informed consent, did you hear patient 1, Nancy Mahoney, and patient 2, Michael Bayless, respond to the questions I asked them about informed consent?
Yes.
Based on their testimony, were they provided appropriate form of informed consent prior to the prescription by Dr. Nass, of ivermectin?
Yes, I mean, the patients initiated the consult. The patients had requested the medication. Dr. Nass had a conversation with them. So there was an adequate discussion and exchange of information. I'm not sure what more Dr. Nass could have done.
Now, among the material that I provided you, did I provide you the Maine Board of Medicine Registration in Medicine telehealth rules?
Yeah, I think I read them, but it's quite a while ago.
And referring to the last paragraph, the last page of your report, could you just review that? Not read it, but just review it yourself, and then I'll have some questions.
Yes, I read the paragraph.
And do you refer to Rule 6, parens capital A2, and Rule 6, capital A, parens 3 of the telemedicine standards of practice?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that the patient's choice for telemedicine needed to be documented in the medical record?
Well, the patients initiated the consult, so it's kind of a bit of an absurdity. The patients wanted a telemedicine consult. They initiated it. So it goes without speaking that that's what they wanted. It would have been doubly redundant to have to document the obvious.
Dr. Merrick, since we hope to finish today, I'm going to conclude my examination, and there will be questions by the Assistant Attorney General.
Sure. Thank you.
Assistant Attorney General Segelman, do you, I'm just wondering if we should take a break or if we should proceed with some of your cross first. Do you have a sense of how much cross you have?
I think it'll be brief.
Okay, why don't we go ahead then?
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Merrick, how much, what is the hourly rate you're currently charging for your participation in this matter?
Yeah, so I normally charge my medical legal work $400 an hour. I'm not sure, I can't recall what I'm doing for this. Generally in COVID, I've charged $200 an hour, but I would have to go back and look at my records.
You don't remember what your hourly rate is for this matter, is that right?
So it's between $200 and $400.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, how much have you billed so far for participating in this matter?
Yeah, so maybe $2,000. I mean, I may be completely off, but maybe that's what the sum total is.
Okay, thank you, doctor. You testified that you reviewed Dr. Nass's patient records in this case, right?
Her documentation, yeah, I was given her documentation.
Yeah. And do you believe that Dr. Nass's patient records in this case were adequate or inadequate?
So considering the nature of the consult, I think it was adequate. You know, I think she met the standard. You know, these weren't, you know, the times were unusual and the patients had specific focused questions and she addressed the questions. So I think the notation was fine. In retrospect, maybe she could have, you know, she could have been a little bit more detailed, but I think the documentation is adequate.
Thank you, Doctor. You recall publishing an article with Dr. Corey, who's another named expert in this case, the clinical and scientific rationale for the Math Plus hospital treatment protocol for COVID-19. Do you remember that article?
Yes.
And that Math Plus article was retracted, isn't that correct?
Under false pretenses, yes. There was completely false, fabricated, it was complete scientific misconduct by the journal. And unfortunately, that's what happened. And if you want to, I can explain to you what happened, but it was complete. So we know that with COVID, papers are retracted for no good reason. This was retracted for no good reason. This was a political hit job, and it was completely unfounded. And we will stand by that today. The issue was when we, and it was a minor part of the study, unfortunately, the healthcare system was going after me. We published the reported mortality as 7.8%. And that was the mortality given to me personally by the chief medical officer. It just so happened that 2 months later, the mortality went up because that's what happens with time. It's time censored. The mortality went up to 10%. So based on that minor incongruity, and we were quite prepared to say that with time, the actual hospital mortality had increased to 10% as opposed to 7.8%. But because of political pressure, they were forced to retract the paper. Let me state, we then published another paper in which we looked at the hospital mortality worldwide was 20%. And that paper stands. So our mortality, even if you look at the 10%, was a 50% reduction in hospital mortality. So that retraction was illegal, immoral, and unfounded.
Illegal?
Yes, it was, yes, illegal.
Okay. Thank you for that, Doctor. Isn't it true that in March of 2021, you consented to discipline imposed by the Virginia Board of Medicine?
That's correct.
And among the reasons for discipline, you admitted to 18 instances of prescribing controlled substances over 4 years without a bona fide patient relationship and outside the limits of your medical license, correct?
So I was forced into that by error. So what happened is, and
Doctor, I'm just looking to, if you would please agree or not agree, and I can ask the question again.
Yes, yes, under duress, I was forced to agree.
You agree, okay.
The matter was then dropped.
I missed that last part. What was that, please?
The matter was then dropped by the Board of Medicine.
Was then dropped?
They let it go. It was resolved.
They let it go. Okay. Are you currently licensed in Virginia?
No.
Are you currently a licensed doctor in any jurisdiction?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Board members have any questions for Dr. Merrick? Chair Gleason.
In your experience, thank you for coming, Doctor. I was very interested in your testimony. In your experience with the use of hydroxychloroquine preemptively, after one dose, the patient number 3 seemed to feel good. In your experience, how often does just one dose of hydroxychloroquine that's successful with COVID symptoms?
Yeah, every patient is different. It's very individualized, but we have heard anecdotes that within 24 hours, patients feel remarkably better, both with ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. So it does happen. Usually it's 48 hours, but we have heard, from patients that some patients respond really quickly.
Within 12 hours?
Yes.
And what percentage of patients would you say that that's the case?
Yeah, so that would be guessing. I can't tell you. I would say maybe 20 or 30%, but I would be guessing.
I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Dr. Taylor Blanc.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Merrick. I believe that you testified that several times that COVID is a clinical diagnosis. And I believe that you said that PCR testing has a 40% false positive rate as well as a 40% false negative rate. And I'm wondering if you can share with us where you're getting that information and explain where you're getting those rates.
Yeah, so the false negatives, there was a paper in Annals of Internal Medicine looking at and it's published in Annals of Internal Medicine, looking at the false negative rates of COVID, because this was a problem. Patients would come to hospital, their PCR would be negative, they would have clinical features of COVID. They would then go on to develop antibodies, but would remain PCR negative. So this is a well-known phenomenon. It was published a very nice review in Annals of Internal Medicine. In terms of the false positives, it depends on the cycle threshold. So if the cycle threshold is too high, you're going to get false positives. And so they've slowly reduced the cycle threshold that's used. And if you use a lower cycle threshold, then the false positives are reduced. So at one point they were using a cycle threshold of about 40. And with a cycle threshold of 40, it did result in many false positives.
Okay, any other questions from board members? Okay, any redirects, Attorney Libby?
Yeah, I want to give Dr. Merrick an opportunity to respond to Assistant Attorney General Stiegelman. You said the allegations or discipline before the Virginia board were dropped. Dr. Merrick, can you explain that, please?
So what actually happened is that I had a script pad stolen from my office, and somebody wrote scripts for opiates under my name. I did not write these scripts. However, when they investigated me, I didn't know about this and I was caught off guard. It was retrospectively that I contacted the board and said, hey, these scripts I did not write. The script pad was stolen from my office. I did not write these scripts for the opiates. And so my attorney then said to me, you know what, just accept their conclusions. You don't want to fight with the board because you know what that can be. So I did sign an agreement with the board, although it was not factually true. And if you actually look at the proceedings from the board, that the fact that the script pads were stolen from my office and scripts were written in my name is absolutely clear. In the end, the board closed the matter. They said they closed the matter. The matter's final and closed. It didn't have impact on my ability to practice medicine or my license.
Thank you, Dr. Merrick. No further questions.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'd like to follow up on as recross, please.
Go ahead.
Dr. Merrick, I'd like to direct you to staff exhibit number 145, please. And just please start at the last page when you get there.
So how do I get there? So is this
so do you have the
package? Yeah. Yes.
So,
what page?
Okay, hold on. So do you have the board staff exhibit says one PDF, Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, that has 2,550 pages.
Madam Hearing Officer, this is one of the rebuttal exhibits for the experts, which were represented by defense counsel to have been separately provided.
Okay.
Yes, I have the rebuttal one, which is 938 pages.
So I think what Dr. Merrick is asking for somebody to direct him how to find this among.
Give me the page number, I can navigate to the right page.
Yeah, I have it as page 4 on my PDF. We didn't receive a copy of whatever it was that defense counsel provided to their witnesses. So the best I can do, I'm afraid, is exhibit number 145, staff exhibit 145, page 4, and whatever that means in the version that defense counsel provided to the witness. So we'll have to maybe someone in that office can figure it out.
Page 4 that I have is a quarter of a page document signed by Janet T. Mills, governor.
Okay, so what the Assistant Attorney General is looking at is the document that was from the Virginia Board of Medicine. It is exhibit 145, and you should have a PDF packet of the board staff's rebuttal exhibits. It's also page 3679 on the bottom, if you're able to access them that way.
So on the big package, what number?
So it's not the big package, it's the rebuttal exhibits.
Okay, and what page is it on? I have 938 pages.
I'm hearing officer. This is the only exhibit I'm interested in. I can email it to Attorney Libby and to you and just to expedite this.
Can you tell me, I can't see on here how many pages are in this PDF right now. So is it in the right packet?
It sounds like it probably is. It's the rebuttal exhibits. It should be in there.
Okay. And so this is page, when you see the bottom numbers on the bottom right, Dr. Merrick?
So I can navigate to the page. Exhibit number, what's the exhibit number?
145. And the Bates stamped page number on the bottom is for staff exhibits 3679.
So say the exhibit number again. I'm having difficulty finding it.
145, and you can also look on the side. You should be able to call up the bookmarks, and the exhibits are bookmarked by exhibit number.
Okay, exhibit number, just say it again, 100 and?
Yep, 145.
Okay, I see it, yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Assistant Attorney General Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. And Doctor, just to make sure we're looking at the same page.
Yes.
The last page of this Virginia Board of Medicine, top left corner says Paul E. Merrick, MD, consent order, page 404. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the very next thing is seen and agreed to. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's a squiggle. And then below that, your name, Paul E. Merrick, MD. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that squiggle your signature?
Yes.
You remember signing this document?
Yes.
And the rest of this page, that is a notary notarizing your signature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go up a couple pages here. I'm going to ask you to look at on the first page of this Virginia Board of Medicine document. First page, paragraph 2A. Do you see that?
Is number 2A, yes.
Thank you, 2A. So about halfway through that 2A, after the quotes, close quote, I'm going to read it. I'd like you to follow along, please. He admitted that he met with individual A on
I've lost you.
Yeah, you cut out.
Several occasions from November 2016. Sorry.
You cut out. So can you start again, Assistant Attorney General Stegelman?
Certainly, right. Doctor, you're still with me, paragraph 2A?
Yes.
Thank you. Quote, he admitted that he met with individual A on several occasions from November 2016 to February 2020 in his academic office on the medical campus to treat her complaints of anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and pain associated with dental work. Period, end of quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
And then let's go on to subparagraph B. Dr. Merrick admitted that from November 2016 to February 2020, he prescribed phenobarbital, oxycodone, tramadol, alprazolam, and diazepam to individual A on approximately 18 occasions. And other than my mispronunciation, did I get that right?
Yeah, so that's not factually correct. So
Doctor, I'm the one asking questions.
That's fine.
I'm going to go on to let's go down to paragraph 1 on the next page below where it says consent. Do you see that?
Yes.
And paragraph 1 says that, I'm just going to paraphrase, you were advised to seek counsel, and it names your counsel, doesn't it?
That's correct.
And then let's go down to paragraph 5 under consent. I admit to the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein, and waive my right to contest such findings of fact and conclusions of law, and any sanction imposed hereunder in any future judicial or administrative proceeding in which the board is a party. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
And Doctor, if I understood you correctly answering Attorney Libby's questions, you're now disputing the facts you previously admitted to. Is that right?
I was advised by my attorney to agree to this document. Although
I'm asking about the document, Doctor. I'm asking about your testimony
Let
earlier.
him finish his question. Let us finish his answer, please.
Yeah, basically she said it's easier just to accept this and accept a slap on the wrist than to contest this. And so that's what I did.
I'm going to try to ask this again because I don't think I got an answer. Are you now contesting the allegations in this Virginia Board of Medicine document that you previously admitted?
The facts are not strictly correct, yes.
So that's a yes, you're now contesting them. Okay.
Yes.
And you agree with me that you signed it before a notary, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Merritt. We are done with your testimony.
I have a follow-up question.
Okay, briefly, go ahead.
Dr. Merrick, I want to give you the opportunity to address this. The first question was about the Virginia Board, was about prescribing opiates.
So as I said previously, the opiates
that were dropped, correct?
So opiates were not correct. I did not prescribe opiates. They're as I said previously in the documentation to the board and the documentation was clear that I had scripts stolen from my office. There's absolute evidence that the scripts were stolen. The opiates were written by somebody else for people who I do not know in my name. So the opiates I did not write the scripts for the opiates.
So I want to ask you specifically.
I'm saying that under oath because that's the truth.
I want to specifically ask you about this individual that you treated for anxiety and some other conditions.
Yes, that is partly correct. So this was a U.S. Army veteran who had no health insurance. She had no access to health care. So what does a physician do and she presented with a dental abscess. And so that's how I initially treated her. She was referred to me because she had no access to health care. So I was being a good Samaritan. And this is what happens in the health system. If you're a good Samaritan, you try and help a patient and you get screwed. So that's how that happened. She had a dental abscess. She was in pain. So I prescribed her an analgesic and antibiotics. And that's the story with this patient. I did see her a number of times afterwards because she had anxiety disorders. We tried to get her a psychiatric consult. We could not get a consult for her. And that's the truth. It's reflected in my testimony.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you because we've gone beyond the scope of the question and we're also repeating information. So do you have any final questions, Attorney Libby?
So do I understand, Dr. Merrick, that your admission was a matter of convenience based upon the advice you got from your attorney?
Objection leading.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to allow the question and answer to stand. He's repeating information that's already been testified to. Any further questions, Attorney Libby?
No, Dr. Merrick. Thank you very much.
Okay, Assistant Attorney General Segelman, all set. Okay, Dr. Merrick, thank you again for being here. You are welcome to observe the rest of the proceeding as an attendee. And Attorney Libby, your next witness will be.
Your next witness.
Well, I had planned to call Dr. Corey, but Dr. Katsas has informed us that he has to be at the hospital, and his testimony is going to be short, so I want to put him on so he can meet his obligations for some emergent surgery that he's involved in.
Okay, so we'll have Dr. Katsas. We're going to take a break, but then we'll have Dr. Katsas when we come back. Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 3:44.
Janet, will you inform Dr. Corey that we should be ready for him by 4:05?
You mean Dr. Katsas?
No, Dr. Corey. We're going to go with Dr. Katsas next.
Correct. And then Dr. Corey at what time?
4:05, 4:10.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Yep. over so you can be seen.
Yeah.
Okay, we can have Dr. Katzis join us.
Hearing officer, he just declined my request to promote him.
Okay, can you do it again?
Yep. There we go.
Okay.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Katzis. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, I'm Rebecca Smith. I'm the hearing officer. Have you been observing any portion of the proceeding today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and on any other days, did you observe portions of the proceeding?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through the whole introduction then. So you can also see on the video tiles the members of the Board of Licensure and Medicine who are presiding over this matter. Our court reporter, Ms. Alley, Dr. Nass and her counsel, Attorney Libby, and Assistant Attorney General Lisa Wilson, who is representing board staff. I'm going to start by thanking you for coming and swearing you in, so please raise your right hand. I have 3 questions. Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you swear or affirm that you will not seek or accept any assistance while giving your testimony, including but not limited to coaching, advice, suggested answers, or undisclosed notes or documents?
Yes.
And finally, do you swear or affirm that you will disclose if anyone is in the room with you while you are testifying?
Yes. And no one is in the room. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll give you some brief instructions. Attorney Libby has called you as a witness. He will ask you questions first. Assistant Attorney General Wilson may have cross-examination. Board members may also have questions. Then each attorney will have the chance to do follow-up questions. If there's an objection to a question that's been asked of you, please wait for me to make a ruling before you begin your answer. I will let you know if you can answer the question. If you don't understand the question, please ask for clarification. And if you don't know the answer to a question, please just indicate that rather than speculating. Please try to make sure the person asking the question has completed their question before you begin your answer. So we have only one person talking at a time on the record. If you encounter a distraction, please let me know and I'm happy to let you address that. If you get removed from the hearing for a technical reason, just sign back in and we will promote you to panelist. And you should have received a set of hearing exhibits from Attorney Libby. Do you have those available to you?
There's 2 sets that I think were the board's exhibits that he forwarded to me. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, you probably have a set of licensee exhibits as well as a set of board staff exhibits.
Yes.
Okay, great. You can refer to those if asked. Please don't use them to testify unless you've let me know or you've been asked to testify from a document. Any questions about testifying?
No, ma'am.
Okay, could you start by stating and spelling your name for the record, please?
Stephen B. Katzis, MD, STEVEN. Blaine is BLAINE. Katzis is KATSIS.
Thank you. And Attorney Libby, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Katzis. I understand you've been called to the hospital.
Well, I'll have to go in at later this afternoon.
Okay. What is your current employment?
Current employment is with St. Francis Hospital Warren Trauma Institute as a trauma surgeon.
And how long have you been in that position?
I've been in that formal position since October of last year.
When we first started talking, what was your position, Dr. Katzis?
I was with a private surgical group called Surgical Associates.
Okay. And when did you graduate from medical school?
In 1993 from the University of Nebraska Medical Center.
And where did you do your internship in general surgery?
My internship and residency in general surgery was done at the University of Oklahoma Health Science Center in Tulsa.
And did you do a fellowship also in trauma or in surgical critical care?
Yes, I did a fellowship in trauma and surgical critical care at the University of Tennessee, Memphis.
And where do you presently live, Dr. Katzis?
I live in Owasso, Oklahoma, which is a suburb of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Are you married?
Yes.
have any children?
I have 8 children.
8 children. Do you serve on the Oklahoma Board of Licensure in Medicine?
Yes, I'm the current president of the Oklahoma Medical Board of Licensure and Supervision. We have 2 boards, an MD board and a DO board, and I'm the president of the MD board.
And how long have you been president?
I've been president for approximately 8 months. Been on the board a little over 2.5 years, almost 3.
And what was your previous position with the board when we started talking? I think you were vice president?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the Oklahoma Board creation of statute in Oklahoma?
Yes.
Okay. And how many members are there on the board?
There's currently 11, and I think there are some pending either renewals or replacements that they're appointed, so we're waiting for reappointments or people that their terms have expired.
And what are your responsibilities as president of the board, Dr. Katsas?
Well, there's a general mission and vision of the board, but the responsibilities of president are basically to coordinate with the executive director for the agenda and leading the meetings, the board meetings that we have, which is a combination of administrative aspects and hearings for issues related to licensure and physicians.
Now, in your state, in the state of Oklahoma, has there been any legislation or action by the Attorney General with respect to physicians who prescribe ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine?
Objection. Madam Hearing Officer, in your February 14th order on expert testimony, you specifically said that physician discipline in other jurisdictions is not binding on the board in the present matter, and that this testimony is not allowed.
That wasn't the question.
Okay, well, the question related to whether a board of licensure in another state has taken action, correct?
No, the question was whether in Oklahoma there was a statute or Attorney General ruling with respect to doctors who prescribe hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin.
Right.
I think that.
Go ahead.
I think that the same rationale applies. The laws in that state do not apply in Maine.
Not suggesting they do. I'm just trying to orient the board to Dr. Katz's testimony.
Okay, so the order says, as the Assistant Attorney General noted, physician discipline in other jurisdictions is not binding on the board in the present matter. So it's therefore of limited relevance. Where are you going with this?
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just trying to establish some background.
Okay, well, I'll allow it, but we need to be getting to relevant testimony related to the allegations in this notice of hearing.
You can answer the question, Dr. Katsas.
So there's no legislation that I'm aware of related to prescribing practices, and on a more kind of general level, maybe not specific to ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, the Attorney General did issue a statement, and I would be paraphrasing, that there would not be any discipline related to the prescribing practices or medical management related to COVID for Oklahoma physicians. But again, I'm paraphrasing. I don't have the exact statement in front of me from the Attorney General.
Thank you. So has your board dealt with any physicians being disciplined for using ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine?
Objection. This is directly going to the issue of physician discipline that you disallowed.
The answer is going to be no. The answer is going to be no.
So, Attorney Libby, you know that that's not appropriate to answer the question that hasn't even been ruled on as to whether it's an admissible question. Assistant Attorney General Wilson, can you please complete your objection?
As I said, it is a question directly relating to physician discipline in other jurisdictions that you have disallowed.
So I'm going to sustain that objection. Can we move to information, questions to solicit information relative to the current allegations in the notice of hearing?
Dr. Cassis, did I provide you the notice of hearing and the second amended notice of hearing of disciplinary charges by the board against Dr. Nass?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review those?
It's been a while, but yes.
So in Oklahoma, are physicians allowed to prescribe off-label?
Objection. This goes to what happens in a different state. Also, we just heard Dr. Merrick talk extensively about off-label prescribing, so this would be repetitive testimony.
Well, your ruling says that he can talk about off-label prescribing, Madam Hearing Officer, which is what I'm asking you about.
It also says one expert per topic, and Dr. Merrick just addressed this point.
That is correct. In an attempt to keep streamlining the process, we talked about one expert per topic, Attorney Libby.
This is your order. Dr. Katz's testimony regarding off-label prescription of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin is likely relevant to the allegation in the notice of hearing and thus will be allowed.
Yeah, but the line above it says parties are limited to one expert per topic.
Come on now, you're not going to cut off my legs for that. Dr. Merrick wasn't called for that purpose.
But you spent a lot of time on that topic.
So he comments once, and you're going to exclude Dr. Katz's testimony? You call that fair? Do you call that fair?
Attorney Libby, you are out of line once again. I've repeated that to you many times throughout the proceeding. I'm asking you to act with the decorum appropriate to administrative proceeding.
And I'm
not done talking. I'm not done talking and giving you instruction. It is not appropriate to interrogate me as to what is fair. I am attempting to provide you with appropriate rulings under the Maine Administrative Procedure Act, which governs this hearing. You can go ahead with these questions, but I note that you are skirting the line of the order that said one expert per topic, and we've been at this hearing for 6 days. So please move quickly through your questions of Dr. Katz's, who you indicated would be a brief witness.
Yeah, it would have been, he'd probably been all done if we weren't getting
Attorney Libby, you're out of line. Ask your next question.
Sure. Dr. Katz's, the question that I asked and was interrupted by an objection, has your board dealt with any off-label prescriptions of hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin?
Am I allowed to answer that? Or
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
no, we have not.
Now, with respect to off-label prescription, what is the practice of the board in Oklahoma with respect to off-label prescription?
Well, I don't know that we have a set practice related to off-label prescription, but obviously off-label prescribing is very common. And so I think it would be reviewed like any other incident before the board based on investigation, the merits of the medical judgment and management, and then make a determination from there. So the fact that it's off-label or not off-label is probably not even really relevant to a board evaluation other than a normal process.
Is off-label prescription of a FDA-approved drug subject to the discretion of the physician?
Yes.
Prescribing the drug.
Right. If the physician has prescriptive privileges for that if the drug's in a particular category, regardless of, and the physician has the prescriptive authority for that class or that type of drug, whether it's the indications based on the FDA are not relevant to their prescribing ability.
And one of the allegations in this case, the reason I sent you the notice of hearing, is that Dr. Nass prescribed ivermectin and or hydroxychloroquine that wasn't approved for use by the FDA or the National Institute of Health.
Okay.
Does the FDA or NIH control what drugs a physician can prescribe off-label?
No, I'm not aware of any specific determination in that respect. If a drug is approved for any indication, then the physician has the liberty to utilize that drug based on their clinical judgment.
So with respect to off-label prescription in Oklahoma, is that subject to the discretion of the individual physician?
Yes.
And you're aware that Dr. Nass prescribed ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine off-label to the patients described in the notice of hearing, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything unlawful about that?
No.
Is there anything that would create a basis for discipline of Dr. Nass if she was practicing in Oklahoma?
No.
Objection. We're not talking about Oklahoma discipline, and you disallowed issues of discipline in other states.
Can we move to more relevant information that's not really relevant to this proceeding?
Well, you know, I've said this to you before. Telling the relevant and not relevant is inappropriate, and I object to that.
You object to me making rulings on whether something is relevant?
I object to you conveying to the board your opinions with respect to relevance.
Well, that's part of my role, is to determine
No,
what
it's not part
evidence
of
is
it.
relevant.
I disagree.
You're entitled
Dr.
to
Dr. Cassis, I'm not going to delay you any further. Did you provide an opinion that I have marked Exhibit 154B, dated September 13th, 2022?
I provided an opinion to you. Yes. I don't know how it's marked for the hearing.
I understand that. Has Dr. Katz's CV 154A and expert report 154B been previously admitted, Madam Hearing Officer?
You give me the sites again?
154A and 154B, my recollection.
Yes, those are admitted.
They were admitted. Dr. Cassis, thank you. Thank you for taking the time. By the way, have I provided you any fees, expert fees for your participation in this proceeding?
You provided I believe it was a $1,500 retainer fee. We haven't really discussed any additional fees or billing.
Thank you. Your witness.
Cross-examination, Assistant Attorney General Wilson.
I have no questions.
Okay, board members have any questions for Dr. Katzis? Okay, Dr. Katzis, thank you for being here. Oh, sorry, Chair Gleaton. Yes, go ahead, sorry. Chair Gleaton, do you have questions?
Wake up.
Okay. Any questions from board members for Dr. Katzis? Okay, so hearing none, Dr. Katzis, thank you for being here. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you.
Attorney Libby, your final witness, I believe, is ready to be called.
Dr. Corey?
He is logging on right now.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Miss
Yes.
Hearing
You're welcome.
would we, I hate to do this, would we be able to take just another 5-minute break? I just have an emergency phone call that I must make before 4:15.
That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Oops.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And are you able to continue participating?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, we're just waiting for a couple more board members. Welcome, Dr. Corey. Okay.
Policy.
I think we're all back. Thank you everyone for coming back early. And Dr. Corey, welcome. My name is Rebecca Smith. I'm the hearing officer presiding over this hearing. You can see the board members who are presiding are labeled as board members. We also have our court reporter, Joanne Alley, Dr. Nass and her attorney, Mr. Libby, and Assistant Attorney General Lisa Wilson representing board staff. I'm going to have you unmute. Have you participated, or should I say observed, any part of the hearing to date?
A brief section this morning.
Okay, and did you happen to catch my instructions in swearing in of a witness during that observation?
I'm sorry, I did not.
Okay, that's fine, no problem. I just didn't want to repeat things you might have already heard. So I'm going to start by swearing you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
And I have two other questions. Do you swear or affirm that you will not seek or accept any assistance while giving your testimony, including but not limited to coaching, advice, suggested answers, or undisclosed notes or documents?
I do.
And finally, do you swear or affirm that you will let me know if anyone is in the room with you while you are testifying?
I will.
Okay, great. I'm going to give you some instructions. Attorney Libby has called you as a witness. He will ask you questions first. Assistant Attorney General Wilson may have cross-examination for you. Board members may have questions as well, and then each attorney would have the chance to ask you final questions. If there's an objection to a question that's asked of you, please wait for me to make a ruling and I will let you know if you can answer the question. Please try to make sure you let the person asking the question complete the question before you begin your answer so that we have a clear understanding of your answer, and we only have one person talking at a time on the record. If you don't understand the question, please ask for clarification. If you don't know the answer to the question, please just say so. There's no need for you to speculate. If you encounter a distraction that you need to address, just let me know and I'm happy to give you an opportunity to do that. You should have been provided a set of hearing exhibits from Attorney Libby. Do you have access to those?
I do.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask you to start by stating and spelling your name for the record, please.
My name is Pierre Corey, Pierre. Last name is Kory.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Libby, you may begin.
Afternoon, Dr. Corey.
Hi.
I have marked your CV 153H as an exhibit number. Do you have your CV available to you?
Yeah, I can bring it up in 2 seconds.
And I've marked your report, which is dated September 12th, 2022, as exhibit 153I. Madam Hearing Officer, I believe those have been admitted. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Dr. Corey, looking at your CV, I note that on the front, it says FLCCC Alliance. Could you tell us what that is, please?
Yeah, so that's a nonprofit organization that myself and several colleagues started early on in COVID as a sort of a medical education organization. We basically share the conclusions of our research into COVID. We've been deeply studied on numerous aspects, and one of our missions was also to develop the most effective treatment protocols for COVID.
And did those protocols include outpatient treatment of people just diagnosed with COVID and early use of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine?
They do. Initially, for about 6 months in COVID, we only had a hospital treatment protocol, but in the fall of 2020, we created an early treatment protocol for outpatients.
Now, I note on page 1 you have a a section about your contributions to the field of medicine. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to ask you to give us a thumbnail of what you're setting forth on that page of your CV.
Yeah, so in my critical care medicine career, I became widely recognized as a pioneer in two different therapies. One was the use of therapeutic hypothermia after cardiac arrest. I'd done research and papers, and I lectured widely at conferences about how to employ it and how to select the correct patients. So I was well known for that. And then I was also a pioneer in an emerging field called critical care ultrasonography. I was considered one of the world experts in that field. And I was the senior editor of a very popular textbook, which was translated into 7 languages. And it's in its 2nd edition, about to go into its 3rd edition. And so I also lectured widely around the country in that field, along with the American College of Chest Physicians. I created all of their teaching courses, their certification exams. Oh, I shouldn't say I did it with a group of colleagues, but I was widely known in my specialty for those 2 areas of expertise.
In your early medical career, what was your focus, Dr. Corey?
Well, my first job out of training, I was a pulmonologist and an intensivist and ICU specialist. So I helped run the ICU at Beth Israel Medical Center in Lower Manhattan. I also had a very busy outpatient practice. I was one of the early experts in a procedure called endobronchial ultrasonography. And so I had a very busy outpatient practice performing those procedures and seeing patients with a variety of lung diseases. I also did a lot of education. I was one of the youngest program directors in the country to lead a training program for pulmonary and critical care specialists. And so I taught medical students, residents, and fellows in my specialty.
Have you also published, Dr. Corey?
I have. Besides my textbook, I probably have 50 papers that I've peer-reviewed and, that are peer-reviewed publications. I can't remember the last count, but over 10 on COVID, on various aspects of the therapeutics in COVID.
And in your CV on page 4, it says referred or refereed articles. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And is that peer reviewed? Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's peer reviewed.
Okay. And then on page 7, you have non-refereed articles.
Yes.
You also, on page 8, you have chapters in books.
Yes.
And apparently there are 17 chapters you've contributed.
Yes.
And on page 10, you have abstracts. What is an abstract, Dr. Corey?
Oh, an abstract is typically a shortened version of some emerging data that you present at conferences. So it's not presented in a published journal, but it's presented sort of in person at conferences, at sort of abstract sessions where many researchers come to bring preliminary findings or interesting data.
You said you've done some publishing in the field of COVID-19 and ivermectin. What publications in that area, Dr. Corey?
Well, so I published my first publication was on the hypercoagulable aspects of that initial wave of COVID in 2020, which really described some pretty sophisticated clotting analyses that we did. And we were showing a pretty consistent pattern in ICU patients of severe lack of fibrinolysis. So I published a little bit on anticoagulation. Then I published on the use of corticosteroids in the hospital phase of the disease. I published on our MATH Plus protocol, which is a combination therapy protocol where I reviewed the science and rationale and clinical data to support all of the elements in the protocol. And then I've also published, been co-authored on some ivermectin trials with other ivermectin experts from South America, where I was primarily a reviewer and writer of the paper, not a primary investigator. But yeah, those are kind of the areas: early treatment, corticosteroids, hospital treatment, and then ivermectin. And I also published kind of the first comprehensive review of the data supporting ivermectin in COVID. That I published, first submitted in December of 2020. And yeah, that has its own story. But yes, it was eventually published in American Journal of Therapeutics in the spring of 2020.
Do you know Dr. Paul Merrick?
Very well.
Have you consulted with Dr. Merrick on any publications in the field of COVID-19 treatment?
Like everyone. He's my partner, my colleague, my mentor, my friend. I mean, he and I talk medicine all day.
Okay. Now, what is your current private practice, Dr. Corey?
So I have a partner, and we have a private telemedicine practice where myself and my partner specialize on the treatment of long COVID and post-vaccine injury syndromes.
And I want to talk about that.
Can I add something? We also treat COVID and do early treatment planning for acute COVID.
Is your current practice restricted to telemedicine?
Yes, that's essentially what all we offer our services through, is through the use of telemedicine.
And how long have you been operating this particular practice, Dr. Corey?
We opened February 15th of 22, so approximately 18 months.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to licensee exhibit 153I, which is your September 12th, 2022 report letter to me regarding the complaints by the Maine Board of Medicine against Dr. Nass, correct?
Okay, what page is that?
Well, I'm just referring to the report in general. Do you have that in front of you?
Yeah, I do. I can look at it.
And I'm looking at the first page, Dr. Corey. In your current practice, what type of telemedicine treatments do you offer patients experiencing COVID, either in the front end or the back end?
So we obviously, in a telemedicine visit, we do comprehensive history and evaluation. The only thing really missing from a standard visit is the lack of ability to do a true physical exam. But we do extensive history taking, review of medicines, past surgical history, medical history, allergies. And then we formulate treatment plans for patients who are acutely ill or who have come to us because they want to have medications on hand in case they were to fall ill with COVID. And I'll just add as an addition that that has been a singular mission of mine. It's a desire that I've wanted to have for the entire country, the ability to have a treatment kit on hand upon first symptoms for COVID.
And I think Dr. Merrick referred to this as a what-if kit. Is that correct? Is that what you call it? Or one of the terms?
I just call it an early treatment kit.
Okay. And in your report, you indicate the first paragraph under number 1, an early treatment planning visit where we provide education as to how to clinically recognize COVID illness, as well as how to obtain all of the therapeutics that make up our combination early treatment protocol, including the provision of prescriptions for both ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine for our patients to take upon the first signs of a viral syndrome resembling COVID-19. Is that an accurate description of your early treatment planning?
Yes, as that's a description of our early treatment plan since the Omicron variants took over.
Now, did I provide you both the medical records of Dr. Nass treating or consulting with patients 1, 2, and 3, as well as the amended hearing notice from the Board of Licensure and Medicine in Maine with respect to disciplinary allegations against Dr. Nass?
You did.
And did I ask you to review those with respect to patients 1, 2, and 3?
You did.
And did I ask you to review those with respect to the procedures used by Dr. Nass in the telemedicine visits with patients 1, 2, and 3?
You did.
And did you record in your report your review and assessment of those telemedicine visits?
I believe I did.
Now, how many, since you opened this particular practice, Dr. Corey, how many telemedicine visits have you done related to COVID?
I could give you a gross estimate. I don't have that number offhand. I mean,
I'm looking for an approximation.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the thousands.
Using that experience in the thousands, I want to talk about Dr. Nass's telemedicine visit with patient 1, Nancy Mahoney.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This is repetitive testimony. We just heard Dr. Merrick talk about all 3 patients and Dr. Nass's treatment of them.
I'm not asking Dr. Corey about the substantive care. I'm asking him about the procedures related to the telemedicine visit and whether they were sufficient or met the standard of care. And that was the hearing officer's ruling.
He talked about too.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Attorney Libby.
And that was, I believe that was the hearing officer's ruling that it would be appropriate testimony.
I will note that Merrick also did talk about the telehealth for these patients and the telehealth during the pandemic.
Well, I didn't designate him as a telehealth expert. I designated him as an expert on the substantive care. I designated.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. I mean, I'm hoping we're continuing towards ending with this witness today. You know, we had estimated 30 to 45 minutes for our direct, so let's keep going.
With respect to patient 1 and the telemedicine procedures used by Dr. Nass, were they sufficient and appropriate for the nature of the consultation Dr. Nass was providing?
I felt that they were.
And in a similar visit for a patient looking for preemptive treatment, generally what information would you obtain from the patient? The patient is healthy at the time they consult you.
I mean, very similar to any patient I see for the first time, no matter what the indication is for. It's a history of their medical history, surgical history, medications, allergies, and present health condition.
What instructions do you provide the patient with respect to the use of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine in those first early treatment planning visits?
Yeah, so I mean, they receive through my electronic health record a full and very detailed note, which goes over not only how to diagnose, recognize symptoms, hopefully get a test, and then if consistent or supported by the test with COVID or consistent with clinical symptoms, because the tests are unfortunately problematic. There are false negatives and false positives, and I don't want to hurt anyone by putting too much value on the test. But once it's clear that it's very highly likelihood to be COVID or a similar viral illness, I detail, generally I prescribe all the medicines that they pick up and have on hand, and the doses and duration are very clearly spelled out. Ivermectin, I generally tell them to take it for 5 days or until symptoms have resolved, whether it's sooner than that or after that. So they continue, and same thing with hydroxychloroquine. And then I also have a number of other potent nutraceutical antivirals, aspirin, some anti-inflammatories, and it's all clearly spelled out in my notes to them.
Okay. And what is the science or the idea behind prescribing other, you call them nutraceuticals or vitamins with the ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine?
Every doctor practices differently, and mine is, I don't know that I would call it an aggressive protocol, but it's a synergistic combination of effective and very safe interventions that are well tolerated in combination. And they work on different aspects of the disease. Some are antiviral, some are anti-inflammatory. So for instance, and they're all supported by pretty significant, in my opinion, trials evidence. So things as simple as povidone iodine nasal sprays and mouthwashes have led to significant reductions in hospitalization. Nigella sativa has a mortality benefit that's been measured in a randomized controlled trial. Curcumin as well. So these things are just very well tolerated and really effective for COVID. And could I get away with using less? Possibly. It depends on the severity or timing of when treatment is started. But in my experience, they've just been very well tolerated, and patients get better, and none of my patients go to the hospital.
So that was my next question. In your early treatment planning visits, since you've been doing it for 18 months, what has been your experience with your patients being hospitalized?
None. None that had early treatment kits on hand. We do have them call us when they do fall ill, so we can, double check, make sure they understand what to do, make sure the diagnosis is consistent. But I can't recall an early treatment planning, like a patient who had an early treatment kit on hand go to the hospital. In my population of patients who have sought my consultation when already ill with COVID, we've done similarly well. I have one patient who went to the hospital, but she contacted me day 10. She was already short of breath. Luckily, she was only in the hospital for 4 days. And unfortunately, I did have an experience of treating an elderly gentleman who was 87 on dialysis and heart failure. And despite treatment on day 2 of symptoms, he unfortunately succumbed to the disease.
With respect to telemedicine, did you review the records of patient 2, Michael Bayless?
I did.
And with respect to, and that was a planning visit, I believe it was September 2nd, 2021. With respect to the telemedicine procedures utilized by Dr. Nass, did you form an opinion as to whether they were adequate and reasonable under the circumstances?
They're entirely consistent with the description of what a telemedicine service is.
Now, do you recall that Mr. Bayless was categorized or classified by Dr. Nass as high risk?
I do.
And he had a long list of medications as well as some comorbidities?
Yes.
Is a planning treatment of an individual with those characteristics also appropriate for telemedicine?
Not only appropriate, but it would be critical for someone like that to be prepared for treatment when falling ill with this disease.
Dr. Nass provided actually Pastor Bayless with a prescription for ivermectin. Would there be any concern about ivermectin and the medications that were listed or disclosed to Dr. Nass by Mr. Bayless?
As I recall, no, and I'll just make a general statement about medicine interactions, is that ivermectin has very few clinically important ones. Really, the only ones that you really need to be mindful of is the blood thinner called warfarin, and then some immunosuppressant drugs that transplant patients use. There are other interactions, but how clinically important they are generally not, do not require modification.
With respect to patient 3, Sarah Bishop, she was a woman who was in her 6th month of pregnancy that Dr. Nass prescribed. This was not an early treatment visit. This was a different scenario. My question, she had a positive PCR test as reported to Dr. Nass. With respect to telemedicine procedures, were the procedures used by Dr. Nass with Mrs. Bishop appropriate?
Yes.
Is hydroxychloroquine appropriate for use in pregnancy?
Absolutely.
Comparing the telemedicine consults, patient 1 and 2, and the telemedicine visit with a person experiencing symptoms, did they all comply with good practice for physicians using telehealth?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns when looking at the telehealth component of Dr. Nass's consultation with patients 1 and 2?
I don't recall any specific concerns.
And did you have any concerns with respect to the telehealth aspect of patient 3?
I don't believe so.
Now, with respect to Mrs. Bishop, patient 3, there has been an allegation by the board in the notice of hearing that there was a lack of coordination of care. And my question to you as a physician who uses telehealth exclusively, do you have an opinion about whether or not there's a need or an obligation to coordinate care with the midwife in this case?
Yeah, I was about to ask, could you be more specific on what that lack of coordination of care was defined as? And so was it that she didn't communicate with the midwife?
Yes.
You know, so no, personally, no. And I will say that coordinating care with other providers of a patient is, although maybe optimal, it's not required, number one. Number two, it's extremely burdensome. And in the context of this pandemic, before I opened my practice, I treated hundreds and hundreds of patients pro bono over the telephone. I would take notes on them. But there was immense responsibilities and burdens on us in just under patient care responsibilities. And the idea that I could communicate with every provider of a patient as to what I was doing is not really pragmatic or possible. That would be one statement. The other is that, if you can trust and you have a patient for whom is totally competent, is able to deliver their medical information, and you have no doubts about their medicines and what their condition is like, as a physician, you are the expert. And Dr. Nass, like myself, was an expert at treating COVID. And I think those recommendations she had were communicated well to the patient. The patient understood them. And, I'd hate to put responsibilities on the patient, but if the patient felt it was important to involve her midwife in understanding Dr. Nass's plan of care, they had every right to do that. But I don't believe that it's required.
Thank you. Did you just write a book?
I did.
What's the name of the book?
Right here behind me. It's called The War on Ivermectin.
And has it been published?
It has.
And where is it available?
You can buy it on Amazon. Informed Consent Action Network, nonprofit, sells it through their website because it's published on their imprint. It's a lot of bookstores. It's distributed by Simon & Schuster.
What's the thesis of the book, Dr. Corey?
So briefly, I would say that the book is structured around, it's sort of inspired by an article written in 2017 called The Disinformation Playbook, which is an article which outlines the tactics that industries deploy when science emerges that's inconvenient to their interests. All industries have learned to practice disinformation to counter inconvenient science. These tactics were pioneered by the tobacco industry, who for 50 years successfully managed to try to confuse and convince the world that cigarettes were not harmful. And the pharmaceutical industry is probably the most adept industry at using these campaigns and tactics. And in that article, the plays are named after American football plays. They're called The Fake, The Fix, The Diversion, The Screen, and The Blitz. And when I started to publish and become very public in my recommendations and our recommendations as an organization for ivermectin, very strange and disturbing things started to happen. And things that I couldn't explain, that I knew were incorrect scientifically. And I wasn't really sure what was going on. But when I read that article, it transformed my perspective to what was happening. And I discovered that myself and my organization were literally on the front lines of a war against ivermectin. And in that book, I detail very clearly how each of those tactics were deployed. And I would tell you that I would say the foundation of the entire campaign is like the foundation of any other disinformation campaign countering science, which is it uses the tactic called the fix, which is publishing studies with predetermined results. This is something that the pharmaceutical industry has been long described to be expert at. And in particular, if you look at ivermectin, what almost nobody in society knows is that there are 99 controlled trials of ivermectin. 99. Most of them were rejected from the major medical journals.
I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Officer, I have to allow this, but it really is, I mean, what is the relevance of this? And we never saw this book.
Attorney Libby.
Well, issue throughout this case has been the lack of availability of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. In fact, Dr. Nass is alleged to have misinformed the pharmacist when the pharmacist questioned her prescription of hydroxychloroquine to Mrs.
But this book is about ivermectin, is it not? English.
Yeah, it's about ivermectin and the unavailability as a result of policies implemented by the Board of Licensure in Medicine.
Okay, well, it sounds like he's talking much more broadly than the issues for this case, and we are going to run out of time to finish him today. So I'm concerned that he's not going to be able to come back on our next hearing.
I could focus on that aspect, on what produced that inability to obtain ivermectin, if you'd like.
Certainly.
So one of the main tactics that occurred was what I called the horse dewormer PR campaign, which was triggered in the middle of August by data that came out showing that ivermectin prescriptions in this country were skyrocketing. They were going up to 90,000 a week. And within days of that, a whole sequence of events occurred where various agencies started to put out memos and bulletins warning and scaring physicians across the country that this was a dangerous drug and that people were overdosing on it. And they misled physicians by informing them that the FDA had not approved it for COVID, which is a misleading statement because we don't need the FDA to approve it for COVID. It's FDA approved and it's off-label use. And so it was clear that they were trying to manipulate and influence doctors to not use it. Then began 3 weeks of unrelenting, synchronized media campaigns. Every late night talk show host was writing jokes about ivermectin. Every broadcaster, daytime host, newspapers about this horse dewormer. Always horse dewormer was used. They never called it ivermectin. And at the end of that, so of those sequence of events, you had the CDC sending out an erroneous memo, which completely overstated the dangers of ivermectin, which was later debunked by investigative reporters. The FDA decided to get involved, which the FDA has no authority to get involved in the practice of medicine. And then you suddenly had the AMA and the American Board of Pharmacy put out a decree to the country to call for the immediate cessation of the prescribing of ivermectin, which they have no authority to do so. But you saw this coordinated, synchronized series of acts by major authorities in medicine attacking ivermectin. And as a result of that, because I was working in an ICU at that time and I was treating patients with ivermectin, suddenly pharmacy and therapeutics committees across the country in hospitals were meeting and they were taking ivermectin out of their formularies. The pharmacists were scared by the American Board of Pharmacy opinion and they started refusing to fill. None of them had any idea of the knowledge of efficacy or the data. I was on many phone calls with them. I would give them my credentials, my credibility. I would even try to send them my paper, but no, no, no. And they were saying that to patients, and patients were not being allowed access to one of the safest medicines in history, despite valid prescriptions by licensed providers. I mean, this was a war like no other. In my entire career, I've never been told I can't use a medicine that I saw fit as a professional for any indication that I thought it was appropriate for. And suddenly you saw medicine being upended and doctors attacked. That's also why we're here today.
Thank you, Dr. Corey. I'm going to yield now to give board counsel an opportunity to ask you questions. Thank you.
Assistant Attorney General Wilson, any cross-examination?
Just briefly, hearing officer. Dr. Corey, are you familiar with the this Maine board's rule on telemedicine?
I believe so. I did review that in the past. I can't recite it offhand.
So did you review the Maine board's rule in reaching your conclusion about whether Dr. Nass's care met telehealth standards?
I don't know that I had Maine's board rule specifically in mind, but you can enlighten me.
Should I go through his other stuff? It was an exhibit in the case, so it's just a question of what you had reviewed.
I mean, right. I know I reviewed it.
Doctor, isn't it also true that you published an article entitled Review of Emerging Evidence Demonstrating the Efficacy of Ivermectin in the Prophylaxis and Treatment of COVID-19 in 2021?
I did.
And you and Dr. Merrick were some of the co-authors, was that correct?
Correct.
Yes, and but the American Journal of Therapeutics issued a statement of concern about this article because there were allegations of exclusion of data.
Yes. The allegation.
Isn't it also true you published an article, Clinical and Scientific Rationale for the Math Plus Hospital Treatment Protocol for COVID-19 in 2020?
I did.
And again, Dr. Merrick was a co-author of that article?
Correct.
And this article was retracted in November of 2021?
It was.
And it was retracted because there were a hospital reported mortality data that was underlying the article was incorrect. Is that what the retraction notice said?
That was the sequence of events.
All right, and back to your article, Review of Emerging Evidence. That article was also rejected by a different article by a different journal, Frontier Science News. Is that correct?
No, that's totally wrong.
Did they issue a public rejection because it did not offer an objective nor balanced scientific contribution?
Okay, so first of all, I don't know what Frontier Science News is. I've never heard of that. This was a journal called Frontiers in Pharmacology. And you used the term rejection. It was not rejected. In fact, it went through 3 rigorous rounds of peer review by 4 scientists, 3 of them senior scientists from the NIH and the CDC. They accepted the paper for publication. But lo and behold, it wasn't being published. It was an online journal. And week after week after week went by, and they refused to publish it, despite having passed peer review. In our collective over 100 years in academic medicine, and in our collective over 1,500 peer-reviewed publications published, no one in my group had ever had that happen. And after weeks and weeks of them refusing to publish, I told the journal that I suspected scientific misconduct and that I was going to go public. And within 2 days, they retracted the paper. And they did so based on an anonymous, supposed third-party reviewer who felt that our conclusions were not matched by data, which we found quite shocking because we had passed through 3 rounds of peer review with 4 different senior scientists. But somehow this journal found an anonymous person who did not provide me a review or how and why I got something wrong, but they made a summary judgment and they retracted it. Unprecedented.
Thank you. Isn't it also true that in May of 2022, you received a letter from the American Board of Internal Medicine stating there would be a hearing to decide on sanctions regarding your certification?
Yes, I did.
And is it also true you publicly responded to that letter with a tweet comparing the ABIM to the FBI?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Corey. I have no further questions.
Sounds good.
Board members have any questions for Dr. Corey? Okay, any redirects, Attorney Libby?
Briefly, Dr. Corey, there was a publication mentioned by Assistant Attorney General Wilson where there was an allegation of exclusion of data. Can you speak to that?
So after we published in the American Journal of Therapeutics, the editor started receiving these, I'm sorry to use this term, but statistical mumbo jumbo complaints about our paper. I couldn't even follow it. And I refused to vote the time to defend my paper at that point because I knew what we were up against. This is unrelenting persecution and attacks. We are providing inconvenient science. And when you do that, this is what happens to scientists. And it's unending harassment. These actions taken against our papers, these accusations, this persecution by the American Board of Internal Medicine. It is so not novel. This has been going on for decades. And so that idiotic allegation of somehow not, I don't know, what was the allegation? I somehow withheld data or didn't?
Exclusion of data.
I have no idea what that accusation is about. And if I did, it would only have been in error or somehow I missed something on a literature search, but there was nothing willful about it. But I will tell you, the accusations were at that point completely unsurprising. And the reason why there's an expression of concern is because I told the editor that I had no plans on rebutting that letter. I couldn't do it. I'm overwhelmed with work and patients. I'm trying to keep patients alive. I'm trying to keep, my practice going, my organization going. And then these 8-page statistical attacks on our science, some of the most highly published figures in critical care medicine. I mean, I can't spend hours and days rebutting baseless attacks. And so I didn't respond. And in the end, he felt there was no cause for retraction, but he felt as a middle ground that he should post a letter of expression of concern.
Thank you. And I also want to ask you to speak to the inquiry or notice from the American Board of Internal Medicine. I noted when you were asked that question, you kind of lit up, Dr. Corey.
Yeah, because I don't understand what world this whole panel lives in or this hearing is understanding, but if you cannot understand this relentless persecution from all of the levers and institutions in medicine, which are all controlled by financial interest, the ABIM was weaponized to go after doctors. They went after me, Dr. Marek, Dr. McCullough. And the accusations, they sent me a letter claiming that I violated their misinformation policy. And then in that letter, they detail a number of public statements they made. And then they asked me to defend myself. And that is not part of their policy. Their policy is that they have to tell me what I got wrong. They don't tell me what I said and ask to defend it. They couldn't tell me what I got wrong. And they would not accept our initial reply where we requested them to abide by their policies. And then they demanded that I still defend myself. And we sent a 42-page treatise showing all of the evidence and data that supports all of my public statements. And yesterday, I just heard back from them that in their rebuttal, they are telling me that I'm wrong and that I violate sound medical recommendations. And they use a term which I've never heard of before, but they require, it's now a requirement of members of the American Board of Internal Medicine that we comport with consensus-based recommendations. I don't know if anyone knows anything about science, but that's not science. Require members to stick with a consensus. It's basically telling fully trained, highly experienced physicians and researchers that their insights, no matter how expert, mean nothing if they don't comport with the consensus. This is an absolute capture and control of the medical system, and they're weaponizing these agencies to bring doctors in line. And they're going after me, they're persecuting me to send a message, just like this board is going after Dr. Nass. They're sending messages to tell doctors to stay in line, keep quiet, and do what we say. That's not medicine, that's not science.
Dr. Corey, let's hold up. Attorney Libby, do you have any other questions for Dr. Corey relevant to this proceeding?
Thank you, Dr. Corey, for telling it like it is. No, I don't have any further questions.
Okay, any recross? Assistant Attorney General Wilson?
No.
Okay, and Attorney Libby, you have no additional witnesses, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have concluded the testimony portion of this hearing. We do not yet have a date for the final day of hearing, which will be closing arguments and board deliberation. I remind the board in the meantime that the matter is not concluded. Please do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other or board staff members. And a reminder to avoid intentionally listening to or reading any news media regarding this hearing. With that, we can close the hearing for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Corey.